insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we've been tested early, and this team been tested before. And this is going to make us better. I know, it's hard to swallow sometimes those losses, but, this is, faith in that group in there. We'll figure it out.
Okay, that's Joe Espada. Welcome in on a Friday, everybody. Happy Friday to all of you. Nice to be with you. All that good stuff. Appreciate you getting up with us. We're with you till 10 a.m. today. So, Seth, yesterday, I get home. I record the latest episode of Utopia Football Podcast. Shout out to Cody Stutz. Jumped on with me. Thank you. Man. Thank you. Got home, recorded that, and then it was lunchtime. It was about noon, so I went downstairs, got a little workout in, came upstairs, showered, and I showered. I said, I can miss the first, I can miss the first 15 minutes of the Astro game. I'm going to shower. Or hadn't shaved.
You won't want to shower again in 2 hours to clean off the filth of what you had just seen or anything. Right.
So I shower, and I get out the shower, I get dressed, and I come out, and it's 6-0 Royals. Like, what the hell is going on with this baseball team of ours? Oh, my God.
It's honestly, my only wish at this point is I wish they would, with some of these games, just can you get back to a level where maybe if you lose, I could criticize Espada somehow. I know there's people that are mad about Espada for various things, but I'd like to just get back to the point where managerial decisions even matter. Yeah. There's no, in a loss like that, okay, what are you going to do? Pull Hunter Brown earlier? So you can, I don't know. I flat out don't know. That was ugly, man. Yeah. And Hunter Brown was appropriately disgusted with himself after the game. Yep. So I liked that. Yep. The conditions, again, I'd love to blame the conditions. It was
really windy, right?
It was blustery. There was sloppy fielding that you could easily blame on the conditions.
On both sides.
Astros were hitting the ball and making contact, but at least a few runs were wiped off the board by the wind. Yeah. But I can't excuse any of it away given some of their previous performances.
Dude, this one is the most troublesome of all of them because I can deal with this is the third time in 4 days where they've had an inning just completely unravel and get away from the starting pitcher. And I can deal with Blair Henley giving up 5 runs in the first inning of his first career start. I didn't know until that day he was going to be starting a Major League Baseball game. It's a little tougher with Spencer Arrighetti because I think there's a little more wrapped up in him in terms of hope. But I can deal with that. Yeah, he had a couple good innings, and then it got away from him in the third. And these innings where it gets away from guys are going to look worse in this day and age where the manager's going to try to squeeze as many pitches out of him as they can, and I think that's what happened with Hunter Brown yesterday. Look, if arms were bionic, Hunter Brown would have been out of there after about 3 or 4 runs. They left him in to set a record, a literal record, for the number of hits given up in under an inning in a Major League Baseball game, 11. The Hunter Brown one is the most troublesome because he was, and I think still is, sadly, viewed as a very key part of the rotation right now. You're counting on Hunter Brown.
I know, but man, you talked yesterday about the difference between the pipeline coming up now and what it used to be before. Yeah. And Hunter Brown was very promising. And look, don't get me wrong, the Astros have had plenty of pitching prospects that haven't worked out. But honestly, like Hunter Brown at this point is starting to feel like the equivalent of a Kenny Pickett, a Dwayne Haskins, like any of these first-round quarterbacks that you're kind of a Josh Rosen. We're like, we're giving him a shot because you gotta have a quarterback. Mm-hmm. Likewise, you gotta have 5 pitchers, and he's up here, and he's got great stuff.
Great stuff.
When he can actually locate it.
Yeah.
Boy, he throws strikes well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That's all I kept thinking yesterday. It's like, look at those beautiful strikes, Sean.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, just keep putting him right up a pitching machine. This guy's like a pitching machine, Sean.
You know who else liked his strikes? Kansas City. They loved him. They loved them some Hunter Brown strikes.
It's like a pitcher's machine that needs a couple new belts. It just, but it still throws straight and true.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
my God.
9 earned runs in 2/3 of an inning, 40 pitches, 11 hits, a walk, no strikeouts. You know I don't like that,
pitches.
Seth. Nothing sexy without the strikeouts there.
What was the previous record of runs without an out in an inning?
Well, I don't know. The record he set was the number of hits. He gave up
number of hits. Okay,
11. He gave up 11 hits in under an inning. That's never happened before. I'm guessing the record was 10. I don't know. Yeah,
I wonder if he did it with fewer pitches too. Like,
Yeah.
that'd be nice. It'd be nice if he hit both the
Mighty
the
efficiency.
record and did it. Yeah,
he got it out of the way. Yeah. Here was Joe Espada yesterday following the game on Hunter Brown.
You know, it was just stuff, too much of the plate, and there was no swing and misses. And I thought he went in there with a good game plan. But, you know, when things just not going your way, that's just the stuff that happens. We got to flush that one out, and he's got to bounce back and be better next time up.
Yeah, I mean and he ain't getting pulled from the rotation. Like they're cobbling a rotation together right now. They don't have an overabundance.
This is the problem with Hunter Brown, as I've told you before.
Yep.
It's in trying to emulate and imitate Justin Verlander. I think perhaps he's maybe he hasn't found his true form, and it's all it does is honestly it makes me more pessimistic about Justin Verlander when I can watch Hunter Brown, a facsimile of Hunter Brown, trying to do his best Justin Verlander impersonation and getting shelled. I transfer that over onto Justin Verlander himself. It's like I Photoshop
the same guy.
Yeah, Justin's face onto his body. This is not a situation like Journey, where I know you and I have both seen Journey in concert, and that new guy, he does an exact impersonation of Steve Perry.
He's amazing. Yeah.
I mean, vocally.
Yeah.
And it just... It's
Filipino, I think, but yeah.
Right. It's pretty... Right. But he does a worse impersonation of Steve Perry, but sounds just as good.
Yeah.
So he's the opposite of Hunter Brown, who does a really good impersonation of Justin Verlander, but just absolutely sucks at it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least it was one of those things. I'm like, all right, well, at least I don't have to watch this game all that closely now. It's. I guess I could go do some things this afternoon. Of course, I subjected myself to the rest of the game, but still.
I hadn't watched Survivor yet, so I watched Survivor, and while I checked in, and they're like, oh yeah, it's still windy and crappy in Kansas City. Okay, there we go.
Were you nervous that Charlie was going to get voted off at any point?
I was surprised by he had a moment of weakness. Spoiler alert for anybody. I was surprised by that.
Yeah.
But then I also wondered, okay, was that something he did also just to as a display around everybody else? Hey, good guy Charlie, he's got a reputation as a really good guy, can also be trusted.
Yeah.
That I can trust this guy, and I think he kind of let himself play the fool and let Q think he was in charge and everything by doing that.
For those who know what we're talking about, Charlie is my daughter Judy's boyfriend, and he's on Survivor. He's a Survivor contestant, and they started with 18 contestants. They're down to 10. I put the number for Charlie at 8.5. I said that's how many eliminations he's going to survive. I put it at 8.5. One more, he hits the over.
The best thing he has going for him is that the only person that has it in for him is like one of the worst human beings I've ever seen on one of these shows. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's almost like...
She's next.
Venus just throws stuff out of any. I don't know if she's next. I think Venus is going to make it to the final three because people see her as such a useful tool.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Charlie's almost getting to the point though. He's played. He's done a good job of acting like the guy who's barely even playing the game, and people really like him and they want to keep him around, just almost based on the basis of personality. But he's actually maybe the sneakiest, slyest one of them all.
Yeah, no.
Whereas Venus is too transparently maneuvering all the time, and she's got no strategy. Q is just as bad as Venus. He's just really smart about it.
Yeah.
He's more charismatic. So Q is just as blatant, but that's going to identify him and expose him as somebody to be feared and to get excised.
Venus is the type that'll, you're right. Her strategy probably is good to survive deep into the game, but not to win. You know what I mean? She'll stick around for a while. Yeah, I'm anxious to see where it goes, man. I mean, obviously, I'm anxious to see where it goes. He's possibly my future son-in-law, so I'm really hoping he wins $1 million. That would be
thinking
great.
about In my head, don't worry, everybody. In my head, I'm thinking of 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats, both who have been president in this century.
I promise.
And in those instances, they very much were kind of like, oh, I guess he's just going to do that and get away with it. But people, they're going to elect him?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's going to get like honestly, bipartisan take. That's what Venus is.
She
We're
is.
like, what? There's no possible way this woman could be elected. Like, oh my gosh, yes, yeah.
That's
she's
a
going to
really
keep going.
good.
Oh wow, she's getting away with it. Oh, dear God.
That is a very good analogy. A very good analogy. All right, so we do what we can. You know what? Let's mix in a little Hunter Brown here. You said, Seth, that after the game he was appropriately disgusted with himself, as he should be. Here was Hunter Brown on what was the worst part of what he did yesterday.
I pretty much left everything over the middle of the dish, whether it was fastball, changeup, curveball, slider. You know, I guess maybe Perez's, ground ball up the middle was a halfway decent pitch, but other than that, no, it's pretty much just a brutal day all around.
that you threw 40 pitches, and you can name the good one that you threw.
He's so much like me when I'm drunk and playing darts. I empathize with him because I'm like, yep, you're just trying to hit that bullseye, but you're so focused on hitting that. You don't feel good about hitting any of the numbers.
Yeah.
So you're like, all right, I'm just gonna focus on hitting the bullseye, and I'm bound to hit a 20 at some point.
Yep.
And but I think he was focusing so hard that he was still actually hitting it over the plate, just having any confidence to put it anywhere else. That wins a bleeper, man. Yeah. It's one of those situations where I think it screws with people's brain to the point where it's almost even when it's not affecting anything you're doing, it's affecting what you're doing. Like if you're throwing darts and you're drunk and you've got like a heavy burlap sack on your over your head.
Yeah, and so then I say, well, what about the other 2 starts Hunter Brown's had this year?
It was windy then as well. This is the thing.
Minute Park.
Yes, it was. There was a crack.
AC.
There was a crack in the roof, and it created a pressure imbalance.
Yeah, so the Astros swept by the Royals, and when we say swept, they were swept by the Royals. 13-3 was the final score yesterday. Back home now for the Rangers. Back to the cozy confines of Minute Maid Park, where they are
awesome.
Where they're 9-26 since August 15th.
Right. But the trend is good.
Yeah.
Right, except for the Yankees games.
They beat Toronto 2 in a row. You're right. They won 2 in a row at home. Yeah.
They are. If you're a Canadian-based team, just watch out.
Look the hell out.
That's why they should put the hockey team in Minute Maid, not Toyota Center.
That's right. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Appreciate you tuning in. Got a lot of stuff to get to. All right. The affidavit for the Shohei Ohtani interpreter indictment, whatever we're calling it, the investigation, it has some incredible stuff in it.
Everybody, if you don't think you want to hear about the Ohtani story, I promise you're wrong.
You're wrong.
I know we had one guy yesterday who was livid. We were talking about this. You've got to hear this stuff. It is nuts.
The affidavit stuff and the text messages and everything are incredible. We're going to get to that coming up next. Also incredible, Ruben Mendoza, the GM at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. WestPointSales.com. WestPointSales.com is the website. Any other website you go to, you're going to a cheap impersonation. They've got over 1,000 new and certified pre-owned vehicles on the
before you buy.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Ohtani interpreter, Ipe Mizuhara, the affidavit, the FBI affidavit, police affidavit, was published yesterday and contains all the details about how this whole thing went down with Mizuhara stealing. Turned out the number was $16 million. We thought it was $4.5 million at first.
It's crazy that a lot of people were incredulous how he could steal $4.5 million without knowing anything, without Ohtani knowing. Now it turns out he stole $16 million at least, and actually everybody believes Ohtani now.
Right. Not everybody.
That's true.
Yeah, like I'm still hearing people that think that that this guy's taking the fall for Ohtani in this. The text evidence alone is enough for me to be like, all right. It's a bingo. If you believe that, if you still believe after this affidavit has come out that Shohei Ohtani is paying Ipe Mizuhara to take the fall for him, you haven't read the story. You haven't read the affidavit. You haven't read the text account of what went on between Mizuhara and this bookie for years, literally years, going back to the fall of 2021 when he opened his account with him. And on top of that, I would say, before we get into a few of the juicy details of this affidavit, I would say that the fact that Shohei Ohtani allowed this to happen, $16 million, I don't want to say it means he's dumb or anything like that. It is a serious issue of negligence of your own money, for sure. I don't think he's an outlier or anything. I think there's other athletes that just don't pay attention to their finances because they have people to do that for them. Shohei just picked a horrible person to do it for him. That's all. But the only thing, if we are taking it as, well, that was really dumb of Shohei, the only thing that would be dumber would be lying to the feds on a big case like this. I just need to remind people, the FBI is involved in this. This is not two kids on a playground,
It's not two kids on the playground, but I think a lot of people, like if you've already got it set in your mind that Ohtani did this because you want it to be true, then you're going to figure out ways where either the FBI is inept or what have you.
Yeah.
For the biggest thing is that there were thousands and thousands of text messages between Ohtani and Mizuhara where gambling was never once mentioned. Yeah. And the paper trail of Ohtani's advisors trying to find out what was going on with this one account that they didn't have access to. The biggest thing by far I've learned in all of this is that, this is a fear of mine going back to childhood, Sean. I was joking, I was kind of joking when I said this, but you think about a blind R&B singer who has to rely on his managers to handle all of his money for him.
Right.
That's what it's like if you don't speak a language and you're relying on your interpreter to handle all your money for you. Mm-hmm. It all of a sudden, it's there's stuff can go missing and you don't even know it was ever supposed to be there in the first place.
Yeah.
And the interpreter, meanwhile, is people are talking to your interpreter as if your interpreter is you. So the interpreter is able to misrepresent anything and everything in your life.
He helped set up the accounts, the interpreter did. He had all the passwords. He had not just the passwords, he had the backup code words and things like that, all the validation information. He had everything. And there were times on the phone where he was representing himself as Ohtani. That was that was one of the funnier parts of the investigation, is that the FBI is listening to recordings of these phone calls to get these wires approved, and they're like, "Wow, Shohei all of a sudden speaks English, huh?"
Really well, yeah.
So,
I was wondering about that. That's where he got it real sloppy. Well, it just goes to show that he's not a criminal mastermind. He's the guy that we had.
A degenerate gambler who got in way over his head and had a rich friend that the bookie knew he had this rich friend and that he was good for it via Shohei Ohtani one way or another. That somehow this money was going to get paid. To me, the juiciest part of this is where Ipe Mizuhara asked for his credit line to be expanded and is kind of texting hey, I'm good for it. I've always been paying here. And so Boyer, the last name of the bookie is Boyer. I think it's Matthew Boyer is the bookie's name. Gives him a bigger line of credit, knowing full well he's who he is. He's Shohei's interpreter. And then they get to about November of 2023, and Ipe has piled up a huge negative number in his account, a huge one, to where he's not paying. And Boyer is trying to get payment out of this guy, and Ipe Mizuhara is ghosting him. He's just not answering his phone. He's doing what degenerate gamblers do, and they're in way over their head, and they're not sure they can get that much money. And November 17th, 2023, Matthew Boyer sends a text to Ipe Mizuhara and says, "Hey, Ipe, it's 2 o'clock on Friday. I don't know why you're not returning my calls. I'm here in Newport Beach, and I see Ohtani walking his dog. I'm just going to go up and talk to him and ask how I can get in touch with you since you're not responding. Please call me back immediately," end quote. I was shocked with how many people thought that this guy actually saw Ohtani walking his dog. There's no way this guy, it just so happens Ohtani's walking his dog.
The only thing about that is maybe did the bookie know for sure whether, I could see it being either way. The thing is, I think sometimes people have a perception that somehow the bookies are always way more violent than most of them are.
Yeah.
I think the bookie in my hometown was just the guy who's, local business owner who, as far as I know, there were never any rumors of him, sinking people in lakes with concrete or anything. It paints a picture of how things were going.
Yeah.
And that basically the bookie thought that Ohtani was in on it. But if you can imagine it this way, because people keep saying, well, why would he extend that credit to an interpreter? A, this is not FICO. It's a bookie. Yeah. And as long as you keep paying your debts off, then he doesn't really care. B, he probably assumes that it's Ohtani. But this is like if you had gone to get a loan, you have bad credit, so you forge your dad's signature as your cosigner.
Yes.
That's how you got the credit. You forged a cosigning, basically.
Yep. Here are the numbers. This is the other thing I thought was, if you want just sort of the magnitude, a grasping of the magnitude of how much this guy was betting. We'll call it Ipe-lytics. How much did he gamble? He was placing 25 bets per day on average. 25 per day. This is my favorite part. Ranging from $10 to $160,000. And for me, as somebody who used to bet old school like Ipe was, you call up a bookie and place your bets, I'm just picturing Ipe going, give me $10 on the Vikings, $25 on the Packers, give me $160,000 on the Dolphins.
Yeah, which one?
I like to think he was doing 10 and $160,000 on the same card, on the same phone call.
In this way, Mitsuhara is very similar to Warren Buffett, in that, Warren Buffett,
this will be good,
mega billionaire. Yeah. But, if you ever seen his morning routine, he goes to McDonald's and he's got, the exact change for the Egg McMuffin that he's going to get.
Okay.
And all of this. So, yeah, I think there's a... It's a much completely different version of Warren Buffett.
Between 10 and 160. He placed 19,000 bets over a 3-year period.
19,000 bets over a 3-year period, forging quite a relationship with this Bowyer, or however you pronounce it. It's spelled Bowyer.
Yeah.
I think Siri, when she reads these stories to me, pronounces it Boyer as well. So let's go with Siri's pronunciation.
Sounds good to me.
Let me ask you this, Sean, because you had this question.
Yeah.
This is what you were skeptical of originally. Because I'm 100%. After thousands of people have accused me of being overly naive and believing that there's plausibility to Ohtani's side, I'm not going to gloat too much today. But you were skeptical that Mitsuhara would be able to just keep his gambling in general a secret from Shohei Ohtani. Because Ohtani, I believe originally Ohtani professed to know nothing at all about his gambling issues. You were skeptical of that.
I was.
What does that now do? Can you envision now how he was able to keep it separate from Ohtani?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Now that as you pointed out, the text messages is a very telling thing. And just to give you an idea, they have the text messages that the FBI combed through.
Yeah.
Both between Ipe and the bookie and Ipe and Shohei, 9,700 pages worth.
Right.
It's
pages.
Pages, yeah. It's pages and pages and pages of text between them, and they didn't find anything. So yeah,
but I think the thing that you were skeptical of was that since you've known problem gamblers before, is that the actual problem gambler would be able to avoid talking about referencing all this just gambling in general.
Yeah,
not just whatever involved in Ohtani, but you thought it was unlikely that Mitsuhara would be able to disguise his gambling or hide his gambling.
That he wouldn't accidentally. You're around somebody 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
That you wouldn't accidentally drop something. I was skeptical of that. Maybe where I was being a little too. Maybe where I was projecting a little too much is that as somebody who does gamble, I've never had a gambling problem like this. I like to gamble. But as you've pointed out, I've had people around me in my inner circle who've had gambling issues. Is that if you do gamble, you can kind of sniff out the behavior sometimes. And Shohei just strikes me as somebody who is completely naive to stuff like that.
Right, and there's the language gap too. So you're able to conduct, Mitsuhara is able to conduct some conversations in English.
Yep.
And I've just known too many people that had like multiple relationships with multiple women at the same time, where each one of those women completely thought they were the only one and all these other women were psycho. Like I've seen some pretty crazy stuff.
I underestimate the ability of somebody who is sociopathic about something to be able to mask the behavior, probably. But man, that's the explanation. This guy had access to all the Shohei stuff, and he went to town, man. He went to work.
What do you think? Like, what do you think, Ohtani? Do you think he ever suspected anything?
No.
He's just
No.
that. This is where him being like, and honestly, when I put myself in his shoes, like, he does a lot of things. Ohtani follows a lot of the advice that we all wish we could all follow all the time. Like his singular focus on what he's passionate about, his ability to eliminate distractions from his life and to live frugally. And then also when it comes to his money, probably not fixate on the money side of things, just focus on the actual process of his job. And in doing so, it created a perfect environment where if somebody was willing to violate his trust, it was actually going to be relatively easy to do because he was so insulated from everything else.
Do you think that this was the only thing that Ipe was doing where he was impersonating Ohtani, or do you think he was doing other things?
No, didn't he do something with trading cards? Didn't he?
Yeah.
That's right. I think he was probably getting hotel reservations, or restaurant reservations. He probably
cutting in front of everybody? Yeah.
I think he was trying to get discounts at the Motel 6 by calling up and saying, "This is Shohei Ohtani." Shohei Ohtani on the line here, his interpreter technically, but you know the deal.
Do you think he was on Tinder or dating apps as Shohei Ohtani by any chance?
Not as Shohei Ohtani, but as a representative of Shohei Ohtani.
Okay.
He was, I think he probably did a lot of stuff where he's like, well, I'm Shohei Ohtani, and you know I'm good for it.
Okay.
So, hey, I want to send a car over for my buddy Ipe, okay?
Right.
I'm Shohei Ohtani. You know I'm good for it. And then the car would show up and take Ipe Ohtani.
Yelp reviews, you think? Stuff like that?
Yes, Yelp reviews. Yes, exactly. This is Shohei Ohtani's interpreter here. So, basically the same thing as Ohtani.
God.
This is the worst Japanese restaurant in San Francisco. I'll tell you that much.
Shohei is a tough audience at these restaurants, man. One star.
What would be worse, losing $16 million a year or coming off as way too online?
A Karen.
Yeah,
if I had Shohei's resources, I'd rather lose $16 million than be thought of as a Karen.
Shohei Ohtani is a toxic, banned from Texags. Yeah. Ohtani has gotten way too toxic on Texags. Damn it. The guy comes on here and is just like, everything's an emergency and everything's racial.
You know who's got the hottest Jimbo Fisher takes?
You know what?
Shohei Ohtani.
You're not going to believe what Ohtani said about black quarterbacks on Texags. Oh, man. I imagine everybody, there's Ohtani's interpreter has 29 different online avatars posing as Ohtani himself.
Ohtani's like, well, now I know why Mookie Betts hasn't been talking to me since I got here.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, see, that was fun. The Ohtani affidavit to the one guy who's like, no, anything else. Yeah, no, man. That was some good stuff. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to some headlines. We have to. The Astros, they lose yesterday. God, this is torture. The game being on replay in studio has really sucked so far this year. They're right in the middle of the first inning right now. That thing is a light blue pinwheel, the base paths. My God. All right, we'll get to that in headlines. Rockets in headlines. OJ is dead. We'll get to all that coming up next. Yeah, he's dead.
No,
he's still dead.
I didn't even know.
Still dead.
Oh, gosh. All right. Hey, actual news. Bayway Chevrolet. Somewhere you want to get to.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
It was just too much of the plate, and there was no swing and misses. And I thought he went in there with a good game plan. But when things just not going your way, that's just the stuff that happens. We gotta flush that one out, and he's got to bounce back and he'd be better next time up.
Hey, Joe Espada, he didn't have no swing and misses. He's talking about Hunter Brown there. That was Astros manager Joe Espada following yesterday's 13-3 loss to the Royals, in which Hunter Brown, gave up 9 runs in the first inning on 11 hits before being removed after 2/3 of an inning. But he didn't get no swing and miss. He did have 1 swing and miss among those 40 pitches, man. All right? Let's be truthful about it, Joe Espada.
We've grown accustomed now where this is maybe the one thing that we took from the previous GM, who, by way of Tampa, loved in Tampa they loved using those openers and they have closers, they have openers. And we've got openers who come out and pitch a third of an inning.
Not by design.
Right, and they're the worst openers ever.
They are.
You know what they are? You know what the Astros openers are, Sean?
What are they?
They're the store that's never open on time.
Yes.
When you go and there's a cluster of people waiting near the front doors every now and then. So it's like it's my turn to go up and see if the motion detector is working and open it up.
I want to name so many names right now.
It's nothing worse than being Best Buy is the worst, man. People are, I think it's sometimes at Best Buy, when you're there at 10 a.m. on the weekend, people are like agitating to get whatever they need for their gaming or what have you. People get grumpy.
They do.
It's like hurricane season almost.
I had a few people text in saying, hey, do you think Hunter Brown was tipping his pitches yesterday? Here's what Joe Espada had to say about that.
You know what? We haven't looked at any of that, but we'll look and we'll see the executions and if he could have done any better or stuff like that. But right now, we're just going to put that one behind us and get ready for homestand.
Hey, because the problem, it's such a mountain of problems right now for the Astros.
Yeah.
And because I guess, yesterday, by the time this particular player was coming in and spitting the bit, the game was already basically over. But Brian Abreu was sure supposed to be a really important part of the back end of the bullpen this year, and he gave up 3 more runs yesterday, gave up 3 home runs yesterday, and has a 9.53. No, I'm sorry, he gave up 1 home run yesterday. He gave up a 3-run homer yesterday. He has a 9.53 ERA early on here. He's been terrible early on, Brian Abreu.
I almost where it's way too easy to blame managers or coaches at any given moment, especially early in a baseball season.
Yeah.
But it's tough with each successive year not to think more and more about, man, was Brent Strom really just a wizard? Yeah, is it and I don't want to put it all on Josh Miller or anything, but gosh, it's getting in any given situation where you're hoping for the best, you're not just getting the worst, you're getting the absolute 100% worst.
Terrible.
No, it's not fair to expect, especially the 2 rookie call-up pitchers, when they're called up before the team actually thinks they're ready or wants to.
Yeah.
Hard to pin it on there, but we're guys like Abreu or Belak or any given Ryan Presley. I don't know. They're all professionals. I can't blame Josh Miller for those guys.
This Hunter Brown thing is a big problem. Henley I didn't know existed till Monday. Arrighetti is up way earlier than he should be. I can deal with that. Hunter Brown is a key piece of this team's future. If Framber Valdez is not going to sign a long-term contract here, if Justin Verlander is winding down, if the rest of the guys are either can't stay healthy like Urquidy or are coming off of Tommy John, like Hunter Brown, given his stuff, is still considered a key part of this team's future. It wasn't just yesterday. He was bad in his last start, the one that was on Apple TV last week, where he gave up a bunch of runs to the Rangers. And then I was at his first start against the Yankees, and he didn't give up a ton of runs in that start, but, man, he only pitched 4 innings because he threw 90 pitches. He's not been good in any of his 3 starts yet. And he had a good spring, too. He had a good spring. So this is very disappointing. Of
those 2, like J.P. Francis pitched 11 1/3 innings. He's got a 4.76 ERA.
Yeah.
Just not early in the season, nothing to freak out about there. Hunter Brown has pitched 2 innings and has a 16.43 ERA. Might take a while to come back from that. You want to hear the double-digit ERA club right now?
Yes, sure.
Okay, double-digit ERA club. Hunter Brown, 16. Ryan Presley, I'll just round up or down in all of these.
Okay.
Ryan Presley, ERA of 12.
Yeah.
Spencer Arrighetti, ERA of 21.
Yeah.
Rafael Montero, I'll say 2.84 for him. He's not double. I don't know why I even mentioned him.
Yeah.
Parker Mashinsky, 11.
Yeah.
Blair Henley, 135. And even 135, I didn't have to round on that one.
That was a triple. He's in the triple-digit ERA club.
Yeah.
We have a triple-digit ERA club. We have a double and a triple.
I had to mention Montero just because I think, like immediately you're like, yeah, that Montero. Oh, yeah, wait, Montero's been reasonably okay.
He has until yesterday. He was not good again. He wasn't great yesterday. So Astros lose. They're back at it against the Rangers this weekend at home, where they are 9-25 since August 18th of last year. All right, on to the Rockets. They lose to the Utah Jazz last night, 124-121. I watched the first half of this game. The Rockets put up almost 40 points in the first quarter. They looked really good. They let the Jazz hang around. Boy, this Jazz team is a sad sack bunch, man. Like, they've got a bunch of guys on this team that don't even physically look like they belong in the NBA. Like, they look like rec league. This Kenny Lofton Jr., I don't think he's related to the Kenny Lofton. I think he's actually from Texas. Is Kenny Lofton Jr. He's got a boiler that hangs over his waistband. They've got guys that, man, that's rough. And the Rockets lost to them last night, 124-121. So the best the Rockets can at 500. They're 39-41. They've got Portland tonight, and then they've got the Clippers on Sunday. So 39-41, the best we can get is a 500 record out of this squad.
So Udoka's quote that I found interesting was, habits are hard to break and mentalities are hard to change. That's why we are where we are record-wise and not achieving our goals. You'd be better off saying you don't want to play and getting people out there that really want to play.
He had to call a couple timeouts in the first half that I watched yesterday that were solely based on stupidity and effort.
Yeah.
They had a big lead early in this game, and they just let the Jazz hang around all night.
It's as much progress as they've made, and as much headway as he's made with changing the culture. I feel like in Udoka's mind, he's still seeing a lot of glaring stuff that still needs to be addressed and fixed. Over the next, it doesn't. You're not going to fix it in the off season. Just get right back to work next summer or next fall when you get back in camp.
They're a better basketball team than they were, but they're not a good basketball team. He's striving for good.
Yeah, he knows that. Yeah.
He's striving for good. All right, O.J. Simpson passed away yesterday. Right as the show was coming to an end yesterday. Man, much like the Stephon Diggs trade, O.J. waited until right before his family waited till right before our show was over to tweet it out. Tweeted out from his Twitter account, which I don't know if
the advice of Nick Caserio, I'm guessing.
I don't know if this was something the family did yesterday, or if this was the way OJ had it set up all along. But he has one of those Twitter accounts where you cannot reply to his tweets.
You can't reply to it? Reply. Comments are disabled.
Yeah. You can't even. Not that I was looking to reply to any of the tweets. Honestly, the tweets that I found most curious yesterday were the Hall of Fame and the Heisman Trust putting out, we mourn the passing of O.J. Simpson tweets. I'm like, it's okay to not say anything. I know that y'all are into it only matters what happened on the field stuff. The Pro Football Hall of Fame people wear that on their sleeve like it's a badge of courage or something like that we ignore the off-field stuff and only look at the on-field stuff. It doesn't mean you've got to put a condolences tweet out the day that some guy like this dies.
I know, this is what I did not understand. I did not understand at all about the headlines yesterday. And it was the majority of the headlines. They would be something along the lines of O.J. Simpson, NFL Hall of Famer, and acquitted of murder, dies. Like, what do you know? Like, do you need to explain who O.J. Simpson is first? And if you're going to explain him, like, you can't just leave it at that. Like, oh, yeah, the guy who was acquitted of murder. There's a little bit more to the story than that. My God. What the hell's wrong with you, American publications?
Yeah, headline writers. What do you think the cutting off point is, the age point where people only know OJ from the Bronco chase and the murders and have no capacity for what he was as a football player?
I'd say probably our age.
Yeah.
Right? When was his last year as a football player? I mean, we were still watching the NFL.
Late 70s.
Yeah, and so the thing was that when we grew up, we were still watching a lot of those NFL films, documentaries that times go back and talk about like various either Jim Brown or O.J. Simpson or something.
Yeah.
Or not even, they weren't documentaries, but you know what I mean. The VHS tapes and all that.
Yeah.
So probably about our age. I think most people younger than that, they don't even know him as like the Naked Gun actor, or I think Landry, I don't think, this isn't an insult to Landry, it's just we're like, I think Landry probably didn't understand the reference I made about the Hertz commercials yesterday, because I don't think...
Those were legendary commercials.
Yeah, most people wouldn't even realize that he was had iconic car rental commercials.
They're probably on YouTube. Go look him up if you're younger and you want to go. He's jumping over suitcases. He's running through the airport like O.J. Simpson running through a defense.
He's either running to an airplane or away from allegations.
That's right. Yeah, depending on your age. Yeah,
I've got to get to a state with
I got to get to
strict extradition laws,
non-extradition country. Stat.
I'm trying to get to Brazil.
That's right.
I hear football's big there.
That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Back to the Astros. Reggie Jackson was on John Heyman's podcast earlier this week, maybe yesterday. I saw the video yesterday. 60 seconds of audio from Reggie Jackson was enough to scare me about how the Astros are being run right now.
Oh, no.
We'll have that for you coming up next. Nothing scary about West Point Lincoln, though. If you're scared about anything, I think the thing...
contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the Astros are a mess. They're 4-10. They three out of 4 games this week. They basically just had one inning implode on them, and that was curtains in each of those games. And yesterday was the worst one yet. Hunter Brown, 9 runs, 2/3 of an inning, and they lose to the Royals 13-3. Back home for the Rangers this weekend, and we'll see what happens from there. Reggie Jackson was on John Heyman's podcast. John Heyman, longtime baseball writer, and Reggie Jackson, I don't know what his title is. He's an advisor to Jim Crane. I know that. He's
one of the many people that orbit Jim Crane who don't necessarily have an official duty. They're just there for advice and expertise in any way that maybe Jim Crane sees fit, just like Bagwell and Biggio.
Bagwell and Biggio, yeah. And, in fact, Reggie Jackson actually laid that out. John Heyman asked him about some of the moves that they've made, moves they didn't make, moves they might make, and Reggie Jackson first laid out how the whole decision-making process works with the leadership team.
We have a great leadership group with our GM. Also, we have a couple of other advisors, and Craig Biggio and Jeff Bagwell, who are very much involved in our decision-making. I'm involved. Jim takes those decisions together, listens to our management and coaching staff on the field, talks to our GM and his staff, and then, of course, some of the analytics come into the future of a player, and our decisions are made that way, along with being fiscally responsible.
Okay, so that's the structure, loosely. Like how he dropped analytics in there. Felt a little like he was checking a box to me. Jeff Luna, honestly, if they asked Jeff Luna about it back in the day, he probably wouldn't even mention analytics. You know what I mean?
Wonder,
it's just baked into the whole thing.
Well, every team has a bunch of quants down there in their basement doing whatever they do.
Like Reggie was doing a solid for the analytics people right there by mentioning
I feel like it's wonder, and I think what people worry about sometimes is, all right, how much weight? He just mentioned people that had roles in the organization, but what's the weighted percentage for each of those guys?
Yeah.
Is there an entire department of either analytics people or baseball scouts or anything who only count for 15% of what Jim Crane listens to, compared to maybe Bagwell at 38%?
Yeah.
I think that's what makes people nervous.
Yeah. So that's the leadership, Tan. And that 30 seconds paints a picture to me. I'm going to get to this other bit of audio here before give our overall assessment on this and why I'm nervous about this. It definitely has a feel of a lot of cooks in the kitchen. Too many, maybe? A lot of cooks in the kitchen. And no mention of Dana Brown by name, just mention of Here was a specific thing from Reggie Jackson. The Blake Snell decision. The decision that the price of poker got too high for them to acquire Blake Snell.
Being fiscally responsible, I think, is what kicked us out of the Snell deal. He signed a 2-year deal, I want to say, for 62. That's too much for him. He's been hurt a couple of times. And I think there's incentives on top of that. He's also got an option on his own, and between the 4 or 5 people that make the decisions with the Astros, we don't play that game.
Yeah, I hear the 4 or 5 people making decisions for the Astros. This terrifies me. I'll be honest with you. This terrifies me that you've got 3 old school guys in the room with the owner who has the right to do whatever he wants. I will concede that. It's his team. He can do what he wants. So I'm not even going to pull Jim Crane and his decisions and what he likes or doesn't like. He's gotten some wrong for sure, but whatever. He's been a great owner for the last 7 years. Dana Brown, the GM, I can't listen to those 2 bits of audio, Seth, and even get mad at Dana Brown for things that are going bad with the team. And I don't know if I can get mad at him moving forward. I don't know how much of these decisions are even being made by Dana Brown right now.
I was on one of the national broadcasts, because remember there were 19 national broadcasts in the first 5 games. In one of the national broadcasts, one of the commentators had just kind of casually that Jim Crane was maybe in the top 5 in the league when it came to owner involvement in negotiations and things like that. And that's always, I think that can sometimes be a good thing, but I think usually it scares people when it's weird, but sometimes the GM is the guy who best protects the owner from himself.
Yes.
Like, in good GMs take that responsibility. Like, they're like, okay, the good GM tries to be a traffic cop for anybody that might get too impatient or might get too impulsive at any given moment, including the owner. Because a lot of GMs feel like, okay, it's kind of like if you're an accountant for a rock star. You're like, all right, I got to be sure that this guy, doesn't go like too widely out of orbit on this tour. Like, yeah, he wants to have 4 tour buses, and he just flat out, it's a waste of money. I know he's the boss, but I got to try to convince him that he doesn't need 4 tour buses.
Yeah.
That's Jim Crane, rock star.
Rock star. Jim.
But kind of in that, like, kind of scary part of the rockumentary where they've had some success. They start messing around with, all of a sudden they got all these people on tour that don't need to be there, and it gets kind of scary.
Yeah, no. If we're categorizing owners here, Jim Crane, yeah, very involved. At least he's involved and willing to invest. So I will say that, like, when you have owners that are cheap and involved, it gets really bad.
Yeah, I know. I see people calling Jim Crane cheap. You got to realize that they're spending above their weight limit this year in terms of market size compared to they're in the salary. They're not a top 3 revenue producing team.
To be clear,
he's not cheap.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's absolutely not. And to be clear, the audio I played there is way less about the decision to get out on Blake Snell. I mean, they sure could use Blake Snell right now because the starting rotation is injured, and the guys who are there, other than Ronel Blanco and kind of Christian Javier, has been bad. So, yeah, like, the look is bad that you're 4-10, and Blake Snell might have been a big help. I have no idea how Snell's doing for the Giants, admittedly. Haven't followed. Got too many problems here with the Astros. The whole 4 or 5 guy, you got the Dave Clark 5 here doing the decision making here. It's a committee of 5, including the owner, making these decisions. I just look back at the heyday for the Astros, early in this dynasty. And I can't imagine Jeff Luhnow operating in an environment where he's got to take input from Craig Biggio, Jeff Bagwell, and Reggie Jackson. And they are considered voting members in these decisions. You know what I mean?
The things that made, what made you the team that you are? A lot of it was a culture of defying conventional wisdom, and that's where I think there's always got to be a balance there. You always got to, you don't want to get to the Jack Easterby part where you think that defying conventional wisdom is the only thing that matters, and that as long as you're defying conventional wisdom, then you're thinking outside the box and everything is awesome. You don't want to go that far, obviously. But you also, I don't think you want to, when what made you great was bucking trends, doing things different than everybody else had done them for generations. I think that, relying on more and more people that not just chafe against analytics, but are very much rooted in doing things the old school way. You've strayed from the core of what made you what you are,
Yeah, in a big way. I mean, it's not just one voice you've got there. Craig Biggio, Jeff Bagwell, Reggie Jackson, all of whom Hall of Fame players, tremendous players. And that they're part of the organization, cool, but that it feels like this 5-man committee making decisions.
Honestly, there could be no better metaphor for it than the often used phrase, just turn over the back of the baseball card. Look at the back of a Brady's baseball card, where you see what? Oh yeah, a whole bunch of conventional stats and a whole bunch of gumption and got to, and here we go. Like, it's just, that's I've got a room full of nerds with advanced degrees, or look at the back of the baseball card.
Yeah.
Have you considered this? I would love. I want any of these guys to show up in court as expert witnesses in a murder trial and be like, well, have you considered this? And out of the back, they pull O.J. Simpson's rookie card. They're like, have you considered this, Your Honor? Have you considered this?
Right.
Yeah. Just look at him. Look at him run in the snow.
So this terrifies me. I'm just going to say it right now. Those 2 bits of audio from Reggie Jackson, I think this team, this version of the Astros this year, can pull this thing out of the no playoff team. I do. They're going to get guys back. Yeah. It's not, the hitting is going to come through at some point. I don't know that they're winning 95 games this year or anything like that, but they've got too many good players to be, 4-10 proportionally all year long. This scares me more about the future. The same way I was scared yesterday, Seth, about the fact that we're in this triage situation now where guys are getting hurt, this and that, and there's no solutions anywhere. We have a horrible first base situation. There's no solution anywhere in the system. We have pitching issues. There are no solutions anywhere in the system. We're running out of answers. This is the group that's supposed to find those answers, and I don't feel good about it at all.
I know the people that come at you that you get frustrated with are the ones that will say, hey, it's not my money. When you believe that a deal was bad or what have you, like you're criticizing the Abreu deal, and people will say, well, it's not your money. He can do whatever he wants with it. No. It's very much the team's money, and they can do whatever they want with it. But like the reason people will make accusations of an owner being cheap in this instance, it's not that he's not spending money; it's that he's spending way too much money on stuff that's not helping out at all. So yeah, he has to be cheap with like a Blake Snell. Oh, $30 million a year on a short-term contract is too much for Blake Snell. My ass. It's too cheap. You don't have the money to spend on it because you spent money on Abreu.
Yep.
Like that's why it's too expensive for you.
Yep.
It's not that Blake Snell's contract got too expensive. It's that the money isn't being spent appropriately elsewhere.
Text message. We're getting a lot of texts on Joe Espada. Not a Joe Espada fan. He sounds so lame. Text message. I'm out on Joe and Dana. Text message. The dynasty is dying. This is the challenge. I think this might be perceptually in this town one of the biggest challenges Joe Espada is going to have that his predecessors, both Dusty Baker and to a lesser extent A.J. Hinch, didn't have. Yeah. The advantage that those two had over Joe Espada. Joe Espada is going to be operating here for now and in the near future in a city where the other two head coaches are immensely popular. And they're dogs. They are guys with big personalities that you can get behind in Ime Udoka and D'Amico Ryans. And, you hear a Joe Espada cut, and Joe seems like I don't know him at all, but he seems like a really nice guy. I don't know how good a manager he is. His team stinks right now. But he seems like a guy. At 4-10, Ime Udoka, I think, would still be rallying the troops. At 4-10, D'Amico Ryans, I think there would still be a belief. And here's the thing. Both those teams are going to be good for a while. And we don't know what the Astros are going to be. And Joe Espada is operating in this environment where Dusty Baker had the advantage of not only managing a good team, but when you're looking around the city on the aggregate, on the macro, Seth, and it's Steven Silas and David Culley and Lovie Smith, and during A.J. Hinch, it's kind of docile Mike D'Antoni and Bill O'Brien, who everybody hated towards the end. That this is going to be a tricky environment city-wise for Joe Espada to exist in with Ime and with D'Amico.
People aren't going to be placated by a soft-spoken head coach in a time of strife like this. This is not, and Espada feels a little bit like you're. There's a fire down the street. Who should we call? Get Mr. Rogers on it. He'll be like, get him on the bucket brigade. That's right. And like, no, nobody's saying that. That's what you need an ass kid. You need somebody who's going to kick butt, right? And Espada is very much of a, comes in wearing a cardigan and let's talk about your feelings type of guy. David Culley, for instance, it was not going to wear well with a guy with Culley. I mean, there was more than just his soft-spoken persona and demeanor. Yeah, it was a lot more than that.
Yeah.
I would love to be able to pin a bunch of this on Espada. It's just the problem is the actual real problems so far have been they've been things that Espada was not going to fix. Espada wasn't all of a sudden turn Blair Henley into an awesome pitcher. And they won that game. Espada, I don't think Espada is all of a sudden responsible for Hunter Brown maybe just not being a good major league pitcher. Like all of these things are systemic things. The problems with the problems with the pitching staff and whole, the starting pitchers' injuries, all of that stuff. That stuff that was there last year with Dusty, it's here this year with Espada. I think I always felt like Dusty did a lot of stuff that deserved criticism, but it got to the point. It got to a toxic point where everybody wanted to blame everything on Dusty, and I think people are starting to advance to that. Some people are starting to advance to that spot with Espada super fast.
Yeah, I mean, these texts are really interesting. I'm a month away from saying trade Bregman, Tucker, Presley, and retool for a year or two from now.
Yeah, right. I mean, yeah, that's extreme. I'm just trying to think, okay, that compared to what should Espada have done right now to get them out of this? I'm honestly asking, what should have Espada done in the first, what's the record now? 4-10. 4-10. To start out 4-10 to where they'd actually have a winning record right now.
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't have an answer.
I mean, I'm genuinely asking, what would make you feel? Everything that would have needed to happen for this team to be good, how much control did Espada have over any of those things?
Yeah. Normally I'd say he's playing Abreu too much, but they have no solution behind Abreu right now.
Right.
It's that's and he's made some curious in-game decisions, but that's not losing.
Right,
they're not 4-10 because of that.
Pinch hitting Singleton.
Yeah.
All right, that would be one of those things. But part of that is all right. Well, they also. Singleton's the guy they have. Inserting Singleton over Dubon or what have you, those are things that maybe could have salvaged a game or two.
Yeah.
But when so much of the issue is the pitching in general and the health of the pitching, it's just hard to say. Yeah, he's made curious decisions, but given, last year, we were upset with Dusty because he wasn't playing Yainer Diaz more.
Yep.
This year, I think I'm cool with the way the catchers are being deployed. I can't possibly be mad that they're not playing John Singleton more than Abreu.
Right.
They're just I don't know what you're going to do.
Dude, how far would Yainer's home run yesterday have gone if there was no wind? he hit that thing. He hit that. I mean, it made the score 9-1, so it's kind of lost in the shuffle. But when he hit that, and we saw what the wind was doing in the first few games, I'm like, that thing landed beyond, at the top of the bleachers in left field. That thing would have gone 500 feet if there were no wind. That was crazy. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, good question to the Utopia mailbag about the Texans. You have to pick one Texan, player, coach, exec, whatever, to win a major award for the 2024 season. I've got a list of these. Who is it for you? I'll run that by Seth as well. That's coming up next. But first, Suit Mark.
texansturf.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. So, good question from a listener to the Utopia Football Podcast in the mailbag. Believe it was from Michael, if I'm not mistaken.
Good job, Michael.
Way to go, Michael. You got to pick one Texan player, coach, or executive to win a major award for the upcoming season. Who would it be? And I think there's four distinct possibilities. I'll say this, maybe they draft somebody who gets in on the Rookie of the Year conversation. I think the fact that, this roster probably doesn't have a whole lot of room for rookies to make a huge impact this year, which feels good, right? I mean,
right, yeah.
Plus, they're not picking as of right now until 42, so by definition, they're going to be drafting rookies that probably have a diminished chance of winning Rookie of the Year. Although Puka almost won it last year, he was a fifth-round pick, so who knows? But I think there's four possibilities here that fit this question. See, the obvious one is C.J. Stroud winning the MVP of the league. He's 9-1 right now. He's tied for third on the odds board behind Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, ironically, and then he's tied with Joe Burrow for third.
That's the Josh Allen one is interesting. I think just most guessing the perception that if the Bills are going to be good, it's going to be off of Josh Allen doing some heroic things, and especially perhaps a rookie or two wide receivers.
Yeah, that's a great point, Seth. That has more to do with if the Bills are good, what it's going to look like, than the likelihood that the Bills are going to be good. You know what I mean? Like because I don't think it's likely they're going to be that great, but if they are, it's Josh Allen.
CJ is going to have to fight against a little bit, not as much, but a little bit of the narrative out in San Francisco, which is, Brock Purdy. Well, look, he's got Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle. That's an embarrassment of riches. Of course, anybody could be a good quarterback there. CJ doesn't have as much of that, but I think people will point to the three wide receivers. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying I agree with it, everybody, just to put down your weapons. But people are going to say, or voters will say, well, he's got those three wide receivers. I mean, it's unfair compared to what Josh Allen was working with.
Yeah. I think if the Texans win 12 games, I think CJ's got a great shot at it. I think that's the barometer. Because if they win 12 games, they're probably winning the division, and they're in the conversation for number one overall seed. I think that might get him there.
Who was the number one?
Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes, Mahomes.
I don't know. Mahomes at this point has a little bit of the LeBron thing going, doesn't he? Where it's like you got to outdo your best really to get acknowledgement as the MVP.
Maybe.
And last year he wasn't an MVP performer at all, not even close to it. But his heroics were in the postseason. I wouldn't put him top if I were a handicapping man.
He might be at that stage where voters, they're bored voting for him for MVP. That's what it got with LeBron. It got that way with Michael Jordan, and I don't feel any shame at all comparing Patrick Mahomes to either of those guys. He's the Michael Jordan of this league. DeMeco Ryans Coach of the Year. This is a tricky one because DeMeco, typically you win Coach of the Year by doing one of two things. And there are exceptions, but generally speaking, you are either a first-year head coach who does what DeMeco did last year, which is take an awful team and turn them into a good team against all odds, or you're an established coach whose team is one of the one or two or at worst three best teams in football. You're winning 14, 13 games, something like that. So DeMeco obviously has already, he missed the boat on the first one by one vote. He lost. He actually finished in a tie for Coach of the Year last year and lost in a tiebreaker. I think the Texans for DeMeco do need to be like the number one seed in the AFC for him to win Coach of the Year, I think.
Do you think the one that's weird now, Dayball when he won it was a rookie head coach, right? Mm-hmm. That was his first year. It was 2022. That was the one. Usually you need at least 11 wins. Dayball got it going 9-7-1, which I think more than anything is a reflection on how much people hate Daniel Jones more so than anything else.
Yes.
Like that was he won Coach of the Year because people couldn't believe that Daniel Jones actually was going to the playoffs.
That's right.
And on that, you got to win 11 games. It's very, very rare to get it without winning 11 games. And the Texans have a tougher schedule this year. I think for DeMeco to win the Coach of the Year this year, I almost don't want it because I feel like it would mean that C.J. Stroud got injured.
Oh, like Stefanski last year?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, that's one of the exceptions. Like Stefanski was neither of those things in 2023 that I just outlined. But, like, that's an exceptional thing in the eyes of the voters was, man, he won games with 4 different starting quarterbacks.
Yeah, I think they've got enough names on offense now that even though they weren't names before D'Amico took over the team, I think they have enough names on offense now that the thing that would make D'Amico a coach of the year is if the defense ends up being a top 3 defense.
Yeah.
People look at it kind of like, well, boy, it really became D'Amico's team this year, and as good as the offense was, it was the defense that was their calling card.
That's a good point. Win a bunch of games and have a monster defense. I like that.
Yeah, so I think I do want D'Amico to win Coach of the Year as long as it doesn't involve a C.J. Stroud. It doesn't. This is the one codicil. It cannot involve a C.J. Stroud injury.
Okay, I like that.
I'm very specific in my wants, Sean.
Third one, Will Anderson, Defensive Player of the Year. This feels like the least likely.
That's what I want.
I want it all.
That's what I want, yeah.
Yeah.
No, you know what I don't want? I don't want that. I would love for him to have that, but if I have to choose between all of those, we've seen up close and personal 3 times that winning Defensive Player of the Year doesn't guarantee you an incredible football team.
Yep.
So I think that's the one that has maybe that's the one that has the least effect on just how actually happy we are. I feel like if CJ wins the MVP, you're almost assuredly a team that's threatening to go deep in the playoffs.
Yeah.
If D'Amico wins MVP with this current squad, I think it means they're a really, really good football team. I mean, Defensive Player of the Year, they could win 4 games and Will Anderson could win Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah. Last one, Nick Caserio, Executive of the Year.
I'm just pessimistic that he'll get it. I would love for him to get it. It would be nice for him, but we've seen way too often the executive of the year ends up on his butt in the street 2 years later, and that everybody thinks he was the worst GM ever.
I think maybe
Ryan Grigson.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm a little more bullish on his chances of getting that. Executive-wise, he's been the star of this offseason. You know, a lot of it is first impressions, and the first impressions for executives are made in March and April. And so he's off to a hell of a start. I don't know that they put out odds on Executive of the Year. These other ones they put out odds on every 2 weeks, it feels like. But I think, Nick, if the Texans win the division and are like a 2 seed in the AFC, I think Nick's got a really good shot. I think he might have the second best shot of these 4 guys behind CJ at MVP.
Man, I'll just start off so people know what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. It really all started off back in 2010 with Scott Pioli. Scott Pioli was the GM of the year in 2007 for the Patriots. That worked out well for him. He got a job, but he ended up with the Chiefs and left, I don't want to say in disgrace, but in a lot of people's minds in disgrace. Trent Baalke from the 49ers, it would be a rocky road. Ryan Grigson.
Horrible.
Just one of the most...
He's terrible.
Yeah, like one of the least respected GMs of this century, I think. He won GM of the year in 2012. So John Dorsey of the Chiefs. That made sense, actually. But Jerry Jones won it in 2014. No, I don't need it. I don't respect the award. Yeah. I think it's a bogus award that's too much like rewarding chance things, and a lot of times the really good GMs actually don't get honored because they're doing things that are either just too boring or what have you.
Someone said,
did Ozzie Newsome ever win it?
Win Executive of the Year? I don't know. You've got the
I don't
list.
think he did.
Really?
I don't think Ozzie Newsome won it a single time.
And
there you go. That's all you need to know about it.
Yeah, you could argue that he's been the best executive in the league in this century, in the 2000s. Ravens GM, long time, for those who don't know. Someone texts in Tank Dell, Comeback Player of the Year. I thought about Comeback Player of the Year, and this is not to minimize how quickly Tank has come back from his injury, nor the season I think he's going to have. I think Tank Dell's going to have a huge season this year. I really do. Broken leg in week 13 is typically not going to. It's
not as inspirational.
It's not
of a comeback, right?
Yeah. It's got to be like Joe Burrow, for example, probably has a better chance because he's a higher profile player who will probably lead the Bengals to 12 wins this year.
They don't even listen to the thing too. He broke his fibula, which is, as anybody will tell you, like like it doesn't recognize in like when people say to point to your shin bone.
Yeah,
like you're pointing to your tibia. Like people call it they ignore it completely when they say, "Oh, I hurt my shin bone."
It's barely a bone. It's like Pluto was as a planet for a while. Eventually we just I hear that the medical committees are about to say that which bone is it, Seth? The tibia or the
fibula?
Fibula. I hear they're about to downgrade it from bone to just stick.
It's like a calcium deposit.
Right, a calcium. That's what they're downgrading it to. It's a calcium deposit. Yeah,
it's a floating bone. I don't even know what that is, other than like what would you rather have, your fibula or your appendix? I don't know. Flip a coin.
I don't know, but if I was Tank Dell in my car listening right now, I would be like, "You guys want me to come up to the studio and break your fibulas? See how it feels?"
Oh no. I'm not saying it doesn't hurt.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that it's not an inspirational story for a comeback, like you said. Yeah. It'll feel like the comeback of the year for us because we've seen the difference with him in and out of the offense, but I don't think he'll get league-wide attention.
Dude, I think Tank is going to have, if he's healthy, I think he's going to have a monster year. I don't know. This whole layers and layers of actual good players on offense as opposed to Bill O'Brien's layers and layers of players a few years ago, I think Tank might benefit the most of anybody out of all this.
I think Tank Dell is an interesting spot too, because at some point here we'll start to see, around June and July when it's slow, we're going to start to see a lot of lists about like candidates for breakout player of the year, and I almost wonder if Tank is even eligible for that, because I feel like 709 yards in 11 games is maybe enough to just already say he's already broken out. I think in a lot of people's minds, like, well, no, he just got injured. He had already broken out, so he's already past the point of being a potential breakout player of the year. I guess Nico Collins likewise, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Nico broke out. His breakout was last year for sure.
So they didn't get to live through. They never actually had a genuine candidacy for breakout player of the year.
Is there an actual award for breakout player of the year, or are we just making up?
I know people write articles about it.
Oh, I got you.
That'll be in June. So they'll write articles about it during some dead time during the season or at the end of the season. Before the season, in June and July especially, that's when those articles come out.
For sure. Someone said Aaron Rodgers comeback player of the year. He might.
Oh yeah,
he might.
He will.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Honestly, that's when I think where people will be tested on. I myself find somebody Aaron Rodgers has been annoying to me since long before I found out that he was a conspiracy theorist or anything like that. Right. It was just the way he was handling his negotiations in Green Bay. It just reeked of Southern Belle coyness and BS. Like that put me off on him. So I disagree with him about some things. I think he's got a point on other things, but I feel like if Aaron Rodgers comes back and plays at a really high caliber and you don't consider him as comeback player of the year, you got to have a conversation with yourself about whether you're like letting various other things affect you.
Oh, dude, absolutely.
He's in his damn 40s with a torn Achilles tendon. That used to be a death sentence for a football player.
The Florio articles, if Aaron Rodgers is having a good year and he's up for comeback player of the year, like if he's the odd, because they put out odds on that during the season. I mean, DeMar Hamlin led all season long until the night of the award when Joe Flacco got it. So the Florio articles are going to be tremendous.
It'll be honestly be a test. It'll be like you.
It will.
In Rodgers' minds, like anybody who's been vaccinated won't vote for him for MVP or whatever.
Dude.
Like he's on the. Don't get me wrong. Rodgers is. I find Rodgers insufferable these days. Yeah. But if he did that, I would 100% vote for him for comeback player of the year.
If he plays well, you got to, man. If he plays well, you got. If he plays well enough, if he deserves it, and you feel that way, you got to.
And I say that as somebody who kind of probably people would be surprised at some of the things I kind of feel like Aaron Rodgers has a point on. I say that I still find him insufferable.
Right.
He has reached that point where, like, even when he's saying things that I agree with, I don't want him to be the one agreeing with me. It's annoying as hell.
OJ passed away yesterday, which made me immediately think of...
Who says? Aaron Rodgers?
He's
a snake person.
Immediately made me think of... where were you when ... I think the OJ chase is the ultimate for people in a certain age group, right? What were some of the other ones? The where were you when?
Oh, yeah.
We'll get to those coming up next.
Where were you when you made the decision? All right, that's it. You know what? I'm gonna take some positive steps towards
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you on a Friday. We'll get to the 8 at 8 at the top of the hour. 8 stories for you. Get your day going. O.J. Simpson passes away yesterday, 75 years old. Prostate cancer was what got him. My first thought with O.J. When he passed away, my first thought was, as I said yesterday, that is one conversation with St. Peter that I would love to be a fly on the wall for. Number two, he was probably, for me, Seth, like if you were to just say the remember where you were moment for if someone were to ask me, what's your biggest remember where you were for me? OJ is for sure. The OJ chase is for sure like in the top 2 or 3. It's probably OJ and 9/11 are like the 2 biggest ones for me. The OJ chase and 9/11.
Yeah, and I was kind of thinking from my childhood. Obviously, 9/11 would be a huge one.
Yep.
Like Brandy and I were just talking about that the other day because my sister was visiting. Anyway, the Challenger disaster. Mm-hmm. The Operation Desert Storm, when we found out, like I can remember specifically when I found out that we were actually going to war.
For the first time in our lifetimes, probably.
Right, yeah, in 1990, right?
Yep.
So, was it 91?
It was 90. It was 90, yeah. 90, it was summer 90, yeah.
I remember, I was at a wrestling match. They announced it right before the beginning of the wrestling match. Like we were getting ready to, it was crazy because they announced it, and it was right before the national anthem. And
might have been 91, might have been early 91. You might be right, yeah. Yeah.
So, I don't remember the actual date, but I remember where I was.
Yeah.
So,
January 16th, 1991. Yep.
Yeah. So, like that, the O.J. Simpson chase, I think most people our age definitely remember that.
For sure, yeah.
Where they were.
Yep.
As I told you before, I was coming back from a date with my girlfriend at Red Lobster, and I was realizing at the moment, driving home, like she was complaining about me having taken her to Red Lobster, and frankly, I was like,
college kid, right?
I was like, you know what? We're about to go watch something on television. Yeah, I know. No. This whole thing, she was. This is before we knew about the OJ stuff. Yeah. I had led her to believe that we were just going to Taco Bell. Because like I was trying to surprise her. They're like, no, we're actually going to this place that's going to cost like 3 days of work for me to pay for. But she got there and she couldn't even put on a show of not being disappointed. She said, well, I'd been hoping to go to Taco Bell. Mm-hmm. That's all.
Oh, so she wanted Taco Bell. Okay.
Yeah, which I guess is a good thing in hindsight. I shouldn't have teased her. Like, you tease me with a taco, honestly.
Oh.
If you get me in the mood for a taco and then offer sex as a substitute, I'd be like,
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, I'm talking that that's you offering it to me, Sean.
Oh.
Obviously, if it was my wife, it might be a different story.
Damn, Seth.
I can't tell you how many times Sean would be like, hey, you want to go get a taco? And I'm like, yeah. And we get in the car, and like halfway there, he's like, well, we could do other things too.
Happens all the time.
Yes.
Yeah, like we're getting people texting in. It's funny.
Take off the child lock, Sean.
The OJ chase, I think, hits different for people in Houston because of the Rockets game going on while it was happening. The first 10 texts that have come in are like, where was I? I was trying to watch the damn Rockets game.
Yep.
OJ's getting chased down the freeway. Text message, watching the Rockets game at Carlos and Charlie's in Cancun. Bar erupted when they interrupted the game. Text message, where was I during the chase? Trying to watch the damn Rockets game, but they kept breaking into coverage of the white damn Bronco. They did split the screen, right? I mean, you could watch both.
Yeah.
And it was hard to argue things that were supersede an NBA Finals game. Game 5, I believe it was, in New York. O.J. Simpson getting chased down the freeway after he was being accused of murder of his wife and her friend makes the cut. No pun intended. It is above the line.
Right,
things that would supersede.
Yeah, the things that sometimes these crossover things are things that happen where, remember, people got upset. I can't remember which game was interrupted by the tornado warnings a couple years ago.
Oh, it was Thanksgiving. It was Thanksgiving Day. It was. Yeah, it was Thanksgiving Day, and KHOU cut in with tornado warnings, literally as Buffalo and Detroit as literally as Buffalo's driving for the game-winning field goal.
It was like the Heidi game, except that Heidi was a vicious weather event.
It was an awesome Twitter moment, though. People freaking out over it.
And really, talking to Jason Bristol about that, I can't remember who the weatherman was, but it was,
I can see his face. I can't remember his name.
Weather people will get some kind of playful hate from people about how they're responsible for the weather or anything, but they're never plunged right into sports Twitter the way that poor dude was that day. Yeah,
dude, yeah.
It was it's a whole different world, man.
Yeah.
Whole different world.
Yeah,
That's why Matt Musil was so incredible for staying as positive as he was his entire career.
No, and he was on social media.
I know. Matt Musil was like the most happy-go-lucky, positive vibes dude ever, and despite working in sports for decades.
I remember where I was when the O.J. chase happened. I watched the O.J. chase with Lou Holtz. I was at his daughter's rehearsal. Well, she was getting married that weekend. This is one of my very good friends to this day still. We're really good friends. And she was getting married that weekend. The chase was on a Friday, so they had the rehearsal dinner that night somewhere. I wasn't part of the wedding party, so I wasn't at the rehearsal dinner. But then they had a party at a bar on campus. They rented out this bar on campus at Notre Dame for the next wave of friends. You had the wedding party, and then the next 75 people and the wedding party all went to senior bar and partied and hung out and drank and blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm standing there because I was 24 at the time, 25, before I was married and had kids and responsibility, where my money was basically my own. So I could very easily put a $1,000 bet on the Rockets to win the NBA Finals.
Right.
So I was very...
you were dialed in.
I was very focused on that Rockets game. Yes, I was standing there.
You were distracted from the. You're not in the moment at the party. You were very much elsewhere.
At all. Yeah. Yes, you captured that perfectly. Everybody else is having fun. I'm standing there holding.
You're freaking Ippei Mitsuhara.
I was, dude. I was Ippeiing this whole thing, and and not even. No, Ippei sounds like was able to hide that kind of stuff. I'm standing there.
Ippei was going to be able to cover the bet.
That's
for a while.
True too.
Yeah.
So I'm standing there holding my cup and I'm watching the Rockets game on the big screen. And you got to keep in mind, in 1994 at a bar, it wasn't like this nice flat screen. It was one of those gigantic tube projector with the red and the green and the blue light.
It was a cathode ray tube with the headlights.
Yeah. I mean, this thing was beyond a piece of furniture. This was a superstructure. So I'm standing there in front of this big screen watching it, holding my cup, and screen splits. And on one half is the game, and the other half is the chase. Yeah. And I'm just watching this. I was really still more intent watching the game. I'm kind of glancing at the chase, but I hear this voice next to me. And this voice says, "This is unbelievable. This is the biggest fall from grace I've ever seen. This is incredible." And I turn and I'm like, wow. Hey, Coach Holtz, how you doing? And we stood there.
At the moment, you probably didn't. You weren't thinking about how this was going to become one of the defining moments of a generation.
No, I didn't. And you're right. My first thought wasn't, man, I'm going to be telling this story. Certainly didn't think I'd be telling this story on the radio 30 years from now.
Right.
But it was fun. We just sat there and we chopped it up about the OJ chase for about 15 minutes. Here's the thing that people forget. Is that OJ was one of the sideline reporters for Notre Dame football the previous season because NBC had that contract. You go back and watch the Notre Dame-Florida State game from 1993, the game of the century. Charlie Ward and Notre Dame won that game. OJ Simpson is the sideline reporter for that game. So we were talking about how he was in the building with our team, talking to our players just last November. He's in the building.
Oh man,
yeah.
Was he? Did he weigh in at all on whether he thought he did it or anything like
that?
At that point, we didn't really know. There was very little information. All we knew because he had to there was a lot of confusion about what had happened. People had their own theories and everything, but they had just they had gone to his house to arrest him.
Yep.
They were like, "Sure, OJ, go ahead and explore the space for a little bit." And all of a sudden he was gone. How'd he get away? He got into his car and left. I guess, that was
LAPD.
the thing, yeah.
Like some yokel backwater county. He said he needed to go to the bathroom. Said he had to take a leak. We didn't want him peeing all over himself.
How did this criminal mastermind evade the authorities?
Yeah.
He said, "I'm going to go grab something from my car. Have you seen my keys?" Yeah.
Right, basically. We're getting text messages, people weighing in with other things that kind of fit this category.
The defining moments of our,
the David Koresh compound burning down. I bet a lot of people in Texas probably feel that one.
Huge. I mean, that's one thing I learned about when I first got here. I remember just like, oh gosh, this is be very sensitive in talking about that. There were a lot of people that were very involved in that from down here. Yeah.
Miracle on Ice. Here's the thing about Miracle on Ice. That's the 1980 Olympic team beating the Russians. Yeah. That was on tape delay. That wasn't live.
Well, but they remember when it was on tape delay. I
just think it's wild. Like, that was something we knew was coming when we were watching it, you know?
Sean, not necessarily, though, because you could keep yourself...
That's true. It's 1980.
Yourself ignorant about that stuff.
That's true.
You know, it was a lot easier to keep yourself ignorant.
I'm projecting.
Yeah, so you knew it was coming. A lot of people didn't, so they remember that moment when they saw it or maybe when they learned of it.
Here's a good one. When you found out Magic Johnson had the HIV virus.
And that he was definitely going to die.
Yeah, right.
You know, like at that point, I mean, he was right there at that moment when, for the moment, and I don't remember what the actual immunology was at that point, everybody, but as like the public at large, most of us didn't think that anybody survived AIDS. You know, that's whatever advances they had made, my young mind, it wasn't there yet. Like, he was going to die. It was crazy.
That was November of 1991. I was at training for my first job out of college in California.
Yeah.
So I'm in a room full of like neophyte salespeople. It was all college kids they hired for this company. So I'm in this room with 25 young salespeople, and with these trainers training us who had all been like super successful salespeople with the company. And I remember one of them was a Lakers fan, and the day after Magic had his press conference, he came in and he had a moment of silence in the classroom for Magic Johnson at the beginning of the class.
Wow, man.
Yeah, like that's if you're trying to illustrate, and nobody thought it was weird.
Right.
Like that's what we all thought. Like, Magic Johnson was such a pop culture touch point at that time.
Yeah,
and I mean, he was still a great basketball player at that time. And that felt normal in that class.
I think, in a lot of ways, man, I mean, not to go too deep into this, obviously, but I would like to go kind of back and revisit, like, just exactly how maybe my perception about AIDS changed after that or whatever, because in a lot of ways early on it was painted very much in just, nope, it's just these people get it. It's not like there's depending on like what level of bigotry or anger you had towards whatever, it just things changed a lot after Magic Johnson had it, in terms of, I think some people were more easy, like were more swayed to be sympathetic, perhaps.
Maybe so.
Obviously that's right or wrong.
Mark McGwire, when he broke the home run record, that's not one for me. But obviously a huge sports moment for sure.
I'll tell you what. I remember when I learned about Andro. I was riding.
That I do remember.
Yeah, I remember I was driving my car to Ithaca, I remember, and I was listening on the radio, talking about this supplement they found in McGuire's locker.
Yeah, man. Yeah. 9/11, the Boston Marathon bombing somebody sent in. The Berlin Wall coming down in the late 80s.
I don't remember specifically where I was when all that happened. I remember that more as just kind of a general period of time when you'd see the images on TV and everything.
I guess for our older listeners, because I ran this by a couple people who are older than me yesterday when I was kind of thinking about this, and I think for the people maybe older, like the next generation beyond you and I, Seth, it's probably like JFK and landing on the moon. Like in the 60s,
yeah.
Like those are probably theirs or on their list,
The moon landing, the moon landing. I mean, that was one that just everybody universally across the country was watching it, because there were only 3 channels on television, and your school stopped to watch it on the big moment. Kids, it used to be a really big moment back in the day if they wheeled the television into your classroom.
Oh, it was huge.
Yeah,
it was huge. Yeah, something big was
really
going
big.
on. Yeah.
Or once a week they would bring in the Apple computer, and you would learn how to write your name on a dot matrix printer or something. Like, that was once a week, maybe once a month. I can't remember how often the computer
program, and you line up 10, type Sean is cool, 20, go to 10, and then the whole screen would just be Sean is cool, like shuffling.
That's a pretty good memory of. Good job.
Thanks. Yeah.
You remember a lot of your basic computer programming.
Seth, you got to have a plan B, and if this sports radio thing doesn't work out, I'm sure there's plenty of companies that are looking for somebody to come do programming in BASIC for them.
And then be able to download it onto or upload it onto a cassette tape.
Right.
It's just like if you could have a cassette tape with a computer program on it.
That is real. That is real. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Man, the texts are rolling in. We'll get to some of these. Payne and Pendergast. You're listening.
The 9 o'clock hour will be nothing but us reminiscing events from world history.
Right. It's just reminiscing about everything. You're listening to KILT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. The 8 at 8, the Ocho. Here we go.
One. It was just too much of the plate. And there was no swing and misses. And I thought he went in there with a good game plan. But, when things just not going your way, that's just the stuff that happens. We got to flush that one out, and he's got to bounce back and he be better next time up.
And that was Joe Espada talking about Hunter Brown, who, if there's a nadir, if there's a rock bottom of Hunter Brown's Major League Baseball career so far, it was on the mound in Kansas City yesterday in the first inning of the game against the Royals. 40 pitches, a record-breaking 11 hits in under an inning. That's never happened before, ever, in Major League Baseball. More importantly, gave up 9 runs, and the Astros never had a look at yesterday's game. The game was over after 1 inning, and Hunter Brown was awful yesterday.
The worst part for Hunter Brown yesterday had to have been when Greg Kessinger came in and mowed down the lineup. Greg Kessinger having a 0.0 ERA right now. I think about this all the time. Every time I see some rookie struggle or something, I think the position player came in and just destroyed everybody. Okay. What's going on?
I was confused. So Kessinger actually...
Kessinger was the position player.
Who came in. He pitched. I was out by then. I was. Once Abreu gave up 3 runs, I'm like, there's nothing good happening. Other than Yiner's home run, there's nothing good happening in this
Sean, be careful with that facial expression, because 99 times out of 100, the facial expression you just gave is when I said the wrong name or something. So I was like, as I was saying that, I was like, oh God, I've lost time again.
No, I just didn't see it happen. That's all.
Greg Kessinger came in and he was nails. He was a machine. He needs to be the next starting pitcher for the Astros.
Dude, him and Seth Martinez are the 2 best relievers on this team.
Martinez has been a revelation.
He's been awesome.
God bless you. Yeah. You know what we need to do? We've done the Astros Phantom Zone instead of the Circle of Trust.
Yeah.
What can we have instead of a Circle of Trust right now? I don't feel like putting anybody in a Circle of Trust, even though there are some who deserve it. Should there be a Circle of Abeyance or something? Just I don't know.
We got
people are like, all right, we don't want to murder this person just yet.
We got too many polygons going on right now, man. 2 is all I can handle. 2 is the best we can do. Joe Espada was asked after the game, was Hunter Brown maybe tipping his pitches?
You know what? We haven't looked at any of that, but we'll look and we'll see the executions and if he could have done any better or stuff like that. But right now, we're just going to put that one behind us and get ready for homestand.
This is where I worry about the Astros sometimes when it comes to things like pitch tipping, and with the loss of Brent Strom and the slow degradation and however the hell they're handling these pitchers these days. I always go back to Wade Miley, Sean. Like many of us, one of the defining moments in my life, there's the Berlin Wall coming down, the OJ chase, and then there's 9 different Wade Miley starts.
Reagan getting shot just got texted in, and Wade Miley.
And Wade Miley, remember in 2019 when he had started off awesome that season, and then everything fell apart. And after the season, it was in December of that year, after he was no longer with the Astros, he claimed that they'd found out and discovered that he was tipping pitches.
Yep.
And it bothered me because if it were true, this Astros team that was the first, amongst the first to really heavily use the high-speed cameras and computer simulations and augmentations and all that stuff, how were they not, after Wade Miley said during the season as he was struggling, they went and pored over the film trying to find if he was tipping pitches, how come they didn't discover it and figure it out? I feel like the Astros should be able to fix this stuff immediately.
Yeah. So they better get on it.
I kind of don't trust him when it comes to this. So I don't know. I don't know if he was tipping pitches. He was throwing too many strikes. He was just serving it up to him. He's a predictable pitcher, and he's throwing strikes. Whether he was tipping pitches or not, there were big old meatballs over the plate for him to throw.
That was tough.
Or for the players to hit.
Yep, that was tough.
2.
All right, the Rockets, they lose last night. Not a great day yesterday for Houston sports. 124 to 121, the Jazz beat the Rockets in Salt Lake City. Rockets are done with the home portion of their schedule. Rockets had 38 points at the end of the first quarter, and then they kind of went into a funk after that. They kind of slogged their way through the second quarter, let the Jazz hang around. Admittedly, I went to bed at halftime of this game. They were still in it for the play, and I would have stayed up. But the best the Rockets can do now, Seth, is a 500 record, which I guess if we were having this conversation like a month and a half ago, and we would have said the Rockets are going to have a look at a 500 record in the final weekend of the season, I guess I would have signed up. The Rockets were behind the Jazz at that point in the season, and they went on that tear in March to at least move back up the standings a bit.
This is the thing that's most frustrating about this is with Udoka expressing his frustration, saying guys looked like they didn't want to play consciously, subconsciously. Now that we're out of the race, it looked like guys didn't want to play and packed it in. So we only had one guy who really showed up, and that was Fred VanVleet early. So, I mean, like, yeah, you'd love to think that they're past this point. It's not like they're a bunch of grizzled old vets that at least would have an excuse for not showing up or mailing it in. But, like, nah, they're just the same irresponsible kids they ever were. Don't get too excited about them being a polished group of professionals next year.
They have their days. Yeah. But Rockets, 2 more games. They've got Portland tonight. They've got the Clippers on Sunday. And then it's off into the offseason, which should be a very interesting offseason for the Houston Rockets.
3.
I had OJ at 3, but we just talked about OJ. So let's talk about Shohei instead of OJ. Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani, the affidavit has been made public on the FBI's investigation into Ippei Mizuhara and the bookie with whom Ippei Mizuhara had been betting. Ippei is Shohei's translator, was, until he was fired a few weeks ago. Of course, as we know, the allegations have been that he stole millions and millions of dollars from Shohei Ohtani. And I think now that we've seen this affidavit, Seth, and we've seen accounts of the text exchanges between Ippei Mizuhara and Shohei Ohtani, Mizuhara and this bookie Matthew Boyer, that he had been betting literally millions of dollars with over the last 3 years. Now that we've had a chance to look at that, I believe the story that Shohei had this money stolen from him. I don't believe that Shohei is somehow paying Ippei to take the fall for him. There's just a trail of electronic communication that really counters that. But also, I think sometimes people are ignoring, like, the FBI is involved here. Like, the only thing dumber than letting your translator steal a bunch of money from you is lying to the feds about it.
Which, I mean, and yet people still do lie to the feds. But every question that people would have had about where they were very skeptical that Ohtani could be telling the truth here, I feel like every single question has been answered with a lot of these revelations.
Yeah.
And really, it all begins and ends with you've got a guy who, as Shohei Ohtani's interpreter, was able to present himself as Ohtani, this guy's voice or anything.
Right.
It was just by setting up an account that only he had access to but had all of the information about, by being able to talk to the press or officials or other representatives at times. Like, all of these things, it's very easily explained by this dude had a big-time gambling problem, and he had convinced this bookie the bookie just assumed that Ohtani was the guy making the bets. And what would he know? Because he never actually talked to Ohtani.
Right.
But he talked to the interpreter. It just, it's all very plainly straightforward. It's just, I think the fact that it involved gambling on sports is what led a very a lustful for scandal public to just want to believe that, oh, yep, this is Ohtani gambling on sports, and he's totally guilty.
Yep. That's what I was rooting for. I was rooting for Ohtani to be a big-time gambler, and now it's just this popcorn fart where Ippei Mizuhara is going to go to jail. Ooh.
I do feel like, the other thing too, Sean, is I think that we've got, there's plenty of history of entertainers and athletes being screwed over by their managers and having money stolen from them. And yet in this case, people were so skeptical. I feel like at least part of it is kind of based on a positive stereotype of the Japanese, that people are like, well, yeah, sure, any dumb American athlete could have this happen to him, but not a Japanese guy. There's no way in hell a Japanese guy would fall for this crap.
I like it.
Like, you're picturing various dumb athletes and entertainers that have gotten screwed over before, but you're not, like, you don't think the Japanese guy would do it.
Positive stereotyping. I like it. Good theory.
4.
The NFL draft is, for Houstonians, it's 2 weeks from today. For most of the rest of the world, it's 2 weeks from yesterday, day one. The Texans don't have a first-round pick as of right now. So we will sit and watch on Thursday night as of right now. And the prospects who will be at the draft, this number seems to dwindle every year. 13 prospects have accepted invitations to the NFL draft. I feel like the list has been longer in recent years, including the believed to be the 3 top quarterbacks in the draft. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May will all be at the draft, in addition to the top 3 wide receivers, Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze of Washington. All 6 of those guys are expected to be gone by about the 8th pick in the draft.
Yeah.
But 13 players total headed to the draft.
And just 3 quarterbacks, the top 3 quarterbacks. So as of yet...
They said J.J. McCarthy didn't even reply to the invitation.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. So J.J. McCarthy, the guy that, people... It feels like people are trying like hell to just create a Will Levis type scenario or something, man. I literally, because remember last year I went through and I was like, all right, I don't see what the hubbub is about Will Levis. I don't get it. I'm going to go through and I searched for people that genuinely thought Will Levis was a good prospect, and I couldn't find any. Like, I looked for former NFL players and coaches, quarterbacks especially, former NFL quarterback. I didn't find a single one who broke down his film and was impressed with it. And I feel people are doing the same thing to McCarthy right now.
I know what I think the analogy for McCarthy for me is, Seth, is Mac Jones from a few years ago. Yeah. Where remember Mac Jones? Oh, that's who the Niners traded up for at 3. That's who they traded up for at 3 was to get Mac Jones. And Mac Jones this, Mac Jones that. And then Mac Jones falls, but he didn't fall out of the first round. He fell to 15. That to me feels like a distinct possibility for J.J. McCarthy, where everybody's talking about moving up to get him. At one point, he's number 2 on the odds to be, he's on the odds board. He's the 2nd overall pick. And then somebody like Minnesota winds up taking him, but it's with the 11th pick. They realize they don't even have to trade up to get him, that kind of thing.
Right, yeah.
I could see that being a thing.
5.
Jordan Montgomery fires Scott Boras. Okay, now it gets interesting in baseball.
Think of Scott Boras.
Scott Boras had these sets of free agents this year. Cody Bellinger, Matt Chapman, Jordan Montgomery. I think Blake Snell might have been one of his too, possibly. These are all guys who at one point or another had offers in front of them of like 9-figure offers in front of them.
Yeah.
But on a per-year basis, they weren't what Boras thought his clients should be getting. So he advised them to sit and wait, and they all wound up on moderate type, either 1 or 2 or 3 year prove-it deals with opt-outs and things like that, where you don't have that long-term security. These guys are all still making $30 million a year, but you're not getting the huge 9-figure payday.
It's hard not to think about what you missed out on.
What you missed out on, and how much did Boris's advice play into it? For Jordan Montgomery, obviously, he feels like it played heavy into it. He has a $25 million deal right now with Arizona.
So Montgomery cans him. Maybe that's a chink in the armor in Scott Boris's reputation professionally. Could the whole Carlos Correa situation have maybe started people questioning just how all-powerful is Scott Boras? I mean, 2 different teams bailed on Carlos Correa, and he ends up going back in an awkward situation.
Minnesota?
Yeah, if Scott Boras were really somehow able to work wonders in magic, shouldn't he have been able to avoid that situation for Carlos Correa?
Maybe, I guess. I mean, if I'm Boras, I'm probably saying, hey, man, I got him the deal twice.
I know that's what Boras is saying, but I'm saying, the general perception.
Yeah.
In perception is reality is oh, wow, Correa really just got batted around, from coast to coast.
It's an interesting,
and now Jordan Montgomery is figuring that Boras isn't the best guy for him.
I think it's a little apples and oranges. I didn't feel like Boras was taking a ton of the heat last year. It's an interesting thought.
I said just a little chink in the armor.
Oh, okay.
Sean,
okay.
These things start to accumulate.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
I got you. Maybe so.
6.
Scott Drew is staying at Baylor. He says no to Kentucky. That was big in our household yesterday. Big celebration on the group text from my son Sammy, a proud Baylor Bear. Says no to Kentucky, which at one time I think Scott Drew had said that was going to be his dream job. It looks like Kentucky is going to hire Mark Pope, who is a former player for the Wildcats, after they watch John Calipari leave to go to Arkansas. You know what's interesting to me, Seth, about this? Scott Drew staying at Baylor. Jay Wright and Danny Hurley, former Village and Curricon coach, 2 of the best coaches of this generation.
Yeah.
They basically said no to Kentucky before they were even offered an interview with Kentucky. I wonder if the money is so good now at some of these places, the non-blue blood places, that there's going to be so many guys like, I just don't want to deal with that fan base. I'm fine. I make $5 million a year at Baylor. I'm good. You know, like I live a great quality of life. I can go out to eat and people aren't harassing me. They're not harassing my kids on social media.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. And it's tough too when you take over, when you look at the landscape of college basketball right now.
Mm-hmm.
And like how many different variables there are in adjusting to like any new environment. If you're going in there and they got to figure out not just a very complex blue blood alumni structure and all of that stuff, but how NIL all factors into it, and the fact that you're going to have to deal with all the same turnover that Calipari had to deal with. Yeah, it's probably not nearly as desirable a situation as it might seem on paper as it seems like it should be.
Yep. So 7.
I thought when I first read that article, for some reason I read Jay Billis instead of Jay Wright,
Oh.
and I actually thought at first it was a stroke of genius by Kentucky.
I wouldn't
yeah,
mind.
you know, who knows? They have like maybe Jay Billis and his public, persona and his ability to maybe like bring more media in the right kind of way. Maybe Jay Billis is the right option. I don't have a clue.
You could do worse than Jay Billis is hiring a college basketball. And I know he's never coached a lick. Well, he may have coached before he got into commentating. I know he's got a law degree. Yeah, Jay Billis, yeah.
I think you could. I don't want to say it was the smart choice. It was like it's something different.
7.
Apparently at the Masters the other night, Masters is going on right now. Tom Watson got up and spoke to the group in there, and there's a lot of the older guys, Seth, Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, Tom Watson. They don't like this new live golf thing that's come along and caused a chasm in between divided the PGA into factions now. And
yes, that's not a huge shock, right?
Hope we can all get back together here and act as one PGA once again.
What's your take?
My take on this is like I just have a hard time just summoning up the emotion for a sport like golf. You know what I mean?
I see. Okay, try to think of it this way then. Yeah. I feel like it's hard to find an analogy because it's such a unique situation. Yeah. But it is something that they loved, something that they were great at, something that has a very, very strong culture built within it, to where like the history, everything else like that, the tradition. And then all of a sudden out of nowhere, it just gets just split in two and destroyed. Like I don't know. And the problem is, it's hard to figure out exactly in which direction to lash out. So I don't, or what am I supposed to really tell these young guys am I supposed to really expect them not to chase the money after I spent a lifetime chasing money just in a different fashion? I don't know. Yeah. There aren't any good answers.
I feel like a lot of these articles and these interviews are designed to pull at the heartstrings of sports fans, and then prioritize this, like, boy, of all the in life, I want world peace and golf peace. You know what I mean? Like, that's like, anytime I see stories of golfers overcoming hardship, that's not true hardship. I get like cancer and things like that, but like this whole thing, like the adversity that the PGA needs to overcome now with live golf, like this is the sport that is flush with the most privileged people of all time. You know what I mean?
So you know why I'm not there, Sean? I can't. It's kind of like when we played the audio of the woman crying at the eclipse. Mm-hmm. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not moved by astronomical events the way this lady is, but I kind of wish I was. I've always been like that with golf. I just can't. I really. There's a part of me that wishes I could live on a golf course and just enjoy golf all day, but I'm just not wired to be that way. Yeah. But I'm jealous and I admire the people who live that lifestyle because a lot of them seem to just absolutely love it. That's just not me. So I do feel bad for them that the whole the whole culture is being kind of schismed.
8.
Last one. Jacoby Jones has already been promoted to head coach of the Beaumont Renegades.
Good for him.
Yeah, it took 3 days. The press release came out this week that Jacoby Jones was named the offensive coordinator of a new indoor football team in Beaumont, the Beaumont Renegades. Another press release comes out yesterday, literally the headline, Jacoby Jones named head coach. He's going to be the head coach and the OC, Seth.
I'm guessing that pretty much by tea time he'll be by TEA time, not golf tea time. Yeah. I would say by about mid-afternoon he should be commissioner of the whole damn league.
That's it. Man, Jacoby sits around and does nothing. He's going to own the damn team. Yeah.
Who was the previous head coach?
They're a new team. So
yeah, I know, but I'm assuming that they named an offensive coordinator. I was guessing they had named a head coach.
I don't know that they did. I don't. I'll go back and look at the article. I just thought I just found the sequence of headlines funny. That 3 days later he's the head coach.
Yeah.
And they haven't even had a game yet. That was pretty funny to me.
I would have been surprised if they had named an offensive coordinator before they named a head coach.
Yeah, who knows? That in the American Indoor Football League may be zigging when everybody else is zagging. You never know. All right, that was the 8 at 8. The moment I became most thankful for C.J. Stroud, I can circle 3:24 p.m. yesterday afternoon when I read a question about this year's NFL draft is when I became most thankful for C.J. Stroud. That is next.
We're talking about living on a golf course or living down in a van down by the river if you got a plot of land. I don't know. Wherever you're.
for details.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, NFL draft is coming up in a couple of weeks. Texans still currently picking at 42 and 59 in the second round. That'll be fun. That's that Friday, having a Friday night draft party where people don't have to go to work the next day. I'm kind of down with that.
Oh, good call.
Yeah, good job, Nick.
I didn't even think of that.
Good job, Nick. Everybody's like, oh, Nick Caserio traded out of the first round. It's going to ruin the draft party. I'm going to guess that a lot of you are going to find a reason to come celebrate a few second round and third round picks and get after it because it's Friday night, you know?
No, it's going to be a better party.
Yes.
It'll be like the party, the employees' party in Dirty Dancing, you know?
Right.
Where Jennifer Grey goes down and she's like, oh, wow. It's not like all these stuffy old people upstairs. These people are having a good old time.
Having fun, yeah.
They're dirty dancing.
They are.
That's what we're going to be doing.
Let's do it.
I'm going to have a booth.
Dude.
I'm going to have a booth at the draft party for during commercial breaks. Vandermeer will love me for this. Nothing. Hey, I emailed him yesterday. I was like, hey, Vandy, you mind if I set up a dirty dancing booth at the draft party? He said, rock and roll. He put the D on the rock and roll.
He
responded.
I knew it. So that'll be on Friday. We're looking forward to that. I'll tell you, Seth, honestly, the most fun part of the season so far has been the literally you just go like, hey, I'm going to get some. I literally got out some popcorn yesterday. I was out at my local watering hole watching the Astros game, and they have a popcorn machine. And I was eating popcorn as I was reading this. I brought my laptop with me, and I was reading an NFL draft roundtable from The Athletic. And it's a few of the Athletic draft experts kind of, chopping it up about the different topics. And one of the questions was Dane Brugler's top 5 quarterbacks in order: Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, J.J. McCarthy, and Bo Nix. Is it more likely that McCarthy leapfrogs someone to join the top 3, or that Daniels climbs above May into the top 2? And I'm like, this is the most stupid, boring question of all time. This is... Oh,
I don't know. You know what though? Is it stupid or boring? Or is it just because you're accustomed to being up at the level where that actually matters? Like Sean, if the Texans had the number 2 overall pick right now, you'd be very invested in whether Drake May or Jaden Daniels is the guy.
I guess,
you would 100%. And I feel like I would be totally invested in it because I feel like it's a slam dunk Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I think most people do too. I don't know if that's a question about leapfrogging either. Maybe the consensus mock drafts or whatever have Jaden Daniels going through. Jaden Daniels, I think most anonymous execs and what have you like Jaden Daniels more than Drake May. And they might be nervous about his body, his playing style and his body size and all of it in terms of potential injury, but I feel like they like Jaden Daniels.
You know what it was that I think happened, and I think it had to do with that. Maybe I had a drink or two. Is that this? You know what this turned into, Seth? This turned into one of those questions that sometimes I ask you. I admittedly sometimes word questions in a convoluted, poorly way, and you look at me like, okay, what are you asking me again? I think that's what happened to me yesterday. Because if you're kind of enjoying the day outside, it's beautiful. I was sitting on a patio. Hunter Brown is pooping the bed. Had a couple beverages, and now the first question, and I love draft coverage, and the question I'm reading in that state of mind is it more likely that McCarthy leapfrogs someone to join the top 3, or that Daniels climbs ahead of May into the top 2? I'm like, okay, who's doing what again here? There's a lot of names.
You're completely detached from it. Whereas last year, at one point, a freaking anonymous Reddit poster put on that Will Levis was going number 1 overall, and everybody stopped everything for 6 hours.
Right.
That's over Will freaking Levis. What did I call him? Veiny Zach Mettenberger? Yeah, Veiny Zach Mettenberger.
I think it was Mettenberger. I can't remember.
Yeah. It's Veiny Zach. Yeah, because of the Tennessee thing. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, I wasn't the question to me was so either convoluted or confusing. I'm like, you know what? I'm just glad that this doesn't matter to me right now.
Yeah.
I don't care what McCarthy
really nice.
or Daniels
It's really
does.
if you think about some of the arguments between Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud last year and all the various ways you could go with it, it's nice to be well beyond that. I hope we don't have to face that for at least another 15 years.
So
you hear me,
good.
CJ?
Yeah. And it's going to be fun, too, to watch all these fan bases get somewhat artificially, maybe somewhat genuinely amped up about all their quarterbacks. Like, there could be 4 quarterbacks going in the top 4. I think for sure there's 3 going in the top 3. I still don't know what this J.J. McCarthy thing is yet. As you and I talked about in headlines, it feels a little Mac Jones-ish from a couple years ago, where he's a top 3 guy, and then all of a sudden he's getting drafted 15th. I could totally see that happening with J.J. McCarthy. Championship-winning quarterback who all he does is win, just like Mac Jones back a couple years ago. Maybe the physical tools aren't quite what these other guys are, but all he does is win. Might be good enough for 15th. It's going to be fun watching all these fan bases get so amped up for these quarterbacks, knowing full well that if 3 or 4 go in the top 4 or 5 picks, then 2 or 3 of them for sure are failures. Like,
are going to fail.
We don't know which ones, but they're going to fail.
You know what? That's the whole thing about the Drake May versus Jaden Daniels. If I put myself in the GM's shoes, I think that Jaden Daniels is the one, not that you should ever make decisions based on this, except sometimes it creeps in. I feel like Jaden Daniels is much less likely to get you fired. If Jaden Daniels doesn't work out, I think you'll see a lot of flashes, but maybe he either gets injured too much or he can't quite put it together or have you. Like, whereas with Drake May, I think it's going to be, it might work out, but if it doesn't work out, it's going to be a classic. Like, this guy?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? This guy you thought was going to be good?
Right.
It's going to feel like a Josh Rosen type of situation.
Do you guys that people? I know you always bring up Kenny Pickett. Do you have the short list in your back?
Yes,
pocket?
It's Kenny Pickett, Dwayne Haskins, Josh Rosen, Paxton Lynch, EJ Manuel.
Those
the
are
guys that people look at and you're like, well, wait a second. Like, seriously, why? Really, why? These are the first-round quarterbacks where I feel like people thought, like, well, we got to take a quarterback. It's the equivalent of signing Brock Osweiler.
Yeah.
Osweiler was a guy that it made sense. You can talk yourself into it. Like, we got to take a quarterback.
I was artificially excited for Brock Osweiler. Admitted.
So that's exactly what happened with those quarterbacks mentioned. A little bit of Johnny Manziel, but other people you could get excited about Johnny Manziel, even though. Like, I think the vast majority of NFL teams had said no way in hell.
Right.
By that point, the Browns were just the ones that ignore their coaches, their GM, the advanced analytics team they had hired to analyze things. Like, the owner ignored all those people to draft Johnny Manziel.
Yeah. John Elway drafted Paxton Lynch.
Yeah.
John Elway, maybe the greatest quarterback of all time. Like, I think. It's hard to argue against Brady because of the 7 Super Bowls and whatnot, but like just in a vacuum, like the skill set, the talent, the ability to drag inferior talent further than it should go. John Elway, you could argue, is the greatest of all time. He drafted Paxton Lynch.
When did Chad Kelly end up getting drafted? 7th round? Yeah, he was 7th round.
Late round pick.
But he was drafted by John Elway.
He was.
I feel like John Elway drafting Jim Kelly's nephew, despite Jim Kelly's nephew basically having a relation of acting a lot like a lot of quarterbacks did back in the 1980s. I think there was a little bit of sentimentality there. I think Elway was kind of like, I see a lot of Jim and myself in this young guy.
Maybe.
Chad Kelly won a Grey Cup last year.
Did he really? In the CFL?
I believe so.
Okay.
I think he took over and ended up winning a Grey Cup.
Okay.
Chad
Kelly, winner.
Yeah.
He's a winner. The draft party is a text message. The draft party is going to be like Dave Chappelle's Player Haters Ball. We just sit around, talk bleep the entire time, and laugh about the AFC South's incompetent picks. That is true. I do think not Player Haters Ball. Not that we're going to. I mean, we will sit around and laugh at how poorly the other teams do when they make stupid picks. Hopefully, we don't make any bad picks. But I do think that the draft party is going to get a big turnout. The Texans are at a stage now where people, I think, will show up to celebrations of football, whatever they are, And I think the draft. I think even if they did a party on night 1 of the draft, when the Texans don't have any picks, I think they will still would have popped a good crowd on a Thursday night, just given how everybody feels about the Texans. I'm not saying it'd be 5,000 at Miller Outdoor Theater or anything.
You know what it is, though? The problem would be it's one of those things where there's always the wonder, okay, whether or not the Texans are going to trade up into the first round.
Yeah.
So you're almost setting the crowd up for disappointment, even if the crowd intellectually knows, like, all right, they might be thinking, well, they wouldn't be having a draft party unless they were thinking of trading up. So I think it's probably the smart move.
Yeah.
It would have been more of a gamble than it was worth to have one on day 1.
Oh no, for sure. I'm glad they're doing it on Friday night. I it'd be better for sure.
Real quick movie review.
Yeah.
I highly recommend They Cloned Tyrone. I was reminded of it when you brought up the player haters ball. There's a couple references to the players ball in this movie. I want no spoilers or anything, but Jamie Foxx is awesome, and They Cloned Tyrone.
Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Thumbs up. Okay. Is it new?
I think it was last year, 2023.
Okay.
Yeah.
They cloned Tyrone. 2 thumbs up from the Payne household. Does Brandy like it too? I trust her.
Yeah,
opinion.
she liked it.
Okay.
It's a good movie. I wasn't excited. I didn't know what to expect, and it was freaking awesome.
Okay, good.
It's kind of like a little bit of a satire of like blaxploitation films from the 70s.
Oh, okay.
So it's got kind of a grainy 70s feel to it, but it's set in modern times. It ends up being, I don't want to give it, it's hard to explain the plot without giving too much away, but it's a good one.
It's good. Okay, so if you're looking for something to watch, because the Astros sure are. Just know that if the trend holds up, you'll be able to start watching that movie by the 3rd inning of any Astros game later.
If the Astros are starting a rookie, or if weather conditions are blustery, or what else? When have the other blowouts occurred?
Yeah, movie time. All right, hey, Callahan McNair spoke to Randy McAvoy yesterday about the upcoming season. There's a funny little quirk to this audio we'll get to, and J.J. Watt speaks on the person who is taking his role in the Texans defense. We'll hear from both J.J. Watt and the owners of the Texans coming up next. But first, Crash Champions. Speaking of champions, Crash Champion. If you have
details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So, Cal and Hannah McNair had a sit-down yesterday with Randy McAvoy from Channel 2, and they talked about the offseason a little bit. Hannah had a funny story about the Stefon Diggs trade. We were talking about remember where you were when. Maybe some of these kids, maybe some of her kids, the McNair kids' classmates will remember where they were when the Stefon Diggs trade happened.
Our boys, when they heard the Stefon Diggs news, were screaming around the house, and then their friends said their teacher stopped class to tell everyone. So there's quite a buzz amongst the younger generation about the guys that we brought in. So that's exciting.
And we embrace the expectations. That's where we want to be. And at the same time, it's about building the team and the team being coached and working hard. It's the day-to-day things that are going to get us where we want to get to, but we've got to stay focused, and work hard every day to bring about where we want to go.
And we want to win now.
That's my favorite part right there. Cal was measured answer like, hey, it's about working hard every day, coming into the building, coaches doing their job, getting better. You know, he was almost given the whole, 1% better every day kind of thing. And then Hannah's like, we want to win now.
And we want to win now.
Exactly, Hannah.
Hannah's, that's how when we had the expansion draft, there was a big gold reception somewhere. I think it was at the convention center. I don't remember. I didn't know where the hell I was in any given time there. People were just driving me around. I didn't know where anything in Houston was. But before we went up to each individually, say a few things to the crowd and take some questions in front of everybody. Capers had said, hey, guys, talking to Jamie Sharper and Gary Walker, Baselli, me, and everything. Let's just be sure, we don't want to, tell, make promises about winning the Super Bowl this year or anything. And I got up there and immediately proceeded to make all kinds of promises about winning the Super Bowl. I did. It's like, no way. What are you going to do, Dom? Admit you made a mistake with the guy you just drafted? No, I spoke in generalities about winning a Super Bowl. I meant someday.
Someday, yeah.
And but Jamie thought it was funny. Because I got down off, he's like, man, he just told us not to mention the Super Bowl, Seth. Dom and I go way back. We're good.
So you guys knew, an expansion draft, so you guys, you were there, so you kind of knew what the deal was?
The top 9 picks, I think they knew. They brought us all in.
Oh, okay.
And they did a little fake draft. It was like a fake Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, that's
really
what
cool.
I saw. I was a fan, so that's what I saw at the time.
Yeah, no, but I told you it was one of those things where I was of the guys there. They would go on to draft 30 people or something. But of the people in the group, I was the last one left. I think Marcus Coleman went before me, and I'm sitting there in my suit, and I'm in February, and I'm oh, did they bring me here just to create some kind of green room drama? Because, man, this is a new low.
Okay. When we go to the Super Bowl next time, if we wind up getting guests, and one of the guests is somebody who had to sit in the green, let's say we get Brady Quinn or somebody like that, and you act all empathetic about him having to sit in the green room, you're like, bro, I know how you feel, man. I know. What are you talking about? You know how you were drafted in the 4th round? No, bro. Expansion draft. I was the last guy there in the green room, man. I got
an appreciation. I was honestly kind of just going through all of that. I never knew exactly what was going on because it felt like, how coaches have to be very careful about tampering or anything like that. It felt like they were telling us everything they could without telling us that, you guys are going to get drafted. We'd gone in earlier and gotten our physicals, that same group of 9 and everything the week before. All this stuff. Where I felt like they were trying to scream at us between the lines, listen, you guys are getting drafted here. I felt like Coughlin was saying the same thing but wouldn't say it directly. So, I was still I went back to Jacksonville and I was up for the expansion draft, but I was still officially a Jacksonville Jaguar. Mm-hmm. So I went in, after I took my physical in Houston, I went back and that next week I worked out in Jacksonville at the facility. And at some point, the athletic trainer, Mike Ryan, told me, he came up to me when I was working out in Jacksonville. He came up, he's like, hey, Seth, just so you know, Coughlin said it's fine that you're working out here. And I looked around, I was like, yeah, of course it is. What are you talking about? I was such, Sean, I was like a kid from the country getting off the bus in Hollywood. Oh, my God. When somebody asked him if I wanted to make some money, want to make some quick cash, I was like, sure, yeah. I'll go there and do whatever you tell me to do.
You're not a Jag anymore, Seth.
So, lo and behold, I found myself waiting in the green room, actually wondering whether or not I was going to get taken in the expansion draft.
So, were there Was Baselli was he the first pick of the
He was
Jags?
the first pick overall, yeah.
Ever the Jags with the franchise.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the Jags, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
so
yes.
he actually was a double, true expansion person. I know he never played for the Texans.
Yeah,
but
he
the
was an
experience
expansion
of
baby. Right.
Twice, right? I mean,
he went through first seasons with an expansion.
That's what I
team,
mean.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I mean. Yeah, because you got drafted 2 years in with the Jags, which probably still had kind of an expansion feel to it, I would imagine. But
that was what was so weird for the whole scenario in Jacksonville was that Baselli was like royalty there, and then when everything came crashing down, this is why I'm more sensitive about salary cap spending too. I think than some people are. It's that for every time anybody wants to say that the cap is fake or anything like that, no. I lived through a dismantling of a team. It ended up being really good for me.
Yeah.
But no, it's sometimes you got to pay the piper at some point. So yeah, for Baselli, it was his wife called up SportsRadio at one point because there were some misrepresentations about the way everything was going down. It got ugly. It got really ugly.
I don't get that anymore. Come on, wives, step up. All right, J.J. Watt, the Pat McAfee show doing his weekly hit. They asked him about one of the newest Texans and certainly the newest sack artist for the Texans, Danielle Hunter. Here's J.J. Watt.
I'm a massive Danielle Hunter fan. I think that he's been very underrated for a long time, in my personal opinion. I think he's just been very consistent. He plays extremely well on both the pass and the run. So to see him in addition to Will Anderson and D'Amico Ryan's defense, I can't wait to watch that happen. And obviously, I think it's very classy and cool of him, what he did and what he said upon coming down to Houston.
You mean not taking your number, JJ? You mean not taking number 9?
They must. It feels like they must have referenced that or something.
Yeah, probably. You know what? You're right.
Yeah.
They probably did. Yeah, for context, they probably did play Danielle Hunter talking about how much he loves JJ Watt. I would imagine.
Yeah. So that part. As far as Danielle Hunter, he's got receipts for that. During the season, he had tweeted out about how Danielle Hunter was underappreciated. JJ made comments recently where he talked about how one thing he's realized since being in the media is that, man, there's a few teams that really move the meter. There's a few players that really move the meter, but then outside of those people, people just don't want to hear about it. So he tries to blow up people like Danielle Hunter, who's toiling in anonymity up in Minnesota last year or whatever, despite having a really good year. He was on record about thinking that Danielle Hunter had an awesome year last year before the Texans ever showed any interest.
Oh yeah. Text message: what if the Texans traded their 2 number 2s to move into the first? It would have to be somebody. It'd have to be somebody that they really liked, I would imagine, Seth, for them to do that, for them to give up. 42 and 59 to move into the first round. That's a lot of draft cap in this draft where the Texans, where a lot of the guys the Texans want are going to naturally get pushed down to them because there's going to be so many offensive linemen, quarterbacks, and other guys they just generally wouldn't be in on, pushing guys down. I would be shocked if they would give up the chance at 2 contributors for the chance at one that's 12 picks higher or something.
Plus, things get a little squirrely, but if you look at, I'm just looking at Draft Tech's trade value chart. That's probably enough to get him up into the late first round. Yeah. It's not really something that's going to all of a sudden be like a Will Anderson type of player or something.
Right.
So I'd actually be a little bit let down if they traded up into the first round at this point. I'm starting to have fun just thinking about the different strategies and routes they could go. And I do think that everything we know of Nick is because he says it himself over and over again. He just thinks that there's bands of players in the draft and that a lot of times when they're maneuvering within the draft, they're not focused on one in particular guy, one specific guy. It's usually that, okay, here's a band of players that we like. So I think it's much more likely that if they're at 42 and maybe some of these players from the first round that they expected to be gone by the time they were at 17 or something, if there starts to be a position group that falls, then maybe that's what it ends up being. Maybe they trade up to get into it, it ends up being in the early 20s or something.
I've settled in, man. I'm excited to sit at home and watch the first round of the draft without having to get too emotional about anything.
Yeah.
And then have a nice party on Friday night for what will be probably 3 picks over the course of a few hours. And the picks on Friday night move faster than the picks on Thursday night.
Right.
It's only 5 minutes between picks. So If you're a little less patient, then it's a good pace to the draft on Friday night.
The part that I find myself starting to get frustrated. The only thing I get frustrated with a little bit is like whenever I start talking about prospects from the second and third round, since I'm not really talking about first round on my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Basically, like everybody that disagrees with me is. Not everybody, but a lot of the disagreements are more like when you pare it all down, really what you're complaining about is that you're drafting in the second round. Like, no, I don't like this defensive tackle, Seth, because he's not 315 pounds and runs a 4.6 40.
Right.
Yeah, those guys are.
They all went yesterday.
Those guys would be in the first round.
They all went last night. You're a day late for the prom, buddy. It was yesterday.
Every single one of these guys that's projected to go in the second round has like a pretty glaring deficit. You know, like obviously many of them are going to end up being stars, so it's not like a damning deficit, but like to project forward, it's just not as much fun as a lot of the guys in the top 5, obviously.
That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Heading into the 9 o'clock hour, how close did Shohei Ohtani come to getting kneecapped by a bookie in L.A.?
Oh, dear.
We'll let you be the judge. That's coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic, mensteaclinic.com. If you, I'm talking to all you guys.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast.
Nuevo.
Nuevo.
Is it Nuevo or Nueve?
Nueve, yeah, Nueve.
Thank you.
Yeah. Nuevo
I'm not
means
quite fluent in Spanish yet.
That's evident. And you're looking to skip ahead to Portuguese.
Yeah, Sean, not looking to. You and I are definitely going to learn Portuguese.
Are we?
When I
Okay.
found out about, A, how popular American football is in Portugal, and B, how good Brazilian barbecue is, that happened a long time ago.
Yeah.
Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to become, you and I are going to become the sports radio voices of Brazilian American football fans.
Yeah, anything. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, the food. All right. So Ipe Mizuhara, the translator for Shohei Ohtani, the affidavit was released yesterday. And this was, I don't know, man, for me, like, this was some fun reading. Now, I didn't read the whole affidavit. I read the Athletic has a really good summary of this because it couches it in the form of questions like, what did we learn? Why did this happen? How much was he gambling? Really easy to kind of follow. I think my biggest takeaway is, look, we'll get to the actual amount that this dude was gambling. It's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling when you break it down on a per-day basis, just how much gambling this guy was doing and how could he focus on anything else. The text messages between Mizuhara and Shohei and Mizuhara and the bookie, Matthew Boyer, are tremendous. I think the overall takeaway here, because the overall takeaway with the story, Seth, in light of the fact that I think there was a lot of skepticism about Shohei not knowing that Mizuhara was gambling, not knowing that the money was leaving his accounts, a lot of skepticism about that.
Yeah.
I think you and I both said are all possible. Like, people get money stolen all the time, in different amounts from their accounts.
Especially,
and things like that.
I've just seen professional athletes and like the level. I think people are incredulous that somebody would have so little oversight or pay so little attention to how much money was in their accounts or coming or going. And I just like I've not to this degree, but I've been there myself and done it. And I've seen so many other guys that have been grossly negligent when it comes to, because there's rich people who get rich by being good with money. Yes, those people would never allow something like this to happen. Rich people who get rich by doing something else that doesn't involve money, you'd be amazed at like how little money, like financial sense, like some of them either have or care to exercise because it's extra energy.
Well, and just how big a blind spot it is for them.
Yeah,
that's and so my big takeaway from this, after going through the summaries of the affidavit that summarize all the pertinent parts to this whole thing, is that I think this is the story. I think the story that was ultimately told, they shifted to this story as well too. I think that casts some doubt that it started with Mizuhara saying that Shohei loaned him the money, and then the story flipped to what I feel is the truth now, that he did steal the money based on everything, the digital trail of conversations between everybody, thousands of pages worth of text messages where they've been combed through by the FBI, is that Ipe stole about $16 million from Shohei Ohtani, and he's now cooperating. Ipe is cooperating with the feds, trying to get as minimal a sentence as he possibly can, it feels like.
Yeah, and it's as simple as really at the base of all of it, its interpreter was Shohei Ohtani's voice in a lot of respects, and was able to pass himself off as Ohtani without having to forge anything, without having to, well, he probably forged something, but like just by virtue of being the interpreter, people just trusted that what they were hearing was what Ohtani was doing. Even the bookie himself, it seems, based on the text messages, did think that Ohtani was actually the guy making the bets. But it's also obvious that he was never actually told that. He just assumed it, And so when people say, well, how did he keep extending this credit to an interpreter? Well, because he thought it was coming from Ohtani, and the money kept coming. It was as simple as that.
Yep.
We all, as the public was duped by Ohtani's interpreter, they were simultaneously asking, how could somebody get duped like this?
Right.
Because you're like, oh, you heard this first story from Ohtani's interpreter, and you wanted to believe it. And then all of a sudden, when you find out it might be different, you're like, well, nobody would be stupid enough to fall for this interpreter's stuff. Like, no, we all just did. We all did.
This is from the ESPN summary of the affidavit, the article kind of summarizing everything. It says on March 20th, 2024, after the news broke that at least $4.5 million had been transmitted from Ohtani's account to Boyer's operation, Mizuhara texted Boyer, the bookie, asking whether he had seen the media reports. The bookmaker replied, "Yeah, that's all bull bleep. Obviously, you didn't steal from him. I understand it's a cover job. I totally get it." Mizuhara replied, "Technically, I did steal from him. It's all over for me."
Yeah, technically. What a technical.
Yeah,
that's like a woman walking in on her husband cheating on him and him being like, "Well, technically, you caught me with my pants down." Yes, everything is true. Every little bit is true.
And it's all over for me. Yes,
it's all over for me. I got to tell you, that's a pretty good line. I like that he went down like that.
Yeah, he's very self-aware.
All over for me.
It's all over for me. It's all over.
I wonder if he thought he was going to get killed. I wonder if there was a part of him that thought that like he was just going to disappear in the night or something.
Oh, okay. If he did, who would be doing it? Ohtani's people or the bookies? Do you think?
I feel like the interpreter was the only one with access to the funds to do it. Yeah. So like it wouldn't.
He was protected.
Shohei comes to him and is like, "I'd really like to have you assassinated, but I don't know how to do it. I don't speak English. Can you go out and find somebody for me?"
What's the dumbest thing you did throughout this whole ordeal, Ipe? Probably paying for the hitman to kill me, I would say, out of Shohei's account. You know, did a lot of dumb things, you know.
How about this, though? Can you imagine, Sean, if imagine that you wake up and you realize you've stolen $14 million from somebody who considers you a very close friend.
Yeah.
And that you've got absolutely nothing to show for it.
Right.
Because it's all it's all been to feed this gambling beast. So it's like, not only did I do one of the most deplorable things anybody could ever do to a friend, it's not like I even really genuinely personally benefited from it at all. You know, it just, oh my God.
What did you do? I bought a roller coaster. You know, like, okay, well, that's really dumb. You probably paid retail for this roller coaster, but we can at least recoup something here, Ipe.
At least then you've got the memories, the fond memories. So, he probably doesn't have once he started stealing money from Shohei, he probably doesn't have a single fond memory of gambling on sports.
God, no.
You know, like, it's not like everything he did, he was just trying to make back what he'd already lost. Whenever his losing streak started was the last, like, whatever it stopped. Whenever this losing streak started is when he stopped ever enjoying gambling on sports, and he was stealing money from his buddy to do it.
Yeah, it's a horrible feeling. Paying your bookie is a terrible feeling. All right,
so just like think about all the things he could have done with that money.
No, dude, waking up the morning you've got to go pay is like, I thought that was a dream, but it's not. Now, I was never in a 7-figure hole ever, but man, wow. So
I get this image of you, like, I think, is it in Pineapple Express where at the beginning Seth Rogen is talking, he calls in the radio show and he's talking about how the worst part of how they've demonized pot is that you have to deal with drug dealers. It's like, you don't consider yourself a criminal, but you got to go deal with drug dealers.
Yeah.
Like, did you feel like that as a gambler? With no legal sports gambling?
I always actually, personally, I always enjoyed the people I dealt with, but but it was just it was the idea of like what you just said, like, okay, I'm going to have to cough up this money, and all I have to show from it is 3 days worth of stress that's probably put a crater in my lower intestine the size of a golf ball, you know?
That's tough, man.
Yeah. So Ipe stole the $16 million. Here, my two favorite parts of this whole affidavit summary were the part where Ipe is clearly really getting in over his head and he starts ghosting the bookie. Like, before, he and the bookie had a very cordial relationship, and why not? You're making millions off of this Ipe guy. Why wouldn't? And he's paying, you know?
The bookie is so nice.
He's paying, I like this
Every time I
bookie.
drop off a check for $100,000, he's totally cool about everything. Yeah.
Smiles. He gives me his wiring information. It makes it really easy for me. Yeah. So, but it reached a point where clearly Ipe was getting in a little over his head. November of 2023 would be that time, and he had been ghosting this bookie. And the bookie texts to him one day, "Hey, Ipe, it's 2:00 on Friday. I don't know why you're not returning my calls. I'm here in Newport Beach, and I see Shohei walking his dog. I'm just going to go up and talk to him and ask how I can get in touch with you since you're not responding. Please call me back immediately." And that's one of those things. That is, to use your analogy, Seth, about like getting caught having an affair. That is one of those things. Maybe I'll just go tell your wife. You know, like, like that's, you know what? I'm at a Starbucks. I see your wife over here. You're ghosting me. Maybe I'll just tell her that you're you're banging me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like she's right here. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like this could almost, and this is one of those moments too where it's like, all right, wait a second, is this blackmail or extortion or what have you? Except that you've got no recourse. You're totally
illegal.
the criminal here too. Yeah. You're just that is a desperate moment to be in.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
This guy.
Good chess move by Boyer, I would say. I don't think he was with an eye shot of Shohei. I think he was lying to Ipe, but it's not a bad move to try to get Ipe,
Ipe didn't even
come out of the
respond
woodwork
until later the next day, so I wonder if he knew. Maybe he just texted. For all I know with Ipe might have had the Life 360 on Shohei's phone.
Oh, and he knew. For sure.
Do you
Great
think
point.
the level to which Ipe could have basically? This is where if I'm Shohei Ohtani, sure, the money sucks to lose that much money, but the other part of me is like, what other areas of my life has this guy been representing himself as me? And where do I have how many online porn subscriptions do I have? That I never signed up for.
This is a great subtopic here. Which one would worry you the most? The money would be the most worrisome for losing millions of dollars. Obviously, is terrible. What of the ones that aside from the money, which would be the most worrisome to you?
A brothel. If he had set up an account at a freaking brothel and a modern day Heidi Fleiss, and this woman knows that all these payments are coming from Shohei Ohtani or something, and Ipe's he takes care of me, he likes me, but then all that happens is the news gets released. Oh yeah, by the way, Ohtani also any of those activities that would be obviously super embarrassing and damaging. He did it beyond gambling. There was the trading card scenario. There's gonna be more. I will be very surprised if this bastard Mitsuhara it didn't wheedle his way into multiple different ventures and everything in the name of Ohtani.
Dude, it could get to some really dark places. You know what I mean? If this guy's surfing porn sites that are illegal, I'm talking illegal stuff.
That he's doing with Ohtani's credit card.
ID, and to be clear, I'm not saying he is doing these things. We're painting hypotheticals here.
But that's where my mind would go if I were Ohtani. Wait a second.
What else?
The guy had unfettered access to my accounts. Although a couple points, Mitsuhara did have to work his butt off to get some of these wires to go through.
Yes.
It started to raise red flags. But the number of how many texts were there? How many pages?
There were
9,000
pages worth of text. It was
9,000 pages worth of text where there was no mention at all of gambling between Ohtani and Mitsuhara. All of the people
and no mention of baseball being gambled on as well, which I find total that.
That was the one thing. The one saving grace for Mitsuhara is that he never gambled on baseball.
It's a miracle he never gambled on baseball. I mean, we're talking about a guy, Seth, who is millions and millions in debt. I've seen people do way, way more sketchy things, in terms of affecting sport for way lower dollar amounts than that.
The whole thing is, though, and that's where you wonder and worry about is he might the way out wouldn't have been for him to gamble on baseball. It would have been for him to provide information.
Yeah.
That's the other part, again, that, Ohtani, what are you going to do? Pinch Ohtani for hanging out with gamblers? Because you can do that if it's illegal gambling or what have you. But he didn't even know. He genuinely didn't know that any of this was going on.
Yeah.
That's the part. Yeah, I would imagine it feels like all the big questions are answered with all of this information about Ohtani's potential involvement or non-involvement.
Yep.
But I think there's 10 times as many more details that will be fast.
In reviewing approximately 9,700 pages of text messages between Ohtani and Mitsuhara between 2020 and 2024, quote, there was no discussion of sports betting between Mitsuhara and Ohtani. In addition, no text about Ohtani wanting to keep his accounts private from his agent and advisors, which Mitsuhara had been telling Ohtani's agents and advisors that, no, Shohei wants to keep these accounts private.
Yeah.
You can't have access. He wants those to be private. And Ohtani's phone showed no record that he had accessed the illegal gambling website account under Mitsuhara's name. So there's no digital trail from Ohtani's phone of going and placing bets under an account with Mitsuhara's name on it. So
I wonder what Ohtani feels or understands about the magnitude of it all, because I don't know how much American media he consumes. I would imagine like in America, there's going to be a whole lot of people who are anti-Dodgers that just flat out wanted this to be true. I mean, like so many people were like convinced that Ohtani needed to be banned from baseball immediately and what have you. Whereas I would imagine the treatment in Japan would be different, just because there's no team bias necessarily at play or anything like that.
He's a hero
he's a
over there,
national hero in some regards. Yeah. So maybe he doesn't even fully realize how much of a kerfuffle it's caused.
He may not, man. Like he seems pretty oblivious to anything not involving baseball. Like
obviously,
yes. Yeah.
The very thing that led him into this mess might actually particularly and emotionally.
Right, from his mental health. Yeah,
his ability to completely close out so many things in his life.
Epalytics. How much was he gambling? Well, funny you should ask. 25 bets per day they calculate, ranging. This is my favorite part. From $10 to $160,000. I still want those to be on the same phone call. Like that deep down, I want to hear a recording of a phone call of Ipe Mizuhara calling his bookie and saying, give me $10 on the Packers, give me $10 on the 49ers, give me $160,000 on the Patriots, and give me $10 on the Eagles. That's what I want to hear.
Maybe he thought he was playing like three-dimensional chess, like he was because he was such a heavy gambler at this point that he might make the line move somehow. So,
maybe
people are monitoring all my bets because they know I'm a heavy bettor. So I'm going to bet $10 on this one.
This is the part that gives me agita. He gambled enough to where he won $142 million. This is over just a few years. This isn't over a lifetime.
Yeah.
He gambled enough to where he won $142 million, lost $183 million. So the net loss was a little under $41 million. Like he gambled enough to where he was either winning or losing a grand total of over $300 million over the course of 3 years.
At any given point, he could have been one of these people that just builds up a huge online advice presence just by showing the winnings.
Yeah.
Nothing but the winnings tickets.
They would never do that.
I'll show my $142 million in winnings.
Yeah.
And for the most part, enough people are convinced by that. They're not like, yeah, but let me show the losses. Let me see the losses, yeah.
That would be great if he did that, but he did that under Shohei's name. Like wow, Shohei Ohtani is like a tout right now. He won $140 million gambling.
I'll tell you another thing. Immediately where my civic-minded brain goes is, what was the total volume on that, on all those bets?
Like $320 million total.
I think immediately, think of that tax revenue. That's illegal gambling. That's illegal gambling that the revenue should have been taxed somehow.
That's Payne.
And yet it wasn't. Yeah.
Municipality hero. That's
why you should legalize gambling right there, right alone. $300 million of commerce going on without the public at large getting any of their share.
Wake up, Texas. Exactly. All right, so what's our anxiety level about the Astros? I actually put up a poll about this.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I've been eagerly awaiting the preliminary results.
So I know you won't, but don't look at it. If you want to vote on it, at Sean T. Pendergast, the question is simple. Is the dynasty over? Is the castle coming down? Yes or no? Where do the people stand? What is the freak-out level on the Astros early in the season here? That is next.
Kirk Holmes. You will freak out when you find out how good Kirk Holmes is at building people the home of their dreams. The third-generation, family-owned.
free.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so I would say if you're an Astros fan and you're freaking out a little bit, I'm cool with that. Like this is like DEFCON 1 or 2 kind of stuff right now with the pitching staff. You know, I think they've got the talent to turn it around. They got to get some guys back. Hopefully that this Framber thing is not anything more severe than just inflammation that goes down, and he's pitching again in a few weeks. Who knows? We'll see. But right now it's tough. And you've seen three out of your last 4 games, you've had your starting pitcher give up just a deluge inning. 2 of them in the first inning. Blair Henley on Monday and then Hunter Brown yesterday. Gave up 9 runs yesterday, Hunter Brown did. And then obviously Spencer Arrighetti did the bullpen the service of at least giving them 3 innings to rest before they came in. But Astro fans are understandably nervous. So I put up a poll, and wow. Okay. Here we go. Pender poll. Is the Astros dynasty over? Simple question, Seth. Is the Astros dynasty over? Yes or no? We're several hundred votes in. I just put it up about 45 minutes ago.
Oh, boy.
What are you thinking here?
Let me guess. I'm going to guess right now, when put into terms like that, most people are going to step back and say, wait a second. No, I can't close the door on not just this season, but an entire era this early in this season. So I'm going to guess that 70% said no.
Your spidey senses are not on today, my friend.
Oh, boy, I'm way
you're
off,
usually really good at this game.
I'm a little too naive about people's capacity for negativity.
And the internet, yeah.
Yes.
Yes is the winner, 58%.
Okay.
58-42. 58% of the several hundred people who voted say that the dynasty is over.
That's a landslide by presidential standards, but not in the polling world. I wouldn't say that's too close to a coin flip right now, where people are either they're right on the fence as a group as to whether or not this dynasty is over.
It would seem you're clearly a no, right? You're
yeah, well, a no, but in like a way where I can conclusively I can't say that it's not over.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, this is how all dynasties end eventually, right? Is it something that looks exactly like this? I do think that there's some things maybe I'm clinging way too much to the Astros having the second best strikeout rate offensively. You're like, you know what? For one,
that is something.
Offensive, they might be 20th in runs per game right now, and yet there's evidence and signs that they'll be just fine offensively. The biggest issue and problem I think about when it comes to long-term is that, yes, you've got all these guys who are on the injured list for your starting pitchers. That's a problem. The problem is, though, that if we're talking in dynastic terms, Verlander ain't going to be around here for the rest of the dynasty.
No.
You know, we're not really genuinely going to rely on Lance McCullers, right, for the rest of the dynasty. Yeah. We don't really know what we have in Luis Garcia or Jose Urquidy, really. So, yeah, just hoping that Framber, who might not be around for the rest of the potential dynasty also. There's warts and blemishes here for a team that's spending the 3rd most money in baseball right now. Yeah, so I get a little bit nervous, but I wouldn't call it over.
Yeah. To me, this is, much as we poke fun at 162 game guy, that's a question where you do go, okay, it is 14 games. That's different than can they win the division? You know, I am feeling like this might be a wild card team this year, maybe not a division winner like we were expecting. Only because other than Verlander, there really are no reinforcements in sight for the pitching staff. You know what I mean? And there's no solution at first base in sight unless they decide to call up Loper Fido and give him a go at first base at some point here. That's the thing is there's not a lot of dry powder for you to go get solutions outside the organization. You know, if you replace Framber Valdez, you can't replace Framber Valdez with Spencer Arrighetti for the season. You know, if you're trying to replace him, truly replace him, you are now starting to scour other teams' rosters to go, okay, is this team going to be a buyer or a seller at the trade deadline?
I think where they really have lost their edge in a lot of ways is just whatever they've lost with Brent Strom being out of the building. I think that's been a cumulative process where just from you chip away a little bit one year, then the next year you see a little bit more. Maybe that's it. And then I think the other thing is just the edge that the Astros had in Latin American scouting forever and were so good at. I just feel like that's dried up and gone away. Some of the pitchers we have right now are some of the last guys that are these guys that Luno and his staff found by looking into every nook and cranny, signing over the hill prospects like Framber Valdez. I don't see those guys coming back up, and that's where the steady degradation of the pipeline is what worries me more than anything.
We have a really good text about Jim Crane that we got just a second ago. But before we read this, Ben, do we have the Reggie Jackson? Okay, here was Reggie Jackson on John Heyman's podcast. John Heyman, longtime baseball writer. He was asked about making decisions like the Blake Snell non-signing, the Alex Bregman contract extension. How does that happen? And Reggie Jackson kind of laid out what the leadership team looks like for the Astros.
We have a great leadership group with our GM. Also, we have a couple of other advisors in Craig Biggio and Jeff Bagwell, who are very much involved in our decision-making. I'm involved. Jim takes those decisions and puts them together, listens to our management and coaching staff on the field, talks to our GM and his staff, and then, of course, some of the analytics come into the future of a player, and our decisions are made that way, along with being fiscally responsible.
Okay, so this is a committee. Really, I mean, if we're taking Reggie Jackson at face value there, like this is not a GM who's empowered by the owner to go do what you need to do to go either rebuild parts of the team or build parts of the team. That's the picture that's painted right there. The text message, Seth, 6249. Do you think Crane was hands-off at first but was so humiliated by the cheating scandal that he's gone too far in the opposite direction, almost too involved now, needs a damn committee?
Yeah, I think that's a huge part of it. And, we've seen this happen in situations that don't involve any scandal, but when an owner wants to let the experts do their thing, you want to let the coach and the GM do what they're good at and try to stay out of it as much as possible. And you try to be hands-off, and then all of a sudden everything has spun way out of control. I think that with the Astros, it wasn't just the being better than everybody else scandal. Remember, it was the house incident after the World Series.
Brandon
game
Taubman,
well.
Brandon.
Yeah,
Taubman.
like I think there were things that you could point to and say, all right, Luno, as brilliant as he is in some respects, needs more oversight on other areas, maybe especially involving the human side of things.
Yeah.
Or the complying with MLB memos side of things.
Right.
Whatever. Distribute a damn memo, okay?
Yep.
And yeah, I think that's probably like if I put myself in Jim Crane's shoes, that's where I would step in and say like, all right, well, crap, I gotta be more hands-on here apparently.
Well, and this is when he started bringing in a bunch of outside voices too. That's when he started leaning more on guys like Bagwell and Reggie Jackson, and now Biggio's name is getting mixed in here. He's part of the mix, and I have great respect for all three of those guys, for the players that they were, and for obviously they're all three very smart baseball people. Being a smart baseball person and making decisions in 2024 about building a 2024 baseball team, a baseball team built for this age, are two very different things. And I think to myself, a couple of things. One, like, okay, how much can I even blame Dana Brown for stuff that goes on with this team now, knowing it's been confirmed by one of these guys here publicly what we all suspected, which is there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen with this thing. Even coming off of the ratchet-ass offseason they had last year with Bagwell flying down to go pluck Jose Abreu from the White Sox. So I don't know how much I can even blame Dana Brown if he's dealing with like four other people on making decisions. And my other thing is, how many other teams are doing this? Like, how many other teams have their decision-making structure in a way that you've got three legends sitting in the room opining on this stuff and having influence on this stuff, as opposed to empowering the GM to go build a damn baseball team?
Right, yeah. Like, exactly at which point? It's one thing. It's tough whenever you put people between the owner and the GM when it comes to decision making. And like, is that we have no idea how it actually works or anything, but I feel like the way that at least I imagine it, or the way that it's being presented by some people, it's almost like, no, it's not like Dana Brown reports directly to Jim Crane. It's that he reports directly to him. Well, Craig Biggio and Jeff Bagwell and Reggie Jackson are also evaluating what Dana Brown is saying.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
I know maybe that's completely wrong. That's the impression that I get.
I need someone to draw for me what this looks like on an org chart. You know what I mean? Like, what does this look like? Like, who reports to who? Like, who's got the power? Like, you kind of laid it out earlier. Like, okay, is it this thing where Bagwell's got 38% of the vote and Reggie Jackson's got 20%? Like, what is the process here for this stuff?
Yeah.
And are there certain decisions? Is there like a level of decision where we'll let Dana go do all that stuff? You know, like the draft or whatever. Or, you know, bringing guys up and down from the minor leagues. But then there's just certain decisions like Blake Snell. Let's hear from Reggie Jackson on Blake Snell. Are there certain decisions that are above a line where now you got to get all the chefs involved in the whole thing?
Being fiscally responsible, I think, is what kicked us out of the Snell deal. He signed a 2-year deal, I want to say, for 62. I'm too much for him. He's been hurt a couple of times. And I think there's incentives on top of that. He's also got an option on his own, and between the 4 or 5 people that make the decisions with the Astros, we don't play that game.
Wait, what did he say about the phone at the end? The option on his phone?
He has an option on his deal. Blake Snell has an opt out after year 1. Like he does, his deal has that thing that Jim
I
Crane
didn't hear what he said. I couldn't hear what he said after the opt out. But okay. Boy, that podcast, by the way, is not saving baseball. When I watched a little bit of John Heyman talking to Reggie Jackson, whoever the other old guy.
Oh, you mean
was
like the energy level of it or whatever?
Yeah. That's not saving baseball.
No.
The Blake Snell thing, as far as that money, right? The problem is the Blake Snell deal wasn't prohibitive. It was all of the other deals like Jose Abreu that make the Blake Snell deal prohibitive.
Right.
I think
too pricey for us. Not necessarily too pricey. Right. Too pricey for us. Yeah.
And it's hard because it's not like the Astros are being cheap. It's that we run into that situation sometimes where you want to accuse the owner of being cheap when in fact he spent a lot of money, just not in all the spots that would have been more effective to spend it.
Yep.
Which means that you can't do things like the Blake Snell deal.
I'm more scared about the big picture than I am the 2024 season. I think they're going to end up winning a bunch of baseball games. I just don't know. I don't know about this construct moving forward. The clearly do not exist in the minor league level for this team right now. And you got guys that may not be Astros just because they may leave after this season or next season. It's a teetering time now, man.
What if Jeff Luhnow comes walking through that door?
Be great.
What if all of a sudden, do you think it would happen?
No.
I know there's not a chance.
No. It'd be, he was a great GM.
But the part with Luhnow that I always wondered was, okay, what is it going to be like when you get to this portion? Like, this is the hardest part. As impressive as everything he did was, like, what do you do to sustain it? That's really, really hard to do and maintain.
Yeah.
And it's not a slam dunk that Luhnow would have been good at it.
Yep.
It's just that there are different modes of operation when you're on the up and when you're trying to stabilize.
We were deprived of that for sure by the sign stealing punishment. All right. Tom Brady was on a podcast. Tom Brady, don't do this, man. Do not do this. Do not do this Brett Favre thing it looks like you might be doing. That's next. But first, Prize Picks. Let's get back into a good mood here and talk about Prize Picks. Man, Prize Picks is awesome because all you're
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And you always hope when a legend retires that there's something about it where, especially when he's retired one time all run back, he doesn't turn into that guy who's always coming back. Brett Favre, probably the gold standard for that. I thought Tom Brady, Seth might be above that, but maybe not. Tom Brady was on the Deep Cut podcast and was asked about the possibility of playing football again.
One day there's a situation, right? Maybe it's the 49ers, maybe, heading to the playoffs. Offense is great.
Patriots, Raiders,
look,
could be, you never know.
God forbid somebody goes down. Would you pick up that phone?
I'm not opposed to it. If they would, I don't know if they're going to let me if I become an owner in the NFL team, but I don't know if, I don't know. I'm always going to be in good shape, always be able to throw the ball. So to come in for a little bit, like MJ coming back, I don't know if they let me, but I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Okay.
Let me do that. Let me do a recoil at the very end there. I felt like I just have to, as he's going into sports broadcasting, let's not mischaracterize MJ coming back. Like it says, like dipping your toe in for a little bit or what have you.
Yeah.
That was more than just like him coming in at the end of a season or something.
Right.
So maybe if he's talking about I don't think he wants to relive the Wizards years.
I would think not.
Of Michael Jordan, right? So other than that, I wonder in Brady's mind, if somebody were to ask me that question, like at the age of 49, hey Seth, would you rule out a comeback? In my mind, what I would think is like, obviously, unless like medical advancements just all of a sudden took like a light years jump ahead, and that you could just regrow every single little injury that you've ever had in your body in pieces a day. I think that Brady's a little bit closer to that reality than I would be because he just retired. But I don't know. He might be thinking, yeah, in the right circumstance, and if I could be. If maybe the TB12 diet got some help from, German genetics or something, I don't know. Yeah.
He, dude, he just retired last year. He's almost the same age as you. Like, that's crazy.
I know. Yeah.
It's wild. That is just wild to me. Like, he is a physical marvel. There's no question.
He hasn't had the same level of trauma to his body, and he's not playing the same position. That's the biggest difference. Is that quarterbacks? He knows because he came into the league back when you were still allowed to hit quarterbacks. Yeah. He knows just how cushy it's gotten as a quarterback.
He's a big reason they can't get hit because of that knee injury in 2008.
Yeah. And I think that's part of it. He probably always thinks that is like, yeah, I actually have learned a lot, and in the right circumstances, then it might be all right.
You know who I feel for when I hear that cut? Because Brady, in that cut, like I don't think he sound dismissive or like sometimes you see these quotes, Seth, and you see him and you go, oh my God, Brady's doing this Brett Favre thing. And then you listen to him, you're like, okay, well you need to listen to it, not just read the transcript of it. I don't know, man. Like on a level of seriousness on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is like he's joking around and 10 is he's Brett Favre, I think he's a 5. Like, I don't think he's totally dismissing it there.
No, I think he really believes that it would have to be the ideal scenario, but he doesn't think that the ideal scenario doesn't exist.
Right.
Like there is that right spot. You know what? If it's somehow, let's say it was the Chiefs, and they make it the playoffs, and all of a sudden Pat Mahomes gets injured.
Yeah.
Would he go on into that situation and see what he could do with it? Maybe that's not the perfect scenario because the system would be a little bit different. The 40, what?
What about here?
Here,
What if something, he knows Nick Caserio,
The only thing that's tricky or dicey is that for him, ideally, he would be dropping down into a system with which he's familiar.
Which isn't this.
It's an OC or something. And there's not nearly as many of those as there are Kubiak-Shanahan systems.
Yeah. It is interesting. Like the host of that podcast named the 49ers, and I thought Brady might like pump the brakes on like, hey, let's not do specific teams. I don't want Brock Purdy to have to think about this or whoever's quarterback for the Raiders. Or certainly Brady proactively brings up the Raiders and the Patriots. Like, what the hell? Like, Patriots going to draft Jaden Daniels or Drake May, and they're going to walk in the door with half these chouds thinking that Brady's coming back in Week 14 or something like that.
What do you think the response in New England would be if they like announced at a press conference when Brady's supposed to have a ceremony in June honoring him up in New England? What if instead he walked out and he's wearing a uniform and they said Brady's coming back? I would say if I know New England people the way I think I know New England people, not Patriots fans, but just New Englanders in general, I would say that he would get booed by 70% of them.
Do you think?
I think they would be, yeah. I think they'd be like, no, that's garbage. It's garbage. You're just trying to relive the past.
If they didn't suck so badly right now, I might agree with you, but they're bad.
Yeah.
Like those Patriot fans are probably desperate for anything to get them good. I did text Ted just now, Ted Johnson, our good friend, Patriot legend, former host here at Sports Radio 610, who's up in Boston now doing radio, to see if this is a topic up there today. Brady.
He hasn't
texted
yet.
back yet, but I'm curious.
Probably too busy talking about this topic.
About Brady. Hey, you mentioned this. They're doing a ceremony for Brady in June up there? Didn't they just do one last season?
That's what I thought. I didn't understand what that was.
Is he demanding one where Belichick's actually not in the building for it, maybe? Like, I want another ceremony with no Belichick there.
I don't know. I guess the one maybe in June. Okay, so it's the Patriots Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
Okay.
Starting at 7 p.m. on June 12th.
Okay.
And lasts until 9:30.
Okay, well, that's more than I need to know.
I didn't know if you wanted to go or not. I was going to let you know that's exactly what you're getting yourself into.
I'm good. I'm too busy trying to get our Texans kiosk of fame off the ground here. You know, I can't be beholden to other teams' halls of fame. Yeah.
Just one more detail about this.
Yeah.
It must be. I'll hand it to Bob Kraft. He's not trying to turn this into some hoity-toity affair that only VIPs are allowed in, because they're actually there's a preferred rate of $36 for season ticket holders. And I think they're having it at the actual stadium.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's in the stadium. Okay.
So he's going to make some good money off of it. Never mind.
Yeah.
It's not a hoity-toity affair, but it's still a money-making affair.
Money grab for sure. Hey, how about Hannah getting some headline treatment on NFL.com? Like one of the top headlines on NFL.com.
For her comments about winning?
Yeah. Texans, Hannah McNair, on team's active offseason, quote, "We want to win now." If you missed it, here were Hannah and Cal with Randy McAvoy of Channel 2 yesterday.
Our boys, when they heard the Stefon Diggs news, were screaming around the house, and then their friends said their teacher stopped class to tell everyone. So there's quite a buzz amongst the younger generation about the guys that we brought in. So that's exciting.
And we embrace the expectations. That's where we want to be. And at the same time, it's about building the team and the team being coached and working hard. It's the day-to-day things that are going to get us where we want to get to, but we've got to stay focused, and work hard every day to bring about where we want to go.
And we want to win now.
Hey, hey, Sean, can we send that clip up to that little kid in Buffalo who's crying about Stefon Diggs getting traded?
Yeah.
It was the loving parent who put her sobbing child on social media when she informed her diehard Bills fan son. Looked to be about 4 years old.
Oh yeah, like pre-K, kindergarten
4 or 5
age.
or something. I don't know. He didn't have all his teeth. I don't know.
Yeah.
She told him that that Stefon Diggs was getting traded, and the kid started bawling. And then he asked for what, and his mom was like, a 2025 second-round pick.
Yeah.
And really twisting the knife.
Yeah.
And the poor kid, he's famous on social media because his loving mother put him out there.
I love that kid. He at one point he's crying and he goes, "What's next, Josh Allen?"
Yeah.
I'm like, I looked at that. I said, "This kid is ready for adulthood right here. He's got the what's next thing going perfectly. You are ready for a tortured, tormented adulthood."
I liked that he was really young, but understood the concept of a trade, knew enough to ask what the compensation was, was confused by the compensation. It was, that's a pretty smart little kid right there.
I know. He should be on the radar.
I want to interview him, except I also don't want to encourage, putting out photos of your emotionally distraught children out for clicks,
He should be on the radar, the GM radar, man. Like this kid's, he's a prodigy. He's 6 years old, and he's wondering what the compensation was in the Stefon Diggs trade.
Sammy and James were really like way into sports early on, right?
Dude.
Were they and they were bright like that? They kind of knew a lot of stuff when they were still 10 years old or younger.
Yeah, dude. Sammy, they used to, when I first moved down here to get into media, it was 2007, so they were 8. James might have been 8 or 9. Sammy was a year younger, and they would come down. They'd fly down for the draft every year to watch the draft with me because they love the draft. Yeah, they were super smart sports. They still are, yeah.
Did they get really emotional like that when they were little over stuff?
Oh, boy. What did... yeah,
Was there anything
probably.
that broke their hearts and you had to explain to them the cruelty of the real sports world?
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there were any trades like that. There were certainly games like that. They were big. They were. Yeah. They're not anymore Notre Dame fans when they were kids. They branched out on their own now, and now they torment me about Notre Dame football. So that's nice to see. But yeah,
have they learned about Michael Jordan's divorce yet? Is that are they let down by
the
legend of Michael Jordan's? Okay.
No. So yeah, I like Hannah's moxie though, man. Wants to win now.
Oh yeah. No. I think Hannah Montana was I don't want to say the comeback player of the year, but more like just the breakout player of the year in the way that
Hannah Montana. You said Hannah Montana.
That's what I call. That's my pet name for. So Hannah McNair. Hannah McNair was the breakout player of the year, and that nobody really expected it. It wasn't anything. There wasn't 5 years ago, people weren't like, when do you think the year Hannah McNair really breaks out in terms of public popularity? People weren't having that debate, and then all of a sudden, over the course of the last 18 months, she's become a cult hero in Houston. I feel like there's probably at least 7 Hannah McNair. There might be as many Hannah McNair tattoos as there are Hannah Montana tattoos out there in the
amongst
city of
the
Houston
youngsters.
Right now.
Yeah, maybe so.
I'm sorry, Hannah. I didn't mean Hannah, you listen to the show. You know how I am with names. I'm sorry. I apologize.
She knows. Hannah Montana, beloved character. That's all. I mean, she's played by Miley Cyrus, who might be insane, but beloved character, Hannah Montana.
Is Miley Cyrus insane? I thought she knew what she was up to.
She's not insane. She's just a little wild.
A little wild. Yeah.
She's
maybe
wild?
I'm being hyperbolic. Yeah. Now the
family is insane.
Yeah.
So if Hannah McNair, let's say Hannah McNair is her pseudonym for her Nickelodeon pseudonym.
Okay.
Like Hannah Montana.
Mm-hmm.
What's the real Hannah McNair like?
Okay.
You mean like what other what character should
like
be?
Hannah Montana was Miley Cyrus' pseudonym.
Yeah.
So if Hannah McNair is hers
pseudonym, yeah. Then what's her
does
real
she have
name?
a wild side too?
I would maybe. She's she's a twin.
Yeah.
She's it's they probably played some twin chicanery back in the day.
They probably
identical twins. So I like to think so. I like to think so.
Boy.
And I think
I feel like I'm sitting down to the SATs for the first time. I still don't. I'm struggling with the concept here, but yeah.
I think the fact that she's not afraid to talk a little trash at the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
I think there's some.
She's had a good year.
She's had a hell of a year. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, Hannah McNair.
Yeah.
Hell of a year.
Yeah.
Hell of a year. What's up, Landry?
What's up?
How you doing, man?
I'm great.
Yeah. It's good. Hannah McNair saying we want to win, man.
We want to win now.
We want to win, and we want to win now. I like the cow as kind of the yin to the yang.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they should want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep. All right. Payne and Pendergast, we are done on a Friday. We're out of time. Seth, antibodies to you. I will see you on
Antibodies and
Monday.
7-round mock drafts to you.
Thank you. I can't wait. All right, we're done. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. Have a great weekend, everybody. They start now.
All right, I'm doing it. I never thought I would do this in my entire life. I'm doing it.
What's that?
I'm adjusting. I'm not going to sit people down over the Astros. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that they're bad. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that the pitching has been bad and all that. I'm not doing that. I'm adjusting my mindset. I'm doing something I used to roll my eyes at.
And that is?
I am developing a strong rooting interest that's going to take me through this, what appears to be perhaps a rougher season than we're used to.
You're already looking at the draft.
And it all starts tonight. I will never be looking at the MLB draft. I can assure you of that. This is what I'm doing, and I want you in with me, man.
Well,
and I
it
want the
depends on what you're
loopholes
talking
in with
about.
me.
Depends.
It's all about the boot for me. 2-2 right now, equal with the Rangers. I am focused. I'm not focused on ALCS. I'm not focused on anything. It's all about the boot. The Rangers are coming to town for 3. They've already dethroned the Astros as World Series champs. I am focused on the boot. That is what I'm focused on. I said one series at a time. This is my new Super Bowl. It's all about being the Texas State champion. And tonight, an opportunity to take control of the boot. I am in on the boot. Never thought I would be. I'm in 100%. Let's go.
So how about that Masters?
It's boot time.
It is not boot time.
It's boot time, baby.
Yeah, don't do this.
Let's adjust it.
Don't do this.
Let's adjust it. Boot time.
So this is like a make your season win. Like if you're whatever.
No, there's still
Auburn,
work to be done. They'll still
and you beat Alabama.
There'll still be work to be done, but I'm on the boot.
Yeah, no, I'm not. The boot matters. Boot. I'll tell you what. I'm not even considering that. If the Astros are playing the Rangers starting today, all I need is a dub. One dub. That's all. I don't care about boots. I don't care about anything else.
Give me the boot.
Yeah.
The dub comes and you take control of that boot. Figgy, you down with the boot?
Nah, man.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. We better than this.
We are better.
Are
than
they?
This. Thank you, Figgy.
Are they better than this?
Nah, we as a show are better than this.
I'm in the boot, man.
Yeah.
If they win, consider the T-shirt made. Silver boot champs.
Okay, if they win
Silver
the
boot
series,
champs.
I want you to get a boot T-shirt.
Silver boot champs, 100%.
Yeah. I want you to walk around and
committed.
people will be talking behind your back. Look at that guy.
I'm committed.
He's committed. He's excited that they beat the Rangers in a season
I'm
series.
committed to the boot. That's where I'm at.
This is awful, man. This is awful that you're even considering that.
Well, sorry.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to.
You want me to tell you that they're going to be back in the ALCS? You want me to lie to you?
No, don't lie to me because they're not. It doesn't look like they will be at all this year. I think things are. I think things might be worse than even 4-10 might indicate. Things might be worse than even what we're talking about here.
And we're going to see Verlander come in, the ghost of Justin Verlander. I feel like that's going to be a disaster too. Expected to like save the day.
Disaster if you're comparing him to what you expected, 2 years ago. But I don't have a high. I'm kind of with you on this. I don't have high expectations on Justin Verlander. Like there are no real high expectations, and that's why I feel like that this team is kind of fooling itself in a lot of ways. And that
We're 2 weeks away from the NFL draft. And I say 2 weeks. We're actually 13 days, but we're 2 weeks away from the Texans actually making some picks. Cal McNair and Hannah McNair, they spoke. We'll hear what they got to say. Y'all were breaking down that Hannah wants to win.
Hannah wants to win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at that, right? There you go. Breaking news right here.
She wants to win now.
Yeah, okay.
She wants to win now.
Wow, that's huge.
What's wrong with that?
Second most money on free agency, and she wants to win now. I would hope so.
Yes, I would hope so too. But it's good to hear. That's the thing about what
y'all creep me out. By the way, my confession: y'all creep me out when y'all start trying to make connections to Hannah Montana and Hannah McNair.
Why?
It just makes me uncomfortable. You, Sean, and Seth having a round table about Hannah McNair and Hannah Montana makes me uncomfortable.
That shouldn't make you uncomfortable.
It might be a me thing.
Yeah.
I just get kind of and then you are trying to make connections. It's just oh god.
Because he said he called her Hannah Montana.
Yeah. I was just like, where is this going? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't quite know where this is headed, but all right.
I think when we and we're going to hear from her and him, Cal McNair. I don't think it's anything big, but I think it's just what you want to hear right now. Like you're.
I mean, they've shown you though.
Yeah, they've shown you, but you want to hear it. You want to hear from them that yes, what we think, what we see is absolutely echoed at the top. That's what I think. Just something that you want to hear at this time. There hasn't been any press conferences. There hasn't been.
Don't get me started on that.
On other things. So, yeah, let's hear what the owners have to say.
Get me started on that.
Yeah, still stuck in your craw, so to speak?
I'm not stuck in anything. I just don't understand why Stephon Diggs didn't get a press conference.
I don't either, to be honest.
You're sitting there talking about how excited everyone is, and you're talking about how I think they interrupted your kid's class or whatever, and you're not going to give me a press conference? One of the most exciting moves of the offseason, no press conference? I mean, the PR staff, A+ the last 3 years and everything they've dealt with, but... Well, then what are we doing?
There was the uniform reveal.
That wasn't them.
Yeah, that's true. It was a different branch.
Yeah, that wasn't them.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had more uniform events than we have press conferences. Like Stephon Diggs can't get one. He can't go up there and get the crowd hype. Give us a little bit of a sound clip or something like that.
Because he would.
Well, I mean, and he deserves it.
Yeah, he deserves it.
I mean, he'll be available at workouts or whatever. It's not an introductory. So don't tell me how excited they are and I didn't get a press conference.
Yeah.
Need to hear that.
But I think I liked it because it's like I said, we're all
y'all just like anything Hannah does. Let's just be real.
No.
Look at Hannah.
Where does this come from?
Look at that.
No, I just think
she wants to win.
I just think that we're all swept up in what the Texans have been doing in this offseason. We've gotten It's fair to say that they've won the offseason. We're all excited about it. We didn't get a Stephon Diggs press conference. So when the owners come out and kind of validate that, it's just good to hear. That's all. It's not any big
actions
news.
tell you that, though, right?
Their actions have told us that. I just said that, and I feel like it's just good validation for fans to hear those things.
I would just like to hear it from Diggs.
Well, that too. I'm not saying I wouldn't.
Wouldn't mind hearing it.
I'm not saying I wouldn't prefer that as well.
Little jersey up there.
Mm-hmm. Number 1, baby.
Number 1.
Mm-hmm.
I came here because I want to win a title.
Yes.
I think that would work.
We want all that.
Yeah.
We want all that and more.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's just good when they did it, and good for Randy Mack. Getting them.
Bristol got it too.
Good for Bristol to get them.
They all got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Give him credit for in line.
It's 2 people, Landry. It's 2 people. It's not everybody.
Where was Will Kunkel at?
It's not they all. See?
Where was Will Kunkel?
Where was Will Kunkel?
Was Will too busy doing Astro stats to get in there? How can Will not get in there?
Yeah.
Berman would have got in there.
Berman would have had him at some function they were at the kids' Little League game or something. he would have had him then, and probably about 2 weeks ago. But they got the owners, man.
The owners got them. The owner said, "Hey, come through.
You think?
You get 5, you get 5." Yeah, it wasn't like exclusive.
Well, it was only 2 people.
Yeah,
got them.
2 longest tenured TV guys. Yeah, got to get Kunkel in there though, man.
Yeah,
looks good on TV.
Maybe he was looking for Doug Bosick.
He looks good on TV, man.
Yeah.
What you say about Doug Bosick?
No, I mean sometimes you get the whales and sometimes you don't.
That's the uniform guy, man.
Yeah, that's the uniform guy, and he's way up there.
Yeah,
that's his whole job is to do the uniforms.
There. Yeah, get some hype, man. You think Diggs? Maybe Diggs will be a uniform thing. Maybe they're saving him for the big event.
They got to have the stars there. They got to have.
Do they?
CJ, yes.
Okay.
CJ, Tank, obviously Stephon Diggs. They've got to have them. You want to create some buzz, that'll do it because they're going to be cheering for the players, and you can say it's the uniforms. Like they have this big event, right there at the post. And if people see these guys, they're going to go nuts. And you can say, look how much they love the uniforms. Well, they're really cheering the players, but that's fine. It'll work. It'll get the buzz going.
The buzz going was the Stephon Diggs press conference.
I'm talking about
they dropped the buzz.
No, I'm talking about what you just said. Like if you bring them out at the uniform reveal, it'll really create more buzz from a fan.
By the way, Will Kunkel did interview the owners.
He did that too?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so don't give McAvoy credit for some exclusive. Everybody was there.
Okay, let me apologize to you and everyone.
Yes, shout out to Will Kunkel. Get in the mix. Will not only putting out the baseball stats, he was in the mix.
Yeah.
Shout out to Will. We can see that on Fox. Everybody's in the mix. Shout out to Will, man. He had that C.J. Stroud interview too. I knew Will's stats and info would come through.
He's good.
He's doing his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's out there. Everybody's excited. Mm-hmm. Everybody's pumped, and we got uniforms. We got the Astros too. Did you hear what Reggie Jackson had to say yesterday?
Didn't make sense to me.
What on earth? So I thought Dana Brown was making the decisions.
I don't know who's making the decisions anymore.
I don't want to kick you in the nuts about the Astros. We know they suck right now. But I saw this yesterday. Chandler Rome put it out. This was Reggie Jackson talking about the reason why the Astros said no thanks to Blake Snell.
We have a great leadership group with our GM. Also, we have a couple of other advisors, and Craig Biggio, Jeff Bagwell, very much involved in our decision-making. I'm involved. Jim takes those decisions and puts them together, listens to our management and coaching staff, talks to our GM and his staff, and then, of course, some of the analytics come into the future of a player, and our decisions are made that way, along with being fiscally responsible. Being fiscally responsible, I think, is what kicked us out of the Snell deal. He signed a 2-year deal, I want to say, for 62. That's too much for him. Between the 4 or 5 people that make the decisions with the Astros, we don't play that game.
He mentioned about 10.
He said 4 to 5.
Yeah, no, he mentioned himself, Biggio, Bagwell, Dana Brown, analytics staff, obviously Jim Crane, other analysts that he said So probably about 10 people involved in this. Now, look, this is what bothered me about it. Not so much that. That's a lot. But a lot of teams have, a group of handful of people that weigh in on decisions.
Yeah.
That's not. It's probably
the flat organization.
It sounds like it. It's a lot more probably than most organizations. But then you say it was fiscally responsible.
Abreu, Jeff Bagwell hopping on a plane and going to recruit Jose Abreu for 3 years is fiscally responsible.
Not only that, but you were reportedly in at that number. Like 2 years, 62 is not a lot compared to what was asked initially and what people thought you were going to spend. So I don't know if he's just justifying it or what, but that one bothered me, though.
So Reggie Jackson's in there, too?
Oh, yeah. He said.
Okay, so we have Reggie Jackson, Jeff Bagwell, Craig Biggio, Dana Brown's staff, Jim Crane making these decisions.
Analysts, he said analysts.
And we don't play that.
Yeah.
Okay, I did not have, and I'll admit this is perhaps wrong on my part. I don't have a good grasp of how the Astros organization functions at this point.
Mm-hmm. No,
I have no idea.
That's more than fair. Because I think depending on which way the wind is blowing and which analyst or whatever he wants to listen to, Jim Crane ultimately makes the decision. It's a lot, man. I mean, a lot of teams have a handful of people that are making those big decisions, but that's a lot.
That's a hell of a lot, and I didn't even know Reggie Jackson was in the mix.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Man, he's been.
Well, I didn't know he was in there saying, hey, screw Blake Snell.
Yeah.
Man.
Apparently he was.
Jeez, man.
Yeah.
And the more you know. The more you know. I'm at a loss. I really am focused on the silver boot at this point with the Astros.
I think you're just kidding.
No, I'm being serious. I mean,
you're excited about the silver boot.
That's what I'm focused on.
Yeah.
They got to win the boot.
And what happens if they do?
Then
you have a kegger.
I'm just gonna be happy that they beat the Rangers, and that's
we don't even care about the Rangers.
Well, we do now.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm there.
You would have to speak for yourself on that one.
And then you have this Hunter Brown fella.
Good Lord.
What is he?
Awful right now, and maybe not much more than average. Period.
He allowed 11 hits and got 2 outs.
Yeah, 9 runs, 11 hits, and they were.
This guy was supposed to be the man.
He has a delivery just like Justin Verlander.
Yeah, I've seen that a few times.
Yeah, he does. It was. I think Hunter Brown just might be okay, at best. Like if you look at what he's done.
By the way, Chandler Rome is saying Blake Snell hasn't been injured.
Has not been injured?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Reggie Jackson doesn't even know. He said Blake Snell's been injured. When did he get hurt?
Well, he won the Cy Young last year. So it wasn't last
He's
year.
won it twice, I think.
Yes, he's won it twice, but he won it last year. It's not exactly like he's been less than durable.
Let's see. 24 starts, 31 starts, 23. 11 in the COVID year, 27, 24, 32. When was this injury that Reggie Jackson speaks of?
I don't know.
There's the 11 in the COVID. Like the last 3 seasons, 27 starts, 24 starts, 32 starts. Before that, 23, 31, 24. 2 Cy Youngs. Where are these injuries that Reggie's talking about?
I think between that and the fiscal...
Is Jim Crane just trying to trade baseball cards at these meetings?
No, I think they're trying
Is he bringing in like a Jeff Bagwell card to get signed and Craig Biggio and Reggie Jackson?
I think they're just trying to justify not wanting to pull the trigger or getting beat out on this or Snell wanting to go somewhere else. They're just trying to justify it because they're horrible right now. And there's no other way to put it. So they're like, well, what happened with your pitching? You know, all the other things Chandler Rome said that I thought was very interesting, like, you know, you can't plan on some of these guys starting on the IL, but you can bring in pitching with the guys that were already on the IL, you know?
I mean, let's just stop with the Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers talk.
That too.
Like, we got to cut that out.
Yeah, that too.
Lance McCullers being healthy would be more surprising than him being hurt at this point, and you knew what was going on with Luis Garcia. I mean, it's not like we're talking about Mike Scott or something like that, or Roger Clemens.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's not a surprise.
Yeah, Luis Garcia.
Don't give me Lance McCullers and Luis Garcia. You knew they were hurt to begin with.
Well, what is it, 528 days now since Lance McCullers last pitched in a major league game? And Luis Garcia, yeah, he had a good, he had an up and down previous 2 years before getting hurt, and it's Tommy John surgery.
Have we had enough time pass to where they can just rehire Jeff Luhnow? Like, has the smoke cleared enough? Like, we have the Ohtani controversy and stuff. Has enough time passed to where we can just bring back Jeff Luhnow and see what happens?
I think, first of all, they're not going to bring in Jeff Luhnow.
But could we?
No, hold on. I'm saying they're not going to bring in Jeff Luhnow. Even if they could, does Jeff Luhnow want to come back into this? Because when Luhnow was here, it wasn't Bagwell and Biggio and Reggie and all these guys. They were coming into the organization, but Luhnow was the voice. Luhnow was the have been part of the problem, ultimately. But no, does he even want to come back to this? That's the bigger question.
Stephon Diggs hasn't spoken. Not quite sure why. I don't know what he's up to. However, his bosses did speak. They had some pretty good things to say about the alleged diva wide receiver, the defensive Diggs, courtesy of the folks up top, coming up next.
Let's hit it big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
We just got some news from the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna hear there's gonna be some vocal stuff from Texans players. They speaking on Monday. C.J. Stroud, D'Amico Ryans. Monday. Nick Caserio Thursday. Still no Stephon Diggs.
Will Anderson too.
Okay. There you go. That's nice.
Yeah.
Good to hear from them. But no Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
We have heard, though, now from the owners. They made the local TV rounds. We have heard from the owners, courtesy of two of the handsome fellas who do local TV around here. Will Kunkel hadn't put his out yet. I think he's busy on those stats that he'd be putting out.
Mm-hmm.
Probably ironing his shirt, too. He seems like a shirt ironer, doesn't he?
Nothing wrong with that.
For sure. No, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Sharpest guy. Sharpest looking dude.
You think he used starch?
Oh, he better.
No starch.
Light starch.
Okay.
Yeah, light starch.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Get that crisp collar going.
But
jinx.
Hannah McNair,
No.
she spoke to the charmer, Randy McElroy, about, along with Cal, about the reaction of Stephon Diggs and their expectations, the ownership's expectations for this squad. Here is Hannah and Cal with the great Randy McElroy.
Boys, when they heard the Stephon Diggs news, were screaming around the house, and then their friends said their teacher stopped class to tell everyone. So there's quite a buzz amongst the younger generation about the guys that we brought in. So that's exciting.
And we embrace the expectations. That's where we want to be. And at the same time, it's about building the team and the team being coached and working hard. It's the day-to-day things that are going to get us where we want to get to, but we've got to stay focused, and work hard every day to bring about where we want to go.
And we want to win now.
Yeah, and I mean, we know that.
Yes, we know that.
I just think it's funny. You and Sean were sitting here talking about it. Like, oh, my God, look at what Hannah said. Dude, of course they want to win now. Look at what they're doing. I want to hear Diggs, though.
Well, why can't you want and like both?
What are we? That's nice to hear. Well, I can see it. I've heard them say stuff before, and their actions didn't back it up. I like the actions. I'm about them actions, man. That's what I like to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you say everybody's excited about Diggs, and then I don't get a press conference, then what am I supposed to say?
Look,
that's awesome.
I don't disagree that it would be great to have a Stephon Diggs press conference.
I'm getting a little too worked up about this press conference. I like when people are excited, and I wanted to hear from him.
All I'm saying is, for all the things that we've said, they just said it. And yes, they've been excited. We can assume they've been excited. They made the moves, and you're not going to make a move and say, well, hope that works out, or anything like that, or we don't like that. It's just good. Why can't you enjoy things, man?
What do you mean? I'm enjoying it. I just think there's got to be some sort of look what Hannah said. Let's play the audio and say, oh, look what Hannah said. Like, man, come on. They've shown you that. You know that. Mm-hmm. We know that they want to win. Mm-hmm. We know that. They're about that action.
Yeah,
they don't need to say that. But I want to hear Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear Diggs say it. Where's Diggs? Someone find Stephon Diggs. I know he's on Instagram a lot. Do you follow Diggs on Instagram? Have you given him a follow?
Not yet.
Tell me what he's up to.
I bet
man.
Sketch has his numbers.
Sketch definitely has his number. Let's get what does Sketch think?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what's up with Stephon Diggs? Does he have anything on his story right now? I got to hear from Stephon, man.
Yeah.
I know Hannah's about that action. We know that. Come on, man. Jeez.
So right now it's a picture of him training.
Okay. How's he looking?
He look fit, man. No shirt, shorts. He look like he training.
I see you. Okay.
And then
so he's ready.
Yeah, and also he got a picture of Vontae Davis. I guess he
rest in peace.
Yeah, I guess he went to a funeral or something like that. Looked like a obituary.
Yeah.
Some respect.
Yeah, memorial.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Diggs, man.
Yeah.
Can't wait to hear you. Might have to wait a little bit, but I can't wait to hear you.
Well, it's weird because they've already announced Monday, and he's not involved. So it ain't going to be anytime soon, it seems like. I just wonder why. Like,
you think maybe he didn't want a press conference?
Maybe.
You think maybe it's him?
Who cares?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're
you traded for the guy.
But maybe he said no.
He said no to a press conference?
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out.
You think so? You think that seems like his personality?
I just think it's weird the Texans didn't want a press conference with this. I would rather have this over
the people.
I would rather have this over the other two.
It's for the people, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
This was the biggest move of the offseason when it comes to drama.
In the league.
Now, it might not have been the most expensive, but this was the biggest move of the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
So move.
So why wouldn't they want a press conference?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I know I might be guilty of putting too much into it.
But hearing from Cal and Hannah didn't do anything for you?
I guess. I mean,
he didn't really do nothing for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's just there. I mean, but hey, that's just us. It's these two get together talking about Hannah. She could say barbecue's good. Oh my God, did you hear Hannah say barbecue's good? Oh my God, Hannah said that ketchup's a popular condiment.
Where does this come from?
I don't know. I'm asking y'all.
No. Where does this theory of yours come from?
Hannah wants to win. Yes, she does. She's a killer. She's a killer. She's got that killer in her. She's also got some diva in her.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe not.
She's also got some diva in her, perhaps. We heard from Randy McIlvoy, his portion of the interview with the McNairs. Let's hear it from Jason Bristol. This is Jason Bristol, the great Jason Bristol. Another great dude. KHAU. Shout out to him. Here is Jason Bristol with Cal and Hannah talking about the reputation of Stephon Diggs being the D-word receiver.
Why do you think that he will be a good fit here in this organization?
Do you think I'm a diva? Am I a diva?
No, I said Stephon Diggs, not you.
I mean, I don't know. It depends on what your definition is.
So I don't really know him yet. I look forward to getting to know him. I think as a receiver, you probably want the ball. And I think as team, you want receivers that want and want to make a difference with it once they get their hands on it. And I think he's one of those guys that can make a difference. And I'm glad he's here, and I look forward to getting to know him. I think we have a team that really works together well, and I think they'll if he goes off a little bit, they'll probably challenge him and bring him back in, but they'll work together as a team, and I look forward to that.
And this is where you trust your evaluators, right?
Right.
I think we have a good culture in our locker room that he's coming into, and
right there.
I think he's a great fit.
But you want to win.
Yeah.
I mean, you want guys that want to win, and so sometimes you do have to challenge yourself, and we'll see what happens.
That is right there. That right there is the money quote, because you have Cal basically acknowledging there might be a time where people get tested based on strong personalities. You have Cal saying that sometimes there might be, quote, risk, but you want to win, so you got to be aggressive. And then you have Hannah selling the culture and saying, yes, this is a good culture, so we're comfortable enough with this culture to where if there is a reputation before and the reputation is valid, we're very comfortable bringing this guy into our culture. That right there, I think that was a great summary of where they feel they're at right now and why they're willing to make moves like this. And then you got to trust your evaluators. They say that as well. They also trust the process. That summarizes where they are right now.
So it was good to hear from Hannah.
Well, it's good to hear substance, not Hannah wants to win. But like, I think they broke down the entire organization.
I think that's the best part of this whole availability, whatever you want to call it, they had yesterday, because those are the questions we're going to ask Stephon, D'Amico, Nick. Like, why is this going to work? Are you worried? Is it going to be a fit? What if there is, some semblance of the discontent that he's had elsewhere? Like that right there coming from the owners, that is about as good as you want to hear, because that's what we want to know. Those are the questions you're going to ask Stephon and all down the line. Whenever you get a hold of him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I mean, we'll hear from him, and I guess he's going to get asked about Buffalo. Are they worried about that?
I wouldn't.
What's he going to say? I think he's going to go up there and be very classy and say what he says. Now, the week of the game, it might be a little different.
It might be a little different the week of the game, but
might be a little more smoke.
Who cares? Even if he if he torches them, I think they're going to. It's going to be more of an effect on Buffalo than here.
Yeah, and I just can't wait to see how they put it all together. We're 2 weeks away from the Texans making moves. Stephon Diggs, man, he seems to be working out. He's working out, according to Figgy. Figgy's been stalking his Instagram for the last 10 minutes, so we know that he's getting that work in. We know he's figuring it out. Just haven't really heard what he has to say yet. Although he has been putting on some Texans gear. He's working out in the Texans helmet. I see. He's ready to go.
He is.
He's gonna be a popular guy. Popular jersey. I don't know if that's
it's going to be big time.
But
I think it's going to be one of the more popular ones.
You would get a Stephon if you're a jersey purchase?
I'm not a jersey guy. I think I would rank them. CJ1, obviously.
You got to go staying power there. You got to go with the Nico over the Diggs or
I don't
Tank?
know. I don't know if that's staying power.
Maybe Tank.
I would go Tank over all of them.
Okay.
CJ1, then Tank.
Tank at least got 3 more years.
These are going to be 200, right? At least these jerseys, right?
They're going to be in that neighborhood.
Yeah,
they're going to
about 199. Maybe 179.
Okay.
Yeah.
179.
That cheap?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Kidding me?
I was just checking.
No, that ain't cheap.
I never bought a jersey, so I don't know.
Yeah, me neither. Well, maybe a long time ago.
I bought a cheap jersey, but not like a real one.
Like a Ross rack?
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to the Ross rack. Coming up next, J.J. Watt weighs in on what's going on with the Texans. He has a different outlook. We'll hear what J.J. had to say. Plus, man, how do we remain sane during this unique, tough time? That's next.
Matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
J.J. Watt has spoken on expectations. Kind of spoke out of both ends. I don't know what exactly his overall point is here. But this is J.J. Watt on ESPN / The Pat McAfee Show talking about these great expectations. By the way, 13 days in the draft, 2 weeks away from the Texans actually making a pick if stuff holds as it currently is. Here's J.J. Watt on ESPN talking about the expectations for the Texans.
I mean, the additions that they made and the things that they've done these last two off seasons are very impressive. Think about where this franchise was 2 years ago. And then you think about where they are today and some of the conversations that are happening and some of the expectations that are being put upon this team. I do think that you could say it's a situation where the excitement level and the expectation level has built so high so fast that it almost is starting to become unrealistic. But a coach like DeMeco Ryans, when you have a quarterback like C.J. Stroud and the mentality that those two have and the way that they handle themselves and the way they conduct their business, I think that they are uniquely positioned to handle this situation and continue to excel.
What's unrealistic would be my question. Like, what would be unrealistic for J.J. Watt or for the Texans to achieve? Like, for me, the expectation win the division, and then get in the tournament, make some noise. That's really how I would look at it. You know, I'm not going to sit here and say they have to get to the AFC Championship game to keep their momentum. There's different things that can happen. There's different factors. But for me, win the division or just get into the playoffs, and then we'll see what happens and have some sort of personal growth. What's unrealistic about what's been laid out and what's been said about this squad?
See, I think unrealistic is this team will win the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
but
that's crazy.
Below that, my expectations already are in what you laid out, because what you just laid out is what they did last year. They won the division, they got into the tournament, and they made some noise. So I think there is another realistic expectation, and that's before the draft, before anything else, before we see this team in the preseason and even in training camp. I'm not going to lie. I think it's very fair outside of injuries and everything else to say this is an AFC contender. Are they the Chiefs? No. But can they get there?
Yeah.
I think that's an expectation.
I think so, too. There's just so many variables when it comes to football where, like last year, the Bengals were probably saying, let's get back to that AFC title game, and then they had all the injuries. So sometimes there's just stuff out of your control that happens to where you lose that type of momentum. And let me ask you this. Do you think that is there a mindset when it comes to evaluating squads? And I'll ask the loopholes this too. 713-572-4610. Shout out to you. Friday, we made it, man. We made it to Friday. It seems like it was a long drag, but we made it to Friday. But does it feel like if the Texans had lost the last game to the Colts? I keep going back to this. Like, let's say that running back, whatever the hell that third string running back's name is, let's say that he catches the ball, he runs into the end zone, and the Texans miss the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Or let's say that Case Keenum throws that noodle arm pop fly to Dalton Schultz, and Dalton Schultz doesn't catch it, and the Titans end up beating the Texans. Are we sitting here saying, okay, I need to get to the conference championship? Are we going to have the same expectations? Is it going to change? In other words, does the fact that they were able to win a playoff game now lead us to believe, okay, well, the best has to be yet to come, so they got to get to an AFC championship game? That's where I'm trying to bounce these expectations, because I think they can make noise. I think they got a puncher's chance against anyone, assuming that all this talent that they've developed and the talent that's going to naturally develop within increases. But are we getting ahead of ourselves just based on results? Is it possible that that's something that's happening with the Texans to where we're getting ahead of ourselves? And maybe that's what J.J. Watt is saying. Mm-hmm. I just don't see any unrealistic expectations with this squad. Just win the division, get in the tournament. Is that?
I think that's a little low.
So I'm being conservative. I'm being soft.
I think that's a little conservative.
I'm being scared.
But, okay, to answer your question, would our expectations be the same? I think it's probably a little bit silly to say they would be exactly the same going into the offseason. But after this offseason that they've had so far, I think I'd like to think that me personally, I'd still have the same expectations.
You know what I got to see, though? You know what I got to see first? This is the number one thing that I want to see. Like, it's one thing to go around and do these trading cards where you get Danielle Hunter and you look at the sacks and you say, look at that. And you get Autry and you're like, oh, look at that. Oh, wow, Stephon Diggs. He's had 6 straight 1,000 yards. Look at that. I want to see how CJ looks coming in there. I want to hear CJ Stroud speak. I want to see him saying it with his chest. Yeah, we'll hear him. I'll hear CJ Stroud saying it with his chest. I want to see CJ Stroud at training camp. Is CJ Stroud, he already kind of had that natural charisma last year, but is CJ Stroud the vocal leader out there, and it's his squad, and man, has he been working out? Look how toned up CJ Stroud looks. That's what I need to see, because the bottom line is this. We can sit here and we can say, oh, they added this, they added that, they added that, they added that, they added that. The development of the quarterback is going to be what matters the most, damn it. That's what's going to matter. That's what's prevented all these AFC South teams that we talk about post Peyton Manning. What's held them back is that their quarterback has not gotten to where they need to go. Whether it's Andrew Luck retiring early, whether it's Trevor Lawrence being flaky, that's what it is. So at the end of the day, it's going to be about that quarterback.
I think that's where my expectations would not have changed. Now, definitely we want to see it. I mean, you're right. We want to see that next step. But because of what he did last year, even if they didn't make a move, I still feel pretty damn good about them making some noise because of C.J. Stroud. So I want obviously you want to see him develop, you want to see him get better, you want to see everything kind of not coming all at once at him like it did last year, his rookie year. But it's these other pieces, man. It's these other pieces that have me thinking, I think they can make a run in the AFC because I know what C.J. Stroud's going to be. You know, it's.
So you're already. There's no concern about that.
There's no concern about C.J. Stroud for me. That was a big. It was just a.
You don't think there's going to be any growing pains?
I look. Everybody talks sophomore slump and all that. I keep going back to the one thing that just has galvanized my whole opinion on C.J. Stroud. There's never been a rookie have a rookie year like him and that stayed healthy, that didn't become elite.
Well, the other thing is this: when it comes to C.J. Stroud, and this is the thing that I like the most, is he doesn't have to save all butts. Like it does, It does appear that C.J. Stroud, they have not put C.J. Stroud into position to where he has to save all butts.
That's why I like the other pieces, and they're the ones that have me feeling like this squad. Look, they haven't even had a draft pick yet, but I already feel that way. You know, because of the moves they've made. And because you go back to the quarterback, as you just said. They've made all those moves on top of having that quarterback. I mean, this isn't like spoiler alert or anything. I mean, I think a lot of people feel that way about this squad. J.J. Watt, while he did kind of temper it, he's also
trying to be fair.
Well, no, he if you listen to it, he started to temper it, and McAfee's going like, I like to hear that, or whatever he said. But then J.J. circled back and said, but because of D'Amico, because of CJ, I don't think tempering those expectations is going to be a problem.
And we're going to hear on Monday, man. Yeah. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
CJ Stroud, D'Amico, Will Anderson. We're going to hear what they have to say.
And they're going to be asked about Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, they'll have some good things to say about Diggs.
Yeah.
You think now let's play a little game.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to weigh in on the YouTube. I need you to weigh in on the text line, 713-572-4610. Shout out to the loopholes if you listen, you are one. Biggie, need you to play. Will Stephon Diggs be described by C.J. Stroud using the word that we've heard him use?
Brother.
Is Stephon Diggs one of C.J. Stroud's brothers yet? Because he has a lot of brothers.
Yeah.
Is the B word going to be used by C.J. Stroud to describe Stephon Diggs?
Not yet.
You don't think?
Not yet.
The way they were playing
They hanging out a lot, man.
Not yet.
They hanging out a lot.
I think he's going to say really good things about him and all the work and all that stuff that they've been doing. But you got to give it a little more time to say he's.
I don't know, man.
He used it loosely, man.
I don't know.
He's
CJ has a lot of brothers, dude.
He used it loosely.
CJ has a lot of brothers. Will CJ Stroud describe Stephon Diggs as his brother? We'll hear at 11 o'clock. I think the answer is yes. I think Stephon Diggs is already in the brother group.
Nah, it's too early. It's too early.
Are you talking about baseball or are you talking about the Texans?
What do you mean baseball?
It's too early? Are you talking about baseball? Are you talking about the Astros?
No, it's too early for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's too early for the B word. Now, is it too early to say that the Astros stink? Yes or no?
Oh, no, the Astros stink. The Astros smell loud. Come
on, guys. Ain't even made yet.
They smell loud. Very.
Can we get to Memorial Day?
Very loud. That was humiliating.
One, 2-1, by the way. 1-2-1 in series.
And it was just one game. But these guys.
No, it wasn't. It was 3 out of 4.
No, I mean yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday.
That was a sweep.
It was over in the first inning. It was for the first inning was over.
Could I interest you in a stat?
Of course.
So last season, the Astros didn't get swept until June 18th.
Did not know that.
So June 18th was the first time the Astros got swept. It wasn't until August 20th that they'd been swept twice. They've been swept twice through 4 series this year. And they've gone through, having to bring up pitchers and all that last year. But they haven't been swept twice. They've been swept twice in 14 games now. 4 times total last year. So there you go. We'll see. It's early, perhaps. Coming up next, 10-2. 10 questions, 2 weeks away from Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans doing work. Next.
Sean Bond. Weekdays live on the free Odyssey app.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, 2 weeks from now, we'll be reacting to day one of the NFL draft, and we'll be looking ahead to day two where the Texans have 3 picks. I have 10 questions, 10 and 2, which is where you should drive, kids. I think that's where you got to have your hands on the wheel. 10 and 2, right?
Do you?
10 and 2, yeah.
Do you?
I'm a 12. I'm just a one-arm 12.
I'm a 7.
12.
Usually my left hand on the 7.
Maybe sometimes 3 and 11. I mean, it just kind of depends.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, 10 and 2 is what they recommend in
And you should listen to the station, 10 to 2.
driving school. Yeah, 10-2, yeah.
We're the proper driving technique.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Yes, we are. So 10 questions 2 weeks out from the draft. You can submit your questions as well. 713-572-4610. Question number 1, man. Where Diggs at?
Where you at?
Where Diggs at?
Where you at?
Haven't heard from Stephon Diggs. We're going to hear from D'Amico, CJ, Will, noon, Monday. We're going to hear from Nick Caserio on Thursday, 11 a.m. Might have to just run on that one. But where are they at, man? Where are we at? Where's my man Diggs at? I really wanted to hear from him. I wanted to see him up there with the coach. We'll eventually hear from him. He'll be available, but all this excitement and stuff, I really would have liked to have heard from Diggs. This might be a me thing, but I do think he could have gotten some folks excited.
Well, I don't know if it's a you thing. I do think there's something that's weighing in. There's some reason why this has not happened, because he's such a headliner. He's such a star. Why would you not? If it's not him, as Figgy might have, Figgy mentioned, maybe it's him, then it's them, but it's something. So where is he? Why would you not?
Where you at, Stephon? That's question 1. Question 2, do we still want to run the rock around here? Do we still want to run the rock around here? You've added one of the most productive receivers of the last half eight on your football team. You have 2 receivers you're very excited about, rightfully so. You paid your receiving tight end. Your offensive line is better at pass blocking than they are run blocking, according to most measurements. You've added a running back in Joe Mixon, who's good, but you lost Singletary. Do y'all still want to run the rock or not? Because if you do, I think at some point in this draft, you got to get another running back who can make plays, or you got to figure something out. So my question is this: with what we've seen them do and the additions they've made, do they still want to run the pill? Do you want to run the rock or not?
See, this is a one that's very, very interesting to me, and I think very important in terms of how this team is going to win games. Of course, you want to still run the ball. Everybody wants to run the ball.
How much?
Yes, exactly. That's the big question. You want to be able to use the run, but you want to make the run, your offense revolve around the run? Absolutely not. Absolutely. You want to use the run. You want to run the ball. You want to finish drives, especially down, near the goal line with the run. But is this offense going to be built around the run as we've been, kind of under the assumption that they were? No. This is a passing team. This is a passing team, and just watch. Just watch. This thing, they're going to be throwing it everywhere.
So question 1, where the hell is Diggs? Question 2, we still want to run the rock or nah? Question 3, and this is as much of a statement as it is a question, but are we blinded at tight end? I think the answer to this is yes. Of the need that this team has, sometimes it's just unrealistic to overwhelmingly solve those needs. Like, it's simple. Like, if we're sitting at 42 and you tell me, okay, you could get a stud defensive lineman that's going to start and he's going to be there for 4+ years, he's going to be awesome. Obviously, you would love that. But sometimes it's easier said than done, especially when you're drafting where the Texans are going to be drafted when they make their first selection. Brevin Jordan is not a guy that is a traditional tight end. He can do things that many tight ends cannot do. He's got the running back background. We saw him against the Browns. I think he's a guy that you can use in your offense. But you should not feel comfortable with Brevin Jordan as your number 2 tight end and a guy who's going to be out there in 12 personnel or being asked to block. We saw that in the Ravens game. There's an opportunity at 42 to where there's a decent chance the Texans could have a crack at the second best tight end in this draft, not named Brock Bowers. Furthermore, Dalton Schultz, it's really kind of a one-year deal that he signed, worth $10.5 million. We saw last year Sam Laporta go to the Lions. We see tight ends go all the time. I think we've been blinded by tight end. I'm kind of answering my own question here. I am not sleeping, and I would actually wholeheartedly support, just based on the opportunity. There's going to be a lot of receivers off the board too. To get a tight end for the short-term and long-term benefits of this football team.
My answer is patience, young man. Patience, young man. This is a Nick Caserio special for me. Tight end, and as I mentioned yesterday, linebacker. I see you working, Nick. I see you working. Like, you're answering all the questions that either you brought up, D'Amico brought up, or we brought up from the outside looking in. What are they going to do on the defensive front? What are they going to do on the defense? They talked about that. They've answered every single question with a big acquisition of some kind, except that outside linebacker. Patience. I think that's where the draft is going to come into play, kind of like you. And also tight end. We need weapons. We need weapons. You and I both have been saying that. Got the receivers. Got Dalton Schultz tied up. Got Joe Mixon. What's left? Tight end.
Yeah.
Patience, young man.
Okay.
Patience.
All right.
I think this is going to be. They're telling us what they're going to draft without telling us what they're going to draft.
I'm also starting to feel that if he's on the board and they pass on him, I think they will regret the day they pass on Jatavian Sanders out of Texas. I think they will regret that. Very much. I think they will regret that big time if they pass on him and he's on the board with their first pick.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if he's going to be there, but I think they will regret that big time. Mark that. Question 4, is safety a thing? They're visiting with a hell of a lot of them. They're visiting with guys that are considered top-end safeties. We know that there were struggles for a number of reasons. Jimmy Ward unable to stay healthy at times last year. Jalen Petrie unable to perform even at one point. They're visiting with a lot of safeties. Is safety still a thing? Furthermore, if they don't draft a safety, do we then see them visit this free agent market of safeties post-draft and potentially add a safety? Because some of these safeties that they're talking to, Hallman, these are guys that are going to be taken in the second round.
Yeah.
Like, if you want them, they're going to be taken in the second round. So is safety a thing? And if it's not a thing on draft day, does it kind of roll over into a thing where you where you dip into the free agent market after the fact, after that market becomes perhaps even more easy to pounce on because a lot of teams will have added young safeties?
Yeah, this is one I'm a little more uncertain on. I'm a little more certain about the whole drafting a tight end and linebacker thing. Just my opinion, but still, I'm pretty. Of
course, it's your
pretty
opinion.
Confident in that opinion.
The OG.
I'm pretty confident in that opinion. This one I'm a little more uncertain because there are so many possibilities. The most daunting possibility to me is we good. We're good.
Whew.
Yeah. Petrie.
That's fine.
Jimmy, all this stuff. That to me is the most daunting one. The second possibility is maybe that's a draft strategy. They're bringing in a bunch of guys, as you mentioned. And the third possibility is there's still some big-time free agents out there.
Question 5, how much is wide receiver in play? And this is the way that I'm looking at wide receiver. If you just looked at the 2024 roster and you laid out the wide receiver room and you looked at it and you said, all right, Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Noah Brown, maybe Robert Woods, John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson. You could perhaps, although the back end of that is a little bit thin, but you could perhaps talk yourself into, well, wide receiver is really not a need. But now let's play some chess. Instead of playing checkers, which is short term, let's play some chess and let's look at that 2-year window that Nick Caserio speaks on. And let's take a closer look at that position. On top of adding a guy that could add to that mix, and maybe you get rid of Robert Woods. Let's take a closer look at the wide receiver position before you feel too great about it, okay?
Yeah.
Nico Collins, final year of his contract. Stephon Diggs, final year of his contract. Robert Woods, final year of his contract, back end of his career. Noah Brown, 1-year deal. That's 4 guys right there on the final years of their contract, and a couple of them are kind of on the back end.
Yeah.
Tank Dell's the only one that you have long term. You got to figure out about John Mechie. John Mechie is going to be in the 3rd year of his 4-year deal. So if you just ignore it, that's fine. But there's a chance that this time next year it's a glaring need, and maybe you're kind of at the mercy of other stuff. So while I agree that you can look at the short-term state of the wide receiver position, I would say if you want to play that chess and you want to look at that 2-year window that Nick Caserio speaks on, you can make a case looking at it that way, which is the way that he says he looks at stuff. You can make a case that it's kind of a little bigger need than perhaps we believe it is when we look at it from a checkers POV instead of a chess POV.
2 4th-round picks. The Texans have 2 4th-round picks. I could see where that is the chess piece. You know, either using them to move up and find and get a wide receiver that you can develop and build behind some of these guys, or using one of those picks on a wide receiver. We're all talking about what a great wide receiver class. They're going to be long gone. The ones that are relative sure things.
I think so.
They're going to be long gone by the time the Texans pick in the 2nd round. Oof. So maybe that's where you start saying this guy right here. This guy right here. If we can package these 4th-round picks or use one, that's a guy that we can develop. So I think that's where the wide receiver might come in.
I keep saying this. I just think they need to improve the back end of that wide receiver room.
Yeah.
The other thing is if they wanted to get real creative, I know I've mentioned Texas guys. They were good. Whittington he can come out of the backfield.
There you go. That's one of the answers.
He can play in the slot. You can put him in the backfield, start out as a running back, maybe a little bit of creativity.
There are a lot of guys in that area.
That's a day 3, though.
Yeah.
If you're talking a little bit later. So how much is wide receiver in play? So where is Diggs? They still want to run the rock. Are they blinded by tight end? Is safety a thing? How much is wide receiver in play? Question 6. Stepping off the field a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've heard, but they're going to get new uniforms.
They are.
Yeah, they are.
I did hear that.
They're going to get new uniforms. The 23rd. I think the party is 11 days away.
Mm-hmm. Did you RSVP?
I'll be there. I'll be there. You can be there?
I don't know.
Figgy, you gonna be there?
Yeah, I'm gonna be there.
Okay. Forward to it, man. Gotta see the people, man.
Yeah, that's the best part. Oh, wait.
What is the uniform reaction gonna be? That's my question. What is the uniform reaction gonna be? You've seen them. What do you think this reaction is gonna be?
At the party? Or just in general?
Just the reaction to the uniforms. Well, I'm trying to figure out, because if someone says they're fantastic, like you've heard people say they're fantastic, like McClain and others. Do you describe them as fantastic?
I am not describing them.
No, so you're not going to say fantastic?
I want to hear the fans.
Okay.
I want to hear the fans' reaction, and then I'll share what I think. And
what do you think the fans' reaction is going to be if you had to forecast it?
You're going on that.
No, I'm serious. Like how divided do you think the fan reaction is going to be? That would be my question.
I think at the party, the fan reaction is going to be off the charts good. And the reason I say that,
well, you go there to have a good time.
Exactly. The reason I say that is because it's a big event. There's going to be a lot of pomp and circumstance. You're going to see some current players in the uniforms, and fans are going to be cheering for those guys. And it could translate into, look how much they like the uniforms. No, they're really just excited to see these dudes, in the uniform.
So they're going to use real dudes?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a big mistake, and they've made some already. I think it's a big mistake if you don't.
Okay.
So at the party, off the charts good.
Okay.
In general, I'll say this. I think it's going to be about a 70-30 split.
70-30. 70 positive.
I'm not saying which way. 70-30 split.
Okay.
You keep trying. You keep trying.
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm asking you what you think it's going to be. That's it.
I think it's going to be about a 70-30 split.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like those road ones. The more I see them, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of those all whites.
Yeah?
Yeah, I like those.
The ones that's been...
Yeah, the one that have been put out.
Yeah.
That have already been leaked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Big fan of those.
Yeah. That's what it's going to be.
One of them. I don't know how that one's going
Which one? They shouldn't have showed us those uniforms, man.
Yeah, I wish I wouldn't have gone.
A month ago.
I wish I wouldn't have gone.
That was like a month ago, man.
I don't disagree.
One of them, man.
Yeah.
Question 7. Why is this so funny to you, man? I don't like this. I
don't like the fact that we can't say anything. We've been holding on to this for like a month.
I'm just saying. One of them is just God. Number 7. What are the day 1 South activities going to be? 2 weeks from today, we'll be reacting to day 1. What are the Titans going to do in the top 10? Could a receiver fall in their lap? Could they load up on receivers? Are they going to go with the safe pick and go with the tackle? Jacksonville, they tried to get Calvin Ridley. They failed. Could they be in that wide receiver market? What the hell are they going to do? And the Colts are kind of just lurking at 15. They've been very quiet this offseason. There's talk that perhaps they like Brock Bowers. Talk they could look for some weapons. What in the heck are the Colts going to do? So day 1 South activities, what are those going to look like? That's question number 7.
As far as the Titans, I don't know because they're going to be all over the board. I do think the Colts are going to be big time in the market for a cornerback and a tight end, and so that would be my only thing on that. But I think what's the reaction going to be? Well, they're getting picked. 15 is a premium pick, man. That's a really good pick.
Fun spot, especially with the quarterbacks going.
Yeah.
They're not in the quarterback market, so you're in good spot. Question 8, are free agent moves diddied or paused? What are we doing? Are they going to get in? Is there a possibility that after the draft they decide to get in the free agent market with some of these players because there's going to be limited options and perhaps there could be a bargain? Is that going to happen? Question 9, was the Armstead fail like the Allen fail? In other words, the inability to trade for Eric Armstead, is it going to be like the inability to trade for Keenan Allen where it was followed up by an aggressive-ish move to get a wide receiver? Do the Texans feel okay at D-line, or should we be looking at the Eric Armstead failure, for lack of a better term, and the manner in which the Allen fail ended up playing out, and could they aggressively now be looking for a D-lineman?
I think they're probably going to add to the D-line, and it ties in with question 8. I mean, are the free agent moves paused? Yeah, they're just paused because I don't know. Schnicker doesn't add players post-draft in the free agency, but what's out there? Not much, unless you're going to draft.
By the way, if the text line is any indication of what these interviews are going to be just based on the first one, man, it's going to be interesting to see it. Question 10, how do you take it in? How do you take in the draft? No first-round pick. You got 3 day 2 picks. How you taking it in? I mean, it's an interesting layout. We know the optimism's higher. How you taking it in?
Well, Thursday's just going to be absorb it and then analyze it when you go to bed, before you go to bed, because Friday's going to be the big day, and then Saturday I'm going to have me some Nicky Buckets.
There you go.
Yeah.
Daily Sports Club out there, presented by Figgy Fig Media.
Yeah.
Locker
you got to
room
get
Houston
a Nicky
football.
Bucket. That's going to be the number one selling.
Oh, we'll have a few Nicky Buckets.
That's going to be the number one selling.
$20 domestic buckets, Daily Sports Club. Get there at 11. We'll have the sound on the board.
Go up to the bartender and say, I want a Nicky Bucket.
Come see Figgy, me, Cody Stoots, John Lopez. We got you covered. We'll celebrate together, react. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. Good Lord. Kelvin Sampson, you really had a hand in this? The best coach in town had a hand in the most drama that we've witnessed the last week. Next.
In the Loop.
Do we have any
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Slime off at 120. J-Lo versus... You don't think you earned this one?
No, well, we'll get to it.
J-Lo versus J. Cole.
Guess you're not allowed to tell jokes anymore.
J-Lo versus J. Cole.
Can't be funny on the radio, heaven forbid.
Kelvin Sampson, man. So John Calipari, he's in Arkansas. He's left Kentucky. By the way, they hired Mark Pope.
Yeah, that guy, Mark Pope. Mark Pope.
They've been rejected a few times. They hired Mark Pope.
They got turned down by Scott Drew, who was in Lexington. Billy Donovan, Dan Hurley, one or two others that I'm not remembering right now, but they got Mark Pope.
Okay, what does he do?
He was the coach at BYU.
The white ball guy?
Yeah.
He played at Kentucky, didn't he?
Yeah, he played at Kentucky. He was in the 90s. Was it 96 they won the national championship?
7.
Yeah. 97?
No, 96, you're right. 96.
96? Yeah, 0 NCAA tournament wins, 0 conference championship wins.
Okay.
Mark Pope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good job, Kentucky.
I'm telling you, man.
Now,
it ain't going to happen fast.
Did you hear
it's gonna happen?
Cal said about Kelvin Sampson's role in this move from Kentucky to Arkansas. So, shout out to Hunter Yurachek. He was at U of H for a while, very respected.
Yeah.
He went to Arkansas. He's their new AD. Coach Calipari was asked why he decided to go to Arkansas, and he said this, and you got to look at Kelvin Sampson's role in this whole thing.
I called Kelvin Sampson. He and I are dear friends. And I said, tell me about Hunter. Well, he almost jumped through the phone. And I said, what are you talking about? I talked to his assistant who used to work for me, Bilal, and he said, when you need things done, then he goes and does it. He's what can I do to help you? And then we're going to get it done. I mean, what he did at Houston, the building, the practice facility, all the stuff, what Kelvin needed so he could coach basketball. That got me to where I had to listen, because I'm going to say it again. Basketball coaches win games. Administrations win championships. And you know why? Because they want to. And it's important to them. I told Hunter, you got administrations win championships. Let's do this together. I love seeing the president out there. The chancellor. Is he Chancellor? Chancellor out there.
What is he again?
I'm sorry.
What do you do?
So it was fun.
That was my favorite part. Like, you know, the president, chancellor, whatever.
By the way, what a chicken bleep display by John Calipari.
Which one?
Well, you know, coaches don't win championships. It's the athletic department. And coaches don't win championships. It's the players. And I've never blamed the players. Yes, you kind of have, because you said that you had them prepared and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That is a gutless display, by the way, by John Calipari. Coaches don't win championships? Okay, buddy.
Well, it's also, he said it as if it's never been said before. Like every coach ever hired, oh, well, the administration, like, this isn't breaking news. Yeah,
but does anyone ever said the administration wins the championship?
Well, I don't know, but I mean they've alluded to like you gotta have these guys in your corner.
What were they doing at Kentucky?
That's not breaking ground. Yeah, they didn't give a bleep.
Did they not, or what?
I don't know. They won championships.
They won one
at Kentucky.
Yeah, you know it's not me.
Yeah,
it's these guys. If we lose, it's these guys. I got to tell you.
But you look, he was correlating Arkansas to Kentucky all along. And that's not exactly – I mean, Arkansas is a really good basketball school, has been. But it's not Kentucky or what Kentucky was, because Kentucky's not going to be what Kentucky was anymore either. Shout out to Mark Pope.
How do you convince yourself that you're pumped about Mark Pope?
Yeah.
You just put a picture of him in his uniform?
When you know you've been turned down by guys that have been and won championships.
Man.
I got the internet going nuts.
Tom Brady is already exhausting me.
Man, did you see his haircut interview?
Absolutely exhausting.
He had an interview with him just getting a haircut from some dude.
And he was asked, what about a comeback? I'm not opposed to it. And then he mentioned the Patriots and the Raiders and didn't disagree with them. The guy brought it up. Dude, come on. You're not. That's enough. Just stop. People are already tired of you. Why? What's the end game here? Why would he bring up? Does he want a better TV contract that he doesn't do any TV on?
He did a 1-hour interview, and it was like a rare interview with him, and I had no interest in looking at it. He said one thing that kind of piqued my interest. He said his childhood crush was Pam Anderson.
I saw that.
Him and everyone else.
Yeah, that's
back in that day.
But, I mean, I'm not opposed to a comeback. God, just stop. Just stop.
I got the internet going nuts.
Speaking of stopping, Mike Tyson has said that he's going to stop smoking in anticipation of his fight with Jake Paul. He said he wants to be irritable and irritated when he gets in the ring because Mike Tyson smokes a lot of weed. God, if you ever watch Hot Boxing with Mike Tyson.
He doesn't stop.
Dude, he probably lights up
he doesn't
12
stop.
blunts, and he's throwing down mushrooms like they're damn nuts at a bar.
Yeah, he doesn't stop.
So he's apparently going to stop smoking for a little bit because he wants to be irritated when he takes on Jake Paul.
I actually do believe this. The whole Tiger Woods.
He's going in there to die.
Or
I'm saying he's going in there with the same warrior mindset that he's
saying.
always had. Like if Jake Paul thinks that he's going in there and he's just going to be he's going to try to knock your damn head off.
Yeah, it's going to be like Hulk.
Yeah. But he might get knocked out. Mike Tyson might get knocked out.
It's going to be like Hulk.
My opinion kind of changing a little bit, man. I'm kind of leaning towards Mike Tyson now.
I don't know, man. It's going to be hard though.
But I do believe this.
Ain't gonna be easy, but man,
2-minute rounds are huge though.
Yeah, he's just gonna go. I do buy this because this is what he's all. This is how he's wired. This is what he is. And I don't buy when Tiger Woods says he's abstaining before the Masters, but I do buy this.
You know the funniest thing about Mike Tyson that I think is just really weird, and I think we all got to be honest with ourselves about this, and he knows this. I've heard him talk about it. Some people are saying, well, it's just not safe. A 57-year-old or whatever the heck he's going to be. 67. What is it, 57?
57.
57-year-old can't go in the ring, and you got to look out for his safety. Since when have you ever looked at Mike Tyson as anything other than a damn killer that is going to knock someone's head off and completely destroy them? Don't sit here and act like you're like some sort of humanitarian.
Even when he was
now.
younger, or die trying.
Yes.
Yeah. That's like I said. That's how he's wired.
I'm just worried about.
He never hit that point in his life.
Never,
man.
And he doesn't want you worried about him either.
No.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, Travis Kelce has jumped the shark.
He is such a tool.
He has officially jumped the shark. We've seen hints of this in recent weeks and months, but he's officially jumped the shark. So he graduated. He finished his work and graduated from the University of Cincinnati in 2022. They decided to. Well, I don't know if he asked. I'm guessing he did. He wanted to walk across the stage, so they had graduation. All right? And they said, yeah, come on, because since you didn't get to do it in 2022. So go to Jason. So before he gets his diploma, he shakes the chancellor, president, whatever's hand in one of those colorful, robes with all the little banners on them. I know that's not the official terms. And then he chugs a beer on stage and slams it on the stage and then gets his diploma and takes pictures with these guys. Like now he's jumped the shark. He's just becoming a caricature of himself.
Dude, you're 34 years old, you're getting a degree basically handed to you, and you're going on stage and chugging a beer. Like, come on, bud.
And slamming it like spiking a football.
What is this?
Like, that's too much.
What does Taylor think about this? Because she's her brand is important.
Yeah.
So you're the 34-year-old beer chugger?
On stage at graduation.
With a bunch of 18 and 22-year-olds?
Other kids would probably have their degree taken away or said, you got to leave. You
get your degree taken away for chugging?
Well, they wouldn't take your degree away probably, but you'd definitely get in trouble. You wouldn't be allowed to do that.
I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
You're 34.
Come on.
Like, get your degree and leave.
Mm-hmm. And you got it in 2022. This was just for the show. This was just for the show. He actually finished his degree in 2022.
Is this guy going to retire in a month or something?
I hope so. I really do.
Coming up next, I'm all in, man. I'm all in. I've adjusted my mindset. Plus, we'll hear from Cal and Hannah on their excitement level with the Houston Texans, as well as an Astros decision maker that you may know is an Astros decision maker. The hits are lit next.
Who does Seth think would
The Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Astros hosting the Rangers tonight. Texans 2 weeks away from making picks. We're 2 weeks away from reacting to day one of the NFL draft. Plus, there's some golf tournament going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
The hits are lit here on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Opportunity. 2 weeks from now, Nick Caserio, Texans, looking to make some noise. The draft, it's going down for the Texans into the NFL in 13 days. I think 2 weeks marks perhaps what will be one of the most exciting shows of the year on In the Loop, because we're reacting to day one. We're looking ahead to day two. This isn't hey, you got to build a foundation. You got to find a young core. This is, hey, could you find the missing pieces to reach that ultimate goal? 2 weeks from today is going to be perhaps one of my favorite shows that we've done, and the clock is ticking for the Texans, who are going to be picking at 42, 59, and 86 on that day. It's a massive opportunity for Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans and company, and I cannot wait for that 2 weeks from today.
There's probably, 50 or 60 players, depending on all these mock drafts that are out there, that are considered first-round picks? Like, at least 50. Well, there's only 32 picks. So when we start the show Friday, whether no matter what you thought of them before the draft, there's going to be guys that were considered first-round picks that are going to be available, and the Texans are going to be able to manipulate that second round if they want to, or stand pat. They're going to have a better idea. We're going to be able to talk about it. Friday's going to be very much exciting.
There's a lot of trust too. Like, that's the other thing, is there's a hell of a lot of trust when it comes to this Texans organization. There's a lot of trust in Nick Caserio. There's an uncanny amount of trust in D'Amico Ryans, and there's also a lot of excitement. Cal and Hannah McNair, they talked to the great Jason Bristol over there. KHOU. He asked him, hey, what about this excitement? I'll feel it. Here's Cal and Hannah.
Aside from maybe the first season, do you think that excitement is at an all-time high right now for this team?
Gosh, I'm excited. Yes, I am. I hope everyone else is. But yeah, no, I can't wait. I think great coach, great GM, a lot of great players, a lot of good leaders. We added some guys. I can't wait to see how they kind of mesh together as the practices start coming up pretty soon, and see where we go. But yeah, no, I'm really excited.
Really excited.
Should be.
Excitement.
Should be.
High.
We all are.
Very high. Mm-hmm. We'll hear them throw out the word Super Bowl.
We will.
In the noon hour. They threw out the word Super Bowl, and they accused the great Jason Bristol of trying to get him to say something. Well, as if you have to try that hard with Hannah.
Yeah, this is true. That's not that
like,
big.
Come on, Hannah. You don't need to trap Hannah into saying something.
She don't need to be trapped sometimes.
Yeah, let's be serious. Don't blame the great Jason Bristol for that.
You just lost a listener.
I'm sorry. And you're lying. Come on. You can't quit us. Could I interest you in a statistic?
Of course.
So last season, the Astros didn't get swept till June 18th.
Mm-hmm.
It's March 12th.
It's April
12th. Yeah. Where is the time on? It's April 12th. They've already been swept twice. Last year, they didn't get swept twice until August 20th. They got swept once on June 18th.
Mm-hmm.
To say that things are rough would be an understatement. Now, it's one thing for Blair Henley to go 1/3 of an inning and give up 5 earned runs.
Mm-hmm.
It's one thing for Spencer Arrighetti, both these guys making their debuts, to go 3 innings and allow 7 runs. But then Hunter Brown. This is supposed to be a guy that you count on. Mm-hmm. In case you didn't know, him and Justin Verlander grew up idolizing him. They got the same windup.
They have the same delivery, yeah.
Seen the side-by-side.
They look just like each other.
2/3 of an inning, 9 earned runs per Will Kunkel Stats and Info. That's 4 innings pitched and 21 earned runs in 3 of your last 4 starts from your starting pitching. That'll get you beat. And that's what happened. Astros lost yesterday 13-3. They are in a really weird spot.
We all were emulating baseball players, mostly batting stance, right?
Oh, yeah.
We
Julio
all did
Franco.
I did Joe Morgan. I did Reggie, when I was a kid. We all did. I think Hunter Brown is just emulating Justin Verlander with his delivery. It's entirely on the table. In fact, it's on the table until he can change the story that Hunter Brown is below average at best. Okay, I know.
It's early.
Well, hold on.
It is early in his career. Let's be real.
This is his, third year? Last year, he went 11-13 with a 5.05 ERA. That's for the year. 11-13 with a 5.05 ERA. That's below average. This year, he's 0-2 with a 16.42 ERA. It's on the table.
Is he the guy that you push down when Verlander comes back?
Are
we at that point?
It's starting to look close like
so
that.
You're telling me
that way.
the Blancos had a couple of starts.
Who do you trust?
You're telling me we're to the point of Brown out of the rotation.
I just interested you in some stats, I believe.
No, I get it, but that's where we're at because they have high hopes for this kid. The Blancos 30 years old.
Why would it not be considered?
No, I'm just saying. What does that do for you though? How does that make you feel?
Not great. Not great at all. But you can't sit down Ronel Blanco. You can't do it. And like I said, just look at the last two seasons. Last year and the start of this season, he's well below average. Results.
Below average?
Below average. 11-13 with a 5.05 ERA last season. 0-2 with a 16.42 ERA this season. Tell me how that's good.
I would say that's worse than below average. I'm getting semantic with you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm getting semantic with you. That's worse than below average,
At
my
best,
friend.
below average.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how do you well, he's our guy? No, you can't.
I thought they should have left him out there yesterday, let him gut out some innings.
No, that was too much.
40
nine
pitches.
9 runs, man.
This fool gave up 11 hits and got 2 outs. How do you do that?
Well, they were lasers, too. Like, the sound of the ball coming off the bat was ridiculous.
He was tipping his pitches.
Oh, maybe?
Oh, God.
He was tipping his pitches.
Yeah.
Did he say that?
Nah.
Oh, I was going to say.
I was waiting for somebody
I could hear
to say
Espada saying that.
It was a day game.
This guy.
They saw the ball better.
This is Espada fella.
Yeah. They saw the ball better.
Yeah,
in the
he
day
was just
game.
tipping his pitches a little too much.
Joe Espada, the
got the
substitute
best of him.
teacher.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. There's no way he gets ejected from a game this year.
Yeah, Adam was talking about the fire he had and all
There's
this
no
stuff.
guy gets ejected from a game. I'm taking the under 0.5.
I mean, maybe he'll
Come on.
reach a tipping point. I don't know, but it doesn't look like it.
You think that guy's going to get thrown out of a game?
Well, it's still early, Landry.
I can see him doing it as a bit to try to fire up his team.
I was talking to Pendergast about this yesterday. Did you see that tweet that Pendergast got yesterday?
Which one?
This was the weirdest baseball guy tweet that I've ever seen in my entire life. And you know that there's always it's early and whatnot. Do these people realize that Mike and the Mad Dog, like back in the day in New York, they used to do full shows based on middle relief decisions in May? So that's baseball. Like this, it doesn't matter. It's it's early.
Are you talking about the win 50, lose 50?
Yes. This guy said this to Sean.
That's the oldest baseball ism.
And Sean just said, okay, but why are you repeating this? This is so stupid. Like, you don't have to repeat everything you hear. This guy replied to Sean and said, Figgy, did you see this?
I did. I ain't know what was going on, man.
Okay. So he said this when Sean said that the Astros were struggling. Quote, you win 50, lose 50. It is what you do with the other 62 that determines your fate.
I want to sound
so
like.
So where does this fall in then? Is this one of the?
It's some of the first 50. They already now they just got 40. Now they
oh my gosh! You win 50, you lose 50. It's what you do with the other 62.
I just scrolled past that because I'm like, oh, that's a guy that wants to sound like he's a real baseball seam head. You win 50, you lose 50. It's what you do in the other 62.
What are we doing?
Yeah, I mean,
you win 50, you lose 50. It's what you do with the other 62. My goodness. Reggie Jackson. Chandler Rome tweeted this out. This is Reggie Jackson. So, Mr. October, I guess he's an important guy when it comes to making decisions. I thought he was just kind of like one of Jim Crane's golfing buddies or something.
No.
Apparently, he's in the room. This is Reggie Jackson laying out the thought process of not signing Blake Snell.
We have a great leadership group with our GM. Also, we have a couple of other advisors in Craig Biggio, Jeff Bagwell, very much involved in our decision making. I'm involved. Jim takes those decisions and puts them together, listens to our management and coaching staff, talks to our GM and his staff, and then, of course, some of the analytics come into the future of a player, and our decisions are made that way, along with being fiscally responsible. Being fiscally responsible, I think, is what kicked us out of the Snell deal. He signed a 2-year deal, I want to say, for 62. That's too much for him. Wow. Between 4 or 5 people that make the decisions with the Astros, we don't play that game.
But they were playing. That's the thing that gets me. That last part. They were playing that.
By the way, he's been on the injured list twice for illness. He's never been on for an injury.
Yeah.
And also, I saw some people trying to justify this, and props to you for being able to talk and type while you're carrying 2 buckets of water in speaking for the organization. That's impressive. He hadn't pitched over 200 innings in a season. Framber Valdez did it once, and it was 201, and he had 198. He was on the Rays.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear that.
And the Rays have that whole philosophy of taking pitchers out and all that stuff.
But you're telling me that they have Jeff Bagwell, Craig Biggio, Reggie Jackson, Dana Brown, his whole staff, Jim Crane doing his thing, and that's how they decide things. That's a lot, man.
That is a lot.
I don't know. It might be common, but that just seems like a lot of cooks in that kitchen.
Well, the fiscally responsible thing, I don't understand. He said we don't play that game, but you were. You were in the game. That was the contract that was mentioned with you and Blake Snell. So it's kind of hard to kind of say that you weren't in the game when you were, and he knows that.
We don't play that game.
Yeah.
According to the straw that stirred the drink once upon a time. Rangers in town tonight. Silver boot on the line. Series tied at 2-2. Whoever wins the most games at the end of the season, they get the new goal for the Houston Astros, the Silver Boot Trophy. It's on the line. I'm all in. My expectations have been set. I am 100% committed to the Astros winning that Silver Boot. That's where I'm at.
And I feel sorry for you that you do.
Rockets lose last night to the Jazz. They were looking
so
to
they're not going to
improve.
get to 42?
They're not going to get to 42. I predicted them to win 42 games, and they are not going to do that. Now the most they can win is 41. They can go 500. They can go 500.
Yeah, that's good.
Close but no cigar.
That's great progress.
We've set a standard here.
Yeah.
Got to hit it right on the head, just like the Astros last year, 90.
Yeah,
Boom.
well, you were close.
Golf. Masters going on right now. Could I interest you in a statistic?
Of course.
So
we're talking golf?
26 of the 30 winners of the Masters have been at or within 5 shots of the lead after round 1. 90.5% of men's major winners since 2000 have been at or within 5 shots after round 1. So there you go. That's where you look at your leaderboard.
Yeah, and obviously there's probably 30 players, 20 players that are within 5 or 6 shots of the lead. But it's the wind yesterday. Did you watch any of it?
I used it to help me take a nap. So I turned it on just because it's good. It's easy to fall asleep to. It's like a good nap thing.
At least you saw this. It was blowing.
I didn't notice.
It was blowing yesterday. So that might kind of put a little bit of a skew in those numbers. But, there's a lot of guys that are in contention and a lot of guys that are already can make their plan.
There's 2 guys in contention. DeChambeau and Scheffler.
No, Max
You
Homa.
know it. I know it. You know those guys are going at it.
Max Homa's
They're destined.
He's got a real shot.
How much weight has that DeChambeau fella lost?
He has lost some weight, and he's not wearing
Looks
the
like
little
he's lost like
driver's
20
hat
pounds
anymore.
at least.
Yeah. No, I think Homa's going to be in the mix. DeChambeau,
Scheffler.
Yeah.
What'd you call him? What's his name, the other guy?
Max Homa?
Max Homa?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going to be in the hunt.
What's he look like?
He's a thin guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
The white dude, does he have long hair?
Yeah, looks like a golfer. No, it's not long. I don't think it's long.
What's a golfer
Maybe
look
it
like?
is now.
What's a golfer look like?
You tell me.
Well, I'm looking at Tiger Woods. He looks like a golfer. You saying he doesn't look like a golfer?
He looks a lot like a golfer.
So Vijay Singh didn't look like a golfer?
Tiger's hanging in there, though, man. I mean, he's not going to win.
Anthony Kim didn't look like a golfer?
What are you saying?
Chi Rodriguez didn't look like a golfer?
I wasn't implying anything. You seem to be implying something.
I'm just asking. You said he looked like a golfer.
I said he looks like a golfer, and you went into another altogether direction. I think that deserves a race card.
No, I think you deserve the race card.
I said he looks like a golfer.
I just asked, what does a golfer look like to you?
And then you started explaining.
All of Tiger's work just gone through the wayside, Figgy. Does John Daly look like a golfer?
Yeah, John Daly looks like a golfer.
Come on.
He wears a golf shirt. Got the visor on.
Come on. Is he playing?
No.
No, he can't. He didn't win the Masters, right?
No,
but
he
US
had
Open, right?
He had an exemption. I think the Masters exemption is 10 years, but he's not playing.
Coming up next, Super Bowl. Will Cal McNair and Hannah McNair just say it, that there are Super Bowl expectations around here? Plus, why did Hannah accuse a local media type of trying to get her to say something? Discuss next.
Area 40.
done. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Super Bowl, we're going to say it. By the way, I got a surprise for Lopez. You got to be open-minded, though.
When am I not?
Because you've said something, and I don't want you to commit to the bit. I want you to be open-minded, and I want you to commit to it right now. 5 minutes, you have an opportunity to be open-minded. Yes or no?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, so I can't answer. But when...
Do it for the show.
When in my life have I ever not been open-minded? You can say anything.
713-572-4610. Answer that question.
You can say a lot about me, and you often do. But when have I ever not been open-minded?
713-572-4610. If you have that answer.
You ain't been open-minded to the Van Gundy cut.
To the what?
The Van Gundy cut.
Yeah, the Van Gundy cut bet.
Which one?
Where if I win, you have to get the Jeff Van Gundy haircut. Where?
No, I was open-minded, and then I made a decision. No.
Yeah.
I was very open. We discussed it.
I just don't know why you wouldn't do the Van Gundy
I don't think you was open-minded to that one.
No.
You shut that down really quick.
I was the epitome of open-minded.
You were really like...
You brought it up.
Threatened.
We discussed it. I kind of gathered all the information,
You're not far.
Formulated an
You're
opinion.
You're not far from the Van Gundy
And
cut.
I decided, you know what? No. As open-minded as I was, I'm going to say no.
You look like Van Gundy from this angle.
Yeah, I know I do. The back is really bad. Yeah. But I was very open-minded.
Manu Ginobili.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Very much Manu.
But coming up, 3.5 minutes. John Lopez.
Except I'm right.
Is he going to be open-minded?
Oh.
Got to make him go left. Super Bowl. Jason Bristol caught up with Cal and Hannah McNair. He asked him about the Super Bowl. Are they embracing it? Here's what they had to say. Courtesy of KHOU.
So how badly do the two of you want a Super Bowl?
Oh.
Bad.
It's emotional to talk about. I mean, it really is. Even when I watch a movie that is about a Super Bowl, I get emotional just thinking of the day that we're there. I want it bad. For this town, my goodness.
Yeah, for the town and for the players. But it all you got to remember, it all starts with the process and coming in. They're going to come in here in a week or so and start working. And you got to work hard every day and be coached up and try to get better each day as it progresses. And I think you saw that last year where the team continued to progress and get better. And at the end, we were playing pretty darn good football. And that's what we want to see again this year. And if you can make it into the dance, you don't know what's going to happen. And so, but it's with the off-season program and coming in and working hard and the team coming together and gelling. And so we're looking forward to the process.
Okay, Cal loves going back to the process. He's trying to stay grounded.
I was just going to say that they started out with really good raw emotion.
He's trying to stay grounded.
Hannah started it,
and
he
owner,
was there.
Man. He got to stay in that owner lane.
They were going down the road of really being like from the heart honest about the Super Bowl, and then Cal checked himself and kind of said,
which is fine.
It's about the process.
Got to sound like an owner.
The thing I like about them the most is I don't think there's a threat of them wanting to meddle too much. Like Jim Crane, I feel like you can make a case he's meddle. I mean, he had his buddy. He had his golfing buddy.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious.
Jeff Bagwell making like significant moves and that anyone that follows baseball knew were dumb.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's a threat of that with the McNairs. I don't believe.
I think they want to always be informed, and that's good.
Yeah.
And I think they always are informed.
And they don't want to get taken advantage of. They don't want to be too hands-off.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're like going to foam at the mouth where you have this success and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, Jeff Bagwell, come in here.
Yeah.
Tell me what's going on.
Yeah. What should I do?
Now, Hannah McNair did accuse Jason Bristol of trying to get her to say something, or was it Cal? Here was the alleged bait from KHOU's Jason Bristol.
Last year, did you guys say, we need a quarterback, find us a quarterback?
Oh, you're trying to get us to slip up and
No, I'm just curious.
I can tell.
I'm just
I
curious.
Can tell. You're like,
I'm just curious.
That's what the fans said. That's what the fans said. We heard it loud and clear, and luckily it worked out.
I think you could see that.
What's that?
I think you could see what our needs were.
Wow.
So that's a yes, isn't it?
So they pushed that quarterback thing.
That's kind of a yes.
And it's obvious.
And I'm glad.
Which is why it was a combo deal. That's why I looked at it. It was a combo deal.
Yes.
We said this last year.
Davis Mills got to feel bad, man.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's true, Figgy.
I know they
You seen it last year.
Yeah,
you see we needed one last year.
Yeah.
Well, hey, if he doesn't know that by now, that's on him.
This is true.
All right. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Okay, John.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to be open-minded.
Of course.
And I need you to, on the air, have your actions back up your original opinion with an open mind.
Okay, what are we talking about?
I have a gift for you.
You have a gift?
I have a gift for you.
Let me see.
It is a Whataburger taquito. You've been very, very vocal.
Oh, man.
He just threw it in the trash.
Oh, man.
You would not even take a bite?
No.
Oh, man. See, you ain't got no open mind, man.
Dude, open mind.
You ain't even think about it.
Being open-minded means...
My man just tossed that taquito like it was nothing.
Being open-minded doesn't mean saying yes.
But I wanted to see you get a taste.
I've had them.
At least think about it.
I've thought about it. I've had them multiple times, especially like when there's nothing else open and I'm driving to go down fishing at 5 in the morning. I'm like, well, I guess I'll get another, taquito or biscuit sandwich or whatever from Whataburger. Garbage.
Lopez said Kobe.
I did say Kobe. That was nothing but the...
Man, they had Whataburger in there. I got you a nice, heated taquito.
Oh, you warmed it up,
tossed
too?
it. I warmed it
Yeah,
up.
you warmed it up. It was warm.
I warmed it up and everything for him, and he just tossed it.
It wasn't even in my hand half a second.
Look at this slime ball.
No, I am very open-minded. I've been open-minded. I've had Whataburger breakfast. I love Whataburger. Like, I love Whataburger. Their breakfasts are garbage.
Man.
Yeah, and so I put their breakfast where it deserves to be.
Believe this, Figgy? Man, I thought you would at least take a bite.
I've had a bite.
Yeah, but maybe there was a second chance right
it's
there.
better this time?
I don't know.
I've given them dozens of chances. Dozens. And Whataburger, don't take this the wrong way. Just pick up your game at breakfast, that's all. The tortillas are very much worse than store-bought. You can't deny that. These are like bad store-bought tortillas that they put their breakfasts in. And then when you... And I don't mind their breakfast sandwiches as much, or their biscuits. Their taquitos, their taquitos are the worst. And then the sausage is bland. Tell me I'm wrong. 713-572-4610. Because I've had...
I think a lot of Texans mad.
Yeah,
man.
I think a lot of people told you was wrong.
No, that's fine. But I'm not on this one. I'll admit to being wrong, but I'm not on this one. Tell me that it's a better breakfast than any other fast food. It's not. And Whataburger, again, let me say this again. I love Whataburger, but their breakfasts are garbage. We're all about honesty on this show, aren't we?
Yeah. I just thought maybe you'd give it a shot.
I did. Multiple times.
Oh, he gave it a shot, all right.
Somebody said pure a-hole. No, I know what I'm getting. I know what I'm getting.
Landry, you know what you should have did? You should have wrapped it in a different container or something. Like, here you go.
I knew
Let
they
her
were
try
in there. I knew. I walked right past them.
Lopez with the A. Hey, this is pretty good.
I knew they were in there. Hey, and I'm all about... I know Whataburger's a fine partner and all that. And I'm all about...
they don't need your approval.
Supporting our partners.
They don't need your approval.
And all that. B. Scott.
We might have lost a partner.
Got to get that sausage breakfast on a bun. It's not...
It is good.
It's fine.
No, the sausage breakfast on a bun goes in.
It's fine.
The sausage breakfast on a bun does
Somebody
go in.
else... I've gotten multiple of these, too. Honey butter chicken biscuit.
Terrible. That's the worst. That's worse than anything you just said.
What I'm saying, though...
Why am I going to get a chicken biscuit from anywhere but Chick-fil-A?
Yeah.
Like, honestly. And why do I want honey butter in the morning? What are we doing?
Yeah, exactly. And let me answer what B. Scott said there. The sausage breakfast on a bun. I've had that, too. It's fine. It's not awful. But it's not as good as all the other fast food breakfasts. Right?
Adrian, what up?
Go, Adrian.
Yes. Okay. Hey, John, look, I love your take and I love your opinion, but you can't hate on Whataburger's breakfast. Now, don't get me wrong. The taquitos, they're not better than Mama pot restaurant, but then some of the food trucks you're going to find out here in Houston. But come on, they're better than McDonald's.
Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no.
They're better than McDonald's breakfast burritos. They are.
No,
The honey butter chicken biscuit.
No.
The honey butter chicken biscuit. The honey butter chicken biscuit is the staple. And the hash brown sticks, come on. I mean, you can't. It's better than Jack in the Box, and you get breakfast bowl.
Nope. Not better than Jack in the Box either. And I'm it is not, it can't hold a candle to Jack in the Box. The other thing is this. The McDonald's sausage burritos are like $1.40. And they have like some little peppers, they have some cheese, they have the sausage. It's bunched together. They give you the picante. It's not some spread out. I'm almost coming on your side of things. It's not some spread out ass taquito with a big ass tortilla where you barely fill it up with just bland ass eggs and a few pieces of sausage. And then they say potato burrito. Oh, you mean throwing some hash browns in there?
Yeah. No, look, and again, I'm not saying this stuff is completely inedible. Like it'll make you. No, I'm not saying.
You're getting a lot of support here on this.
I
breakfast.
am getting a lot of support on the breakfast. What I'm saying though is, you are Whataburger. You are the best of the best. In terms of fast food hamburgers. You can't compete with all the other fast food places. I'm helping Whataburger is what I'm doing. I'm doing a service here. Because, you are the best of the best when it comes to hamburgers. And really some of the other stuff, the chickens and some of the other things on the menu as well.
They got rid of that chicken fajita, which was an underrated thing.
Right. So,
thanks a lot.
All is for your own good. Raise your game and you'll make more money.
Or maybe they need to just stick their burgers
at breakfast.
They go 11 to 11, though.
Yeah.
But you just get just go there and get the burger, even if it's breakfast time.
Oh, it's next level. It's next level. Breakfast? Garbage.
I would say it is probably the worst in the game.
Thank you.
I would agree with that, but it's still not. It's not as bad as you make it out to be.
Well, I said it's edible. I mean, I know that's not a compliment.
Jalapeno cheddar biscuit? No, thank you. What are we doing? Those aren't even good either. Let's be honest. Those biscuits, come on. That's like you go to HEB and it's a low level of the jalapeno bread they put out each day.
Yeah. It's like we've had a few of these texts as well. John, you need to ask them to make your taquito with shell eggs. That way they make it right there and they use real eggs. I'm not going to Panera or something and making an order and sitting down. This is fast food breakfast.
It's also, I think if you're going to get a fast food breakfast, there's got to be some sort of element of being able to eat it while you're in the whip.
That's what, yeah.
This taquito, it's all spread out, bunched. You almost got to roll it up.
Yeah.
It's not like the burrito or something like that. This is always what you get to when you have any criticism of Whataburger.
God, I see.
Ever since they sold it to Chicago screwed it up. They just had the goat breakfast before. I love Whataburger.
That's always the complaint for Whataburger too.
Give me Whataburger all day, burgers. But I'm starting to kind of lean with you on this breakfast.
John, there's kids in Africa, for God's sakes. And we should all do our part to help them and feed them.
But you did just throw away a tequila.
Yeah.
I think that's their point.
Yeah.
Throw away a tequila.
I don't think it would be
Africa, man.
I don't think it'd be any better if I sent it to Africa. I mean, if they want me to try, I will.
Then with the bacon, they just half-ass throw 2 pieces of bacon on it. It's not even bunched up or anything.
It's not a good. I'm helping Whataburger. They are the best of the best at just about everything. Get better at breakfast, and I'll be there every chance I get. Wendy's is better. Somebody mentioned that.
Yeah, Wendy's is
a little bit underrated.
You got those potatoes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Very fresh. Someone says biscuits and gravy.
Well, I'm a big biscuits and gravy fan.
Is that fast food?
At a fast food spot?
Is that fast food? I'm not saying it's not bad. I like their gravy.
It's a good breakfast, but I never had it at
I'm
a
going
fast food.
I'm going to get biscuits and gravy.
Remember, let me bring this full circle with the Texans. Remember how much this station and this show in particular were calling the Texans dysfunctional. They got to get rid of this. They need to be better. They have to raise the standard. Fans, it's okay to demand more. Remember when we did that? Wasn't that long ago? What have they done? And what are we saying now? All I'm saying is the same thing. I'm being honest. Raise your game. Raise your game for your own good.
Someone says it's better than Taco Bell's. That's a lie. Taco Bell
I
just
haven't
opens
had
late.
Taco Bell's too much breakfast.
They got tacos, and then they have like quesadillas. They have like breakfast quesadilla.
I'm gonna have to try
where you
that.
can
Actually,
carry-
I'm gonna have to try their breakfast.
Yeah, nah, don't even try to put those at the same category. It's just Taco Bell. I think they open at 9.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're coming into work like at a normal-ish time, it's kind of difficult to get.
Both of you at the same time answer this question: Who's better? Whose breakfast is better, Whataburger or Wendy's?
Wendy's.
McDonald's. Chick-fil-A.
Come on.
Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box.
I mean,
It's 24/7 too.
That's the answer, guys. That's the answer. Taco Bell.
I never
It's
had
better,
it.
but it's
Yeah.
not. It's just not realistic to be able to try as much.
Do they do lunch at Taco Bell around this time too, or is just strictly breakfast?
They stop
Okay.
breakfast pretty quick. I think it's like a 2-hour window. Some of them don't even serve it, so it's kind of inconsistent. But yeah, you get that breakfast quesadilla, and then you can like customize it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty serious.
We're a full service show.
Someone
here.
says you can drive and eat biscuits and gravy.
I mean, like, you can drive and eat
Go
just
ahead.
about
Yeah,
anything.
you can drive and eat
Yeah.
steak.
Yeah.
I seen somebody driving eating a Chipotle bowl.
Yeah.
Man, not even the burrito. The bowl?
No, somebody's out with a full bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Like, damn.
All right. Coming up, Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Payne and
Lunchtime Confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during Lunchtime Confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Did you see? Okay, well, here's the confession. I think we might be getting a hint.
At what?
Did you see the color of Hannah McNair's skirt and blouse in the interviews with Jason Bristol and Randy Mack? Figgy, did you see that?
I didn't. I ain't pay attention.
Yeah, I was just listening to her voice. I didn't.
But you've seen it.
I didn't notice her outfit. I was looking in her eyes.
I couldn't even tell you what she was wearing. I
had no idea. I was being respectful.
How am I not being respectful?
Keep my head up.
Eye
level.
How am I not being respectful? I was looking at both of them.
Okay.
Yeah. You see the color of her blouse and her skirt?
Did not.
Looked a lot like H-Town Blue.
What do you mean?
Looked a lot like call it up, Figgy. That interview with Cal and Hannah, in both places, she had an outfit that was kind of an H-Town Blue color.
Okay. Which means
okay,
what?
I see.
Are we getting a hint?
Hint at what?
Is that a hint?
At what?
Well, what do you think?
I don't know. What do you mean?
You tell me. You saw it.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Are we getting a hint at maybe some uniform reveal?
You saw it. Let me know how it was.
You tell us.
I'm not saying though.
What do you think?
I'm not discussing that until the fans.
You was there.
Until the fans weigh in.
What do you think?
So I'm asking you and the fans. Do you think we're getting a hint there?
You tell me. I don't think so. I think it's just an outfit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I think. I think it's just an outfit.
It looks a lot like H-Town Blue.
Well, I mean, it's a popular color. People wear it. I know Amy Adams Stank acts like she invented it, but yeah, it's a popular color.
Just interesting.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm in on the boot, man. I'm in on the boot. I'm all about this whole Silver Boot series. Astros versus Rangers. Used to be focused on making another ALCS. I've adjusted. I'm all about winning that Silver Boot. Let's bring a trophy to the juice box. Let's go get that Silver Boot. Series equal at 2 right now. This is where I'm at. This is where I've adjusted. I've adjusted my expectations. Texans expectations, adjusted. Rockets expectations, adjusted. Astros expectations, adjusted. No ALCS. Oh, shoot. Give me the boot.
So this is where you are.
That's where I'm at.
Silver Boot.
Silver Boot
is where we are.
Go win it. Go win that Silver Boot for the state.
I think that's awfully sad, man.
Do it for the state.
I think that's awfully sad.
Watch this.
I'm being completely honest. I know it's going to sound like I'm being funny, and I'm not. I'd rather have Luke Murray as a head coach if I'm Kentucky than Mark Pope. Who is Luke Murray, you're asking? You may know, Figgy may know, and remember, but some of our listeners may not. Luke Murray is Bill Murray's son. What does he know about basketball? Well, Bill Murray's son was in charge of the offense for UConn. Bill Murray's son has won 2 national championships. And Donovan Clingan, their center, this is what he said.
Court after the game. You might even be too young to even know who Bill Murray is, but you know his son Luke. Luke, a big part of the offense you guys run. Should teams be looking at Luke Murray as a head coach?
Oh yeah, Luke Murray's the head coach. You know, he coaches at a high level. His offense is something else. You know, he's a real special coach, and you know he understands the basketball game at a high level. And,
I'm not kidding.
You know, he's very good at putting all of us in the best positions possible to succeed at a high level.
The next level, what should NBA teams expect?
No, that's good, but like he's got 2 titles and he ran the offense. Like he was in charge of the offense for UConn.
That'd be sad if Kentucky made that hire, honestly.
But I'd rather have him than Mark Pope. He's won just as many NCAA tournament games as a head coach as Mark Pope has.
Be really sad, man.
I don't think so. I'm being honest.
Really sad.
Yeah.
Watch this.
All right, I got in some more neighborhood Facebook drama.
Were there loud pops? Were those gunshots?
No, there was, I guess. So it hasn't happened in my area, the subdivision, but what happens is there's this committee, and they basically influence the board, and whatever they say goes.
Oh, that thing.
And they mask it on the board, and then they mask it on poor, whatever her name is, to take the phone calls. So I guess in the other neighborhood, someone's car got towed, and then someone else's did, like their mom or whatever.
Oh, no.
And it was popping yesterday, and I found a new target. And I actually think I am going to give this story to the news organizations because I think this is the type of stories that they like, where there's HOA, there's neighborhood drama, there's unjust towing, and there's people who kind of defend it. This is right up their alley. It's very relatable, right?
Absolutely.
So I easily think I'm going to make this happen. But there was some chick yesterday that really, really, really started to annoy me. And I just, if someone's car gets towed, regardless of the what or the why, don't you have like a little bit of sympathy for him?
Always.
It's $300.
Yeah.
This guy said his mom got towed and she was coming to like get the kid. And I think it's the neighborhood because I've told you about it. The reason the whole rule was instilled, and I actually called and found out, was because one of the jamokes, the ladies who was posting on there passionately, she's in charge of this area. They suggest it. The board doesn't live there because it's not a big enough community yet. And then they just say, okay, and they get the rule going. But this girl, she was going around on everyone's comment. There was one guy who said, and he said this on 4 different comments, in situations and stories. This guy said, quote, simply following the rules should be enough to prevent towing. Except it wasn't because someone had registered their car. So I just asked this guy, I just said, serious question. Are you on the committee or board? I notice you say this to anyone with an issue. Legit curious. He said, no. I said, well, what an admirable guy you are. Keep fighting the good fight, buddy. She liked his comment. Then someone got towed. She said this, quote, the policy is not going away. Why were they almost towed?
This upsets me so much.
To which I replied, and I said, okay, you said that no one on here had an influence on the policy. How can you authoritatively say the policy's not going away if you have nothing to do with it, ma'am? Yeah. Well, I should have said, well, that's not what you said. You said it's not going away. How do you know?
That's great.
How can you say that? Because you sit there and say it's their fault.
Yeah.
So this didn't stop. Then someone else got towed. This lady says this. This is paragraph. She's just going around doing this. She says, well, I guess the person put one letter wrong on their car. Oh, no. So it got towed. $300. The mom had to go get it. This is what this lady said.
This is awful.
She said, quote, well, if I'm not mistaken, it does ask you to verify that the info you've typed is correct. Simply it wasn't. That's why she was towed. It sucks that she made a simple mistake. Any of us could. Though it seems the towing company should be able to tell she switched 2 numbers / letters. Then she said, the rule may be dumb, but you can either follow or get towed. It's really that simple. Then she went on this, and she said this.
And this is
awful.
Man. This is pathetic.
This is awful.
This is pathetic.
It's
and you know
sad.
what I told her?
Yeah.
And you know what I told her? I said, lady, because now she's trying to like play both sides. I said, lady, I'm going to get the news here, and we're going to get perspectives. I want you to come on there and act the same way you did. I got screenshots of everything you said. So then she said this when someone talked about getting towed. Listen to this. Quote, also, if this is a frequent caretaker, you can get approval for up to 6 months. I did this with my sister who comes over to watch my sleeping kids during school pickup. Did they register the vehicle? Question mark. What a loser this girl is. And then she has the audacity to say, I said, hey, I'm going to get you down. This will be a news story. Trust me on that. This will be a news story. This is a relatable news story. I said, I got you down. You mind talking? She's like, oh, yeah, I can speak out against the rule. I'm like, speak out against? With all you've done?
Yeah.
You kidding me, ma'am?
Here's the thing. Just to be fair, there are certain people that absolutely positively should be towed.
Yes.
Not anyone there.
Yeah.
Not anyone there.
Yeah. And
that's a neighborhood. Unless you're in somebody's yard.
Is the car's part causing that much trouble to be towed?
No. And the initial lady, and here's what happened. These people move into the community in 2019. They join a committee. They throw suggestions at a board that doesn't work in the community. And then they just throw their hands up and they say, we can't do anything, the board does.
Yeah.
The problem is this.
They influence.
Initially, I saw the lady, and when I called the person that they tell to call, she said that this lady was in charge of the towing park.
That's what I'm saying.
So her whole cover got blown. But you know what she had the audacity to say? And this is where I just really realized how pathetic this is. She said, Kim said that, quote, the actions of few impacted it negatively for everyone.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, what did I do? Speak at nap time? Did I talk at nap time and now I don't get recess? But this girl is literally going around just arguing with everybody about it. What a miserable human being she is.
I hate to go here, but kind of has all the markings, and maybe this is something you should kind of drop a couple of hints with the news crews. Of a little kickback action.
It really does, because there's only one number for the towing company.
Yeah, is
there's
that
only
right?
one number for the towing company.
Oh my gosh.
The app. So the app. I called the app.
Yeah.
I called the lady about the app.
So it's not just anybody can come tow. It's this company.
It's this company,
dude.
And I called the lady about the app, and she looks up. She goes, "Well, it's interesting. It says here that you're not registered." I'm like, "Oh, so you can just look up my information?" Mm-hmm. That's fair. And I have to just ask you if someone can come through. It does kind of have the feel of that. I don't know, but I just think it's weird that for me, John, like the person I hate the most in the world, if their car got towed, especially at their own house, I would feel terrible.
Yeah, if they're parking in a handicap zone at a busy they deserve to get towed.
I would feel terrible. But $300, like all that, violation of privacy, I would feel terrible for anyone to get towed. These people, one little thing happens and
they're in their own houses,
and then they say, "Well, the board makes the decisions." Okay, ma'am. Well, then why are you saying it's not going to change? How do you know that?
Yeah,
ma'am.
Yeah, and you're in your own neighborhood.
People need to mind their damn business sometimes, man.
Well, they don't like the neighborhood is expanding, and it's going to be a big ass neighborhood. It's going to be all over, and they're basically just hiding behind, well, we can't make the decisions. Okay, these people don't live here. You made the suggestion. I know now that you are the one that oversees the parking and towing and all that. So don't say you can't make the decisions. You can make the impact. This girl's just going around basically nana boo boo when people get towed, and then she's trying to play like the cool person. She sucks.
She's all right. Here's a good story about a Karen.
No, for sure, man. And it's absolutely insane going around. Well, just follow the rules, and then that guy says that.
Yes, I get it.
Well, just follow the rules.
Okay,
but you don't speak out against the rules, like so. You just say you just don't even like say if anything's wrong, if a rule's crazy. And oh, by the way, the dude said he'd already registered. Oh, he put 2 things deep. Oh, well, he should have done this.
Yeah.
So you think kickback is your theory?
It has the markings of it. It has the mark. If there was only one tow company, and they're so vehemently, and she allegedly has nothing to do with it, but a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they raking up.
Yeah. It looks
that's sad, man.
I just think it's funny because it doesn't even impact me because we still got construction going, but I just don't like the overall principle.
Yeah, the whole concept.
Well, I don't like someone that's making a decision or a group of people that are making a decision or nudging a decision, not being rational thinkers that think of the majority. They more so think, well, we've been here since 2019. Now the other people are moving in and all this type of stuff. Like, just figure it out.
You know, trying to get people told.
Karma's
so inconvenient, man.
Karma's going to get them.
I don't know if Karma's
going to get her. I'd be staked out in front of her house.
But is this not a news
story? As soon as anybody parks,
is this not a news story? Is this not a news story?
It might be, yeah. Especially with
somebody need to tow her car just for the hell of it.
That's what I'm saying. I might stake out in front of her.
I tore it out of her driveway, man.
They wanted to tow somebody.
Call that number as soon as somebody parks at her house.
They're on the Facebook page.
I'd just be eating sandwiches out there, drinking coffee, staking them out like I'm in some police drama or something.
This lady had like so many comments. Then she started deleting some of the comments. That's why I screenshotted it.
Yeah, that's how you know you wrong. You start deleting stuff.
She said, do you think a news story would make a difference? I said, I'm not trying to make a difference. I just think it's a relatable story. And you're the one that's speaking out against it, lady.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on. What are you doing? What's the deal here? It's weird.
I want to see a debate between you and her in front of the board.
It should be done. That's the thing. None of them can debate. The one that first said that the actions of a few ruined it for all. She's gone in hiding because she knows damn well she showed herself.
Yeah.
I mean, it's asinine. Like, HOA is one thing, but like the pre-HOA and then, oh, well, we can't, we don't make the decisions. There's some poor lady that oversees the community. You heard me talking to her. I was a jerk to her.
Yeah.
And I felt bad about it, but I mean, all they do is say, call her. And I talk to her and I find out that y'all are slime balls, basically. Like, she basically thinks that y'all are slime balls. And I'm supposed to call her and she's supposed to like take the crap?
Yeah.
It's a joke. Slime balls, man. Have some compassion. If
Yeah, this
someone
is an
gets
upsetting
towed-
story.
Yeah, it's pathetic, embarrassing. And this girl just sitting around talking to people who get towed. You ought to be ashamed of
What does
yourself,
she
lady.
do?
She says, like, I don't know. She said something like, you couldn't get me on HOA, blah, blah, blah. Like, I guess she has a couple kids or something like that. I don't know.
I would never feel good about getting somebody told, man.
Man, this girl's sitting around saying,
I can't do that, man.
I mean, goodness gracious. Just awful.
If I was on the board, Figgy, I would be very reluctant to do anything related to that.
They're not, but the board is the company until there's enough people. And no one in my group, but this did they register the vehicle? Question mark.
Why don't you mind your damn business, lady?
Exactly.
The rule may be dumb,
you all
but you
over
can either
here?
follow it or get towed. Shrug emoji.
Oh, God. She did that? All right, here's a good story about a Karen. Man.
Yeah.
Emily, too.
Come on, man.
Even Emily.
Go tow her damn car.
She's the worst of the worst.
Oh, God.
Coming up, we're 2 weeks away from what I think is going to be the most exciting display of the year. We'll elaborate next.
All right, guys, let's get you your new vehicle. It's Friday, man. Maybe it's payday. Maybe it's
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
We've thrown all this stuff out. We've talked about contending. We've talked about knocking on the door. There's been a lot of things that we've thrown out when it comes to the Texans. But I think it's going to be as shaped up as anything this time in 2 weeks when we get day one of the draft, and then we get the Texans heading into day two with 3 picks, which could end up being impact players. Nico Collins, Tank Dell, they were day 2 picks. Christian Harris was a day 2 pick. Nick Caserio's got a decent track record. As the offseason shapes up, and oh, by the way, some of the other teams that are competing with you, they could end up having good drafts as well. So I actually think the next 2 weeks is going to be wild.
I think the next 2 weeks is going to be wild, and I think the next 2 weeks is going to answer a lot of questions, well, some questions that still remain. And this week, I've really sort of got a good bead on what I think the Texans are going to do in the draft, and I think they're telling us. Not in so many words, and obviously things change. I mean, who knows how the draft's going to fold or unfold and how things are going to go. But I mentioned this a little while ago. The trust in Nick Caserio, trust in D'Amico Ryans, trust in them doing it the right thing. It's been proven this offseason. But I think the trust that in the draft, they've been telling us what they're going to do all along. We just haven't always noticed it. I think they've told us what they're going to do in the draft, and we're going to be really, really happy. And this energy, this feeling that we have with this team right now is just going to elevate even more. I think they've told us tight end and linebacker. I think it's been loud and clear. That's
so you think tight end's a thing? I do too.
I think tight end and linebacker.
I think tight end's a thing.
Yeah. You can argue safety, but there's some free agents out there. Maybe there's some flyers that you can take later rounds. But I think linebacker for sure. I've never been more confident, and keep in mind we're still 2 weeks away from the draft. And I haven't kicked the tires at all with anybody I might know over there or might not. And I just feel linebacker, and I feel tight end big time. And that's gonna pretty much be a wrap, right? We'll feel like, okay, good to go. Make a run this year.
And there could be a splash, too.
Yeah, there could be a splash. They're not against that.
Yeah, they're not against that. Mm-hmm. And I would assume that day one they're going to rest easy.
I would assume that,
I think it's going to be a rest easy. The talk about trading back in, I don't think they're going to do that.
They kind of told us that, too, with moving the party. But when have they ever moved the party? Did they do it in 21?
Didn't they do it 3 years ago?
In 21?
They might have just canceled it 1 year. I know they didn't have
that
one
was also they only had a third. I mean, it was obvious it's going to be hard to move into the first round.
Yeah.
But like this squad making moves like they did last year, and 2 second-round picks, which is very doable if you want to move back. I mean, I think they're going to stand pat in the second round.
Yeah, I think they're going to stand pat, and I think they're going to be really aggressive. I'm very much looking forward to it, looking forward to consuming the draft. It's almost like a mix of everything because you've been in situations where you didn't have first-round pick because of BOB, and it was a little bit more uneasy because you wondered, was it really worth it? Mm-hmm. You've been in situations where you're a little bit tense and you're wondering, like, what are they going to do? This is the first time that you actually feel like you're kind of the aggressor. Mm-hmm. And you also don't feel like in the O'Brien days when they were talking about the good to great, it felt like there were like 2 significant needs every year where it was either corner or offensive line, and you kind of had an idea. There's a number of possibilities with this. So there's like there's the uncertainty, there's the not having to draft in the first round. There's just kind of a quiet confidence with it all.
Yeah, and when you have the quarterback and it's a sure thing and you're going to be there for a while, all of a sudden you can get so particular about certain positions. And that's what they've been doing, just sort of picking their spots on what they need to get to the next level to surround that quarterback. And I think the only thing they haven't done is tight end and linebacker. And because that they have those second-round picks, they have options, too, if they want to go elsewhere. I mean, it's wide open right now. But the one thing you have is no uncertainty like we had with BOB. And you have confidence. We didn't have a lot of that either.
Trust in Caserio. Cal and Hannah talked about Stephon Diggs. We haven't heard from the man himself, but we heard him on Diggs. We'll hear him in a 1 o'clock hour as we go around the NFL, what they had to say about Diggs. Apparently, it was a big deal. A lot of excitement. No presser, but there's excitement,
I thought it was a good deal. Big deal.
Well, no press conference, so Couldn't have been too huge, right?
I still think they're going to have one.
Too late.
Not Monday.
Too late. He'll probably be available next week sometime, I would think. Maybe.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
So the workouts start in May, right? May 20th, something like that?
15th, brother.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
15th, next week. That's why we're going to hear from D'Amico, CJ, and...
Well, no, the off-season workouts in April, but like the actual team stuff is...
Rookie minicamp and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll be... It's usually like a week or two after the draft.
Mm-hmm.
See them out there in their unis and stuff. And then we got the uniforms, of course, 11 days.
Yeah.
Can't forget about that.
Might have gotten a hint.
Stop doing that.
Might have gotten a hint.
John, there was no hint. What are you doing? Why are you messing with folks?
I'm not messing with folks.
Because she's wearing a blue dress? That's a hint?
H-Town blue dress.
Dude, it's baby blue.
It's H-Town
There's a lot
blue.
of people who wear baby blue. So was Dorothy in Wizard of Oz?
Was that baby blue?
Was she wearing a H-Town blue dress?
Like
was she trying to give a hint?
You never know. But
to Bud Adams?
Maybe she was a Royals fan or something.
Given the context
was in Kansas.
That's right. Given the context of where we are and what's happening on April 23rd, was it more than just a leaky dinky?
She's wearing blue. Wasn't anything there.
We'll see.
Why are you doing this to folks?
I'm not doing anything to folks.
A lot of people really want that H-Town blue.
A lot of people want it.
Which I don't. I mean, we could move on from that, right? We don't need H-Town blue.
Well, we may have to. We may have. Maybe not.
Yeah, we don't.
We'll
need
find
that.
out in
We
a
don't
few
need
days.
that. Move on. New thing.
Mm-hmm.
Bigger, better times. We got 3 uniforms to get unveiled. We don't need H-Town blue, do we?
I like it. A lot of Houston likes it.
Yeah, but start your own thing.
It's part of Houston's history.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, it's
so
fine.
is the Astrodome.
Yeah, well,
look at it.
Yeah,
it's looking lovely,
and it'll always be part of Houston's history.
Well, there it is.
It's looking lovely.
Right, it's looking good, man.
How would you describe how the Astrodome looks right now?
Moldy, yellow, whitish, stinky, small.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just not that good, man.
Decrepit.
Yeah, it looks
falling apart.
Looks rough.
Yeah.
How long would it take to? What do they do with the stuff after it goes down? Do they just take it to like?
I guess
junk?
Recycle, junk, sell, repurpose.
So they would just
can
collapse
make a
that.
little.
How long would it take them to get that, collapse that, and get it the hell out of here?
Well, collapse it just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, but then the cleanup process. How long would that take?
That'd probably take what, 3 or 4 months.
Months?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I would guess. Help us out. 713-572-4610. A structure that big?
Really?
To remove everything? Because you're gonna have to break stuff that you're gonna, like I said, repurposing, recycling, and all that stuff, selling. Then dumping it out, taking trucks in, closing roads to get everything out of there. Well worth it, by the way.
What was the press box like there?
It was very, for its time, very good, but it was enormous.
Where'd you enter at?
You entered on the ramp on the, help me out, let's see if I can remember. I think it's the east side, the west side, and you go up the ramp, and you go up the elevator, and you go, I can't believe I remember this. I think it was the 5th floor. And on the 5th floor, it was an enormous press box, had 3 rows.
Did they serve beer?
They served beer during the game.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you used to be able to
Had a
sip
big
some
cafeteria that you could eat before and during the game, and then they'd roll out a keg after the game. You could drink beer as a media member during the games.
Coming up, Hannah and Cal speak on Stephon Diggs, plus a potential NFL first-round pick. He ignored the invite from Roger Goodell. Was that a smart or dumb decision? Let's go around the league next.
Is Sean buying the...
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Stephon Diggs. We haven't heard from him. We heard from Cal and Hannah, though, with Bristol, Jason Bristol, KHOU. This is what they had to say about their newest wide receiver.
Aside from maybe the first season, do you think that excitement is at an all-time high right now for this team?
Gosh, I'm excited. Yes, I am. I hope everyone else is. But yeah, no, I can't wait. I think great coach, great GM, a lot of great players, a lot of good leaders. We added some guys. I can't wait to see how they, kind of mesh together as the practices start coming up pretty soon and see where we go. But yeah, no, I'm really excited.
We're all really excited, and I think I think Jason did a really good job of addressing a lot of the things that fans are just talking about. I mean, nothing breaking, but did talk about the Stephon Diggs thing as well.
Now, the diva talk, though.
Mm-hmm.
Is he a diva? What is he? Is he going to fit in?
Yeah, that's the stuff right there.
That seems like it's worn out a little bit. The diva talk. It seems like people are a little bit more excited now. This was them talking about that.
Why do you think that he will be a good fit here in this organization?
Do you think I'm a diva? Am I a diva?
No, I said Stephon Diggs, not you.
I mean, I don't know. It depends on what your definition is.
I don't really know him yet. I look forward to getting to know him. I think as a receiver, you probably want the ball. And I think as team, you want receivers that want the ball and want to make a difference with it once they get their hands on it. And I think he's one of those guys that can make a difference. And I'm glad he's here, and I look forward to getting to know him. I think we have a team that really works together well, and I think they'll if he goes off a little bit, they'll probably challenge him and bring him back in, but they'll work together as a team, and I look forward to that.
And this is where you trust your evaluators, right?
Right.
I think we have a good culture in our locker room that he's coming into, and I think he's a great fit.
But you want to win. I mean, you want guys that want to win, and so sometimes you do have to challenge yourself, and we'll see what happens.
That's the question everybody wants to ask, not just them, but Stephon and Coach D'Amico Ryans and Nick Cassera, and good answer. I mean, that's what we've been talking about. I think it's overstated with Stephon, but that's just my opinion. But they're saying, hey, man, like that's part of the game when you want to win, and I think that's what we want to hear.
The culture, it's really amazing that we're saying that so quickly. I don't think D'Amico gets enough credit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he wants it either. But I don't think he gets enough credit for creating that. Because I think that's the most valuable thing they have. That's why you can trade for Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
That's why you have the confidence to make the moves that they make is D'Amico. It's almost like the guy won Coach of the Year. He's celebrated coaching hire that I can remember. It's almost like he's underrated now.
I mean, in some ways, especially when it comes to that. I mean, it happened in a blur. It was overnight.
Because it's about CJ. It's about, people. Nick's getting some love. It's almost like D'Amico's underrated.
Well, just in terms of that, like how they change the way they operate. That's so hard to do, and he did it in the snap of a finger,
Apparently the kid's pretty happy about Stephon Diggs as well. There's a little bit of excitement. He crept into the how old are the McNair's kids? They're in middle school?
I want to say maybe pushing middle school, maybe in middle school, somewhere in there.
I think one is in middle school.
Yeah.
I've seen them compete out there, man.
Mm-hmm.
In practice. There's some intense games.
I would have to guess 13, 14.
Okay.
The oldest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, apparently it was pretty exciting times at their school.
Boys, when they heard the Stephon Diggs news, were screaming around the house, and then their friends said their teacher stopped class to tell everyone. So there's quite a buzz amongst the younger generation about the guys that we brought in. So that's exciting.
And we embrace the expectations. That's where we want to be. And at the same time, it's about building the team and the team being coached and working hard. It's the day-to-day things that are going to get us where we want to get to, but we've got to stay focused, and work hard every day to bring about where we want to go.
And we want to win now.
So is Stephon Diggs like the younger generation type of appeal? Is that
well-known name? I mean, middle schoolers play Madden. They know who these guys are.
CJ
Come on.
Is he?
100%.
Oh, yeah.
He is?
I think so.
Real popular?
Time. Yeah.
Will Anderson? No.
Not as much as CJ.
Tank?
Yeah. Yeah. Big time. This is the time when it's cool to be the McNair's kid and you go to school.
Oh, man, that kid
That
had to
gotta
take
be
it on
cool,
the chin.
That's kind of like a couple of years ago, it wasn't quite so cool.
He had to take it on the chin for a few years.
Yeah.
All your friends are wearing like other jerseys. Like
Yeah.
I guarantee you that their son has friends who wear like Mahomes jerseys.
Mm-hmm. And a couple of years ago, they were getting brutalized. Probably.
Now he's walking out there with his chest
Now
out.
he's like, yeah.
Got all the gear on.
Yeah. I know Stephon Diggs. I know CJ Stroud.
And they get to just go to the stadium. You have like sleepovers and go play on the field.
Well, we've seen them out there.
But could you have a sleepover and just say, like, could they go to NRG? Can
Dad,
the McNairs just go there?
Can
like
you turn
3
on the
a.m.?
lights, Dad?
Can they go there at 3 a.m.?
Nah, I don't think so.
They can't?
I wouldn't let them.
No. Like, if they wanted to, could they just
If
go to
Cal and them
NRG
wanted
and just
to.
turn
Like
the lights
Cal
on?
and Hannah?
Yeah, Cal and Hannah could go to NRG and turn the
I'm
lights on.
sure they can go
I think
anytime
so.
they want, yeah.
So they can just pull up, doot.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Turn on the lights.
Yeah.
Go out there,
Wave
play
at the
some ball.
security guard.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I would be very tempted to take advantage of the bubble. I bet you I'd use the bubble a lot.
What's cool about the bubble?
Well, it's
Got a high school stadium
It's
better
a
than that.
full NFL field on an NFL facility.
Bubble?
Yes, the
It's
bubble.
probably easier to get into.
I'm a
Yeah,
billionaire.
it
Kid.
doesn't cost as much to run. Come on,
I'm not worried about security if I can just walk up there.
You'd be stoked to go in there and
I'm
hang
running
out.
through the damn tunnel.
Get out of here.
If I'm Cal and Hannah's kid, I'm going there. I'm having them bring out the thing that they have for intros.
the little Toro tunnel.
Yeah, we're gonna have a
little
four
bull tunnel.
Me and my friends are gonna have a 4-on-4
Turn on the
football
scoreboard.
game.
Can you turn on the smoke machine?
Turn on the scoreboard.
Yeah, put their names
Turn
up there.
on the smoke machine.
Yeah.
Go get the PA guy.
Yeah. Get the PA
Have
guy
him
out of
introduce
bed.
me through the
Hey,
tunnel.
we need you to come again over to the NRG. Introduce our sons.
Get a
Mom,
referee.
can you take my picture?
And their friends.
Get a referee. Roll up there.
Yeah, I'd like to be the friends having a birthday party after that. The friend. How can I compete with that?
Sometimes kids that rich, I bet though, like just like the normal. Hey, let's go to freaking
Pizza
Double
Hut.
Dave's
Yeah,
Pizza or something
yeah,
like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They just like the normal stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm tired of playing on the football field.
I'm going to go to CC's.
Yeah.
CC's. Rest in peace.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, it's still alive.
They still around.
I know. J.J. Watt talking about those expectations. He was on ESPN with Pat McAfee. Here's what he had to say.
I mean, the additions that they made and the things that they've done these last 2 off seasons are very impressive. Think about where this franchise was 2 years ago, and then you think about where they are today and some of the conversations that are happening and some of the expectations that are being put upon this team. You think that you could say it's a situation where the excitement level and the expectation level has built so high so fast that it almost is starting to become unrealistic. But a coach like DeMeco Ryans, when you have a quarterback like CJ Stroud and the mentality that those two have and the way that they handle themselves and the way they conduct their business, I think that they are uniquely positioned to handle this situation and continue to excel.
Yeah. Okay. It's not too. I don't think people are getting too ahead of themselves. I don't know if there's like a Super Bowl or bust mindset.
No, that's not
yet.
there.
I think
yet.
the expectations
that's not
are
there
realistic.
yet, but the expectations are very high.
Sky's the limit.
Yeah.
J.J. McCarthy, according to Mike Florio, he didn't respond to an invite to be in the green room at the NFL draft this season, 13 days from now. Bo Nix and Michael Penix, they were not invited, so who knows when they're going to go. But J.J. McCarthy, he left them on red. He just said, no, thank you. And I don't know where he's going to watch the draft. Perhaps he's going to have a party or whatever. He's not going. Would you want to be there if you were J.J. McCarthy?
I mean, just in general, I would want to be there. But if I were J.J. McCarthy and it was such an unknown, I mean, they know more than we do about what teams think of them, but even they don't know. I don't think I'd be there. That always turns into the most awkward thing when you're kind of a tweener. Like Caleb Williams is going. Of course Caleb Williams is going, right? And some of these other guys.
I'm actually kind of shocked he going.
Yeah, I could see him trying to be a hipster doing something like that.
Well, that would be the only reason.
I can see him creating his own party, or
but you understand
being
why
in a mansion or something.
You understand It's a no-brainer. Wants to go. He's going. But J.J. McCarthy, I don't think I would if I was a tweener, you know?
Is he a tweener?
In the first round.
Feels like he's getting a lot of top 10 love.
Well, but also not.
But, I mean, that's kind of Will Levis. Yeah, that's the Will
Yeah.
Levis thing.
Yeah.
So you would go?
Not if I was in his
I
position.
feel like I would just want to chill at the crib.
Probably.
I want to be a couch dude, man.
Yeah.
I'd be the couch dude sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
My family behind me. I'm just sitting there. Oh, look, he's got his phone out.
Your girlfriend next to you?
Just chilling.
You got 2 phones.
Yeah.
Pick it up. See me talking on the phone.
That wild
CD
uncle.
Lamb.
That wild uncle hanging around.
Snatch the phone away.
Hey, Landry, it's Cal.
Yeah.
Hey, are you ready to be a Houston Texan? Yes, I'm ready, man.
Let's go.
All right, well, we're looking forward to having you in town. I'm going to pass it off to Coach now. Miko picks up the phone. Hey, Landry, we're fired up to have you, man. Fired up to have you, man. You ready to swarm? Yes, Coach, I'm ready. I'll give you everything I got.
You to cry?
I'm telling you this. I promise you, I'll give you everything I got, or I'll die trying, Coach. It's a clip on HoustonTexans.com right there.
Oh, yeah.
Me crying when
You're going
Coach
viral, baby.
When Coach talks to me.
You're going
right
viral.
there on NFL.com.
Yeah.
And then you have Lopez sitting on there.
Here we go.
Lopez sitting on his couch.
Here we go.
Family there. They got all the grub just lined up. Lopez is sitting there. He's hanging out. Coming back from commercial break. Aaron Rodgers, Will Levis, John Lopez. Sometimes things just don't go according to plan. We're still waiting. It's day 3. Round 7. We're still waiting for John Lopez's name to be called. If only he would have made that tackle in the district championship instead of getting drug into the end zone. Maybe his name would be called, but you just hate it.
You hate to see that.
No, you hate that the video of him as an 18-year-old popped up at the Mexican restaurant. That's just unfortunate. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, the video of Lopez blowing lines in the Mexican restaurant. And then you have Louis Riddick. They go to Louis Riddick, and Louis Riddick's like, I can promise you, I've talked to a lot of coaches. I've talked to a lot of executives, and they've all told me the same thing. This John Lopez guy is a class act. Whoever ends up with this John Lopez kid, I promise you, they're going to have a hell of a football player.
Then you got Mel Kiper. I wouldn't pick him in my first 3 rounds. He's off my board. You just can't have that in a locker room.
I wouldn't take him on a bet.
He might go undrafted.
I like that.
Tom Brady, he was on a podcast. I don't know if this is a podcast or
I
what.
think it was.
It's called Deep Cut.
Yeah.
And there's a dude that's all up. You can tell his haircuts probably cost, it's got to be $300 haircuts at least.
You would think.
And he's fading up Tom Brady. He's using the scissors, obviously, because Tom Brady's got to keep it looking good up there. And they talked, among things, they talked about Tom Brady's childhood crush, which was Pam Anderson.
No kidding.
Pam Anderson is responsible for so many women trying to be something they can't, that it's bad. Like the tattoos and the bad boob jobs. Pam Anderson's responsible for a lot of that. And he also did not rule out the possibility of coming back, which is the number 2 headline on ESPN right now, and has John Lopez.
That's enough.
Not too thrilled.
Yeah. Enough. Just move on. Don't do something that a lot of people just end up rolling their eyes at. You're not going to come back. He even mentioned Patriots and Raiders, and I think the Niners were mentioned, and he didn't disagree with it. Like, that's it. And I don't understand why he would even keep throwing that out there. You know, as much as reserved as he always was with his public comments and stuff, even after Super Bowls and stuff, very particular and careful. Now he's throwing all this stuff out there. Like, what is the goal?
I feel like him and Giselle are going to really, really getting more and more petty towards each other. Because some of the comments she's saying, because Brady's representatives have told TMZ that she was cheating.
Yeah.
I mean, she was going to Brazil with the jiu-jitsu coach who
she eventually got with.
Dating now for a couple of years, but she's claiming that did not happen.
Maybe Tom Brady is just, he's so used to, and I didn't take him for this, always being in the spotlight that anything he says is in the spotlight and on the top of ESPN and all this, everything else, that he just needs that. Because this is a joke. He's not going to come back. He's not going to come back.
O.J. Simpson had the internet going nuts yesterday. God, there was a lot of stuff going on there. Almost too much.
I just loved the internet yesterday.
Almost too much.
Yeah.
There was a lot, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there was a lot.
Extremes,
I just like the funny stuff.
The mystery.
Yeah. And then somebody put up a fake screenshot.
Yeah.
Of like an OJ tweet. Like, this was his last tweet before he died.
Oh, I got it. My wife just sent me this.
That's fake.
Well, look at this. This says OJ confesses, and then you click on it. I mean, come on.
No, there was an actual like.
She got me with the big dude on the bed.
From the.
How childish is that? Is this COVID?
Yeah. Like there was a lot of work to put in because it looked like it was his tweet. Like, yeah, I did it. That's what he said. This was his last tweet before he died. I did it.
Wait, there was a lot of news coverage too.
Still is. Yeah,
a lot of news coverage. People are getting pretty heated about this. It's been
a long time.
Are we still trying to argue about OJ?
Yeah.
Gosh, a lot of anger, a lot of emotion about OJ,
and there always will be.
Is Al Cowling still alive?
I don't know. I have no idea.
He's got to be, right? The guy who was with him in the Bronco?
Gotta be.
He was wasn't he like a reserve NFL player?
He's 76, same age.
Is he going to be at the funeral?
Yo, for sure, right?
You going to speak?
Now that I don't know.
Are people going to speak at his funeral?
Yeah.
I was about to say, who all going to be at this funeral?
I could see Al Cowlings doing that.
They going to air the interview on ESPN?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I would watch the funeral. Would you?
I would, yeah.
Man,
I would.
You wouldn't watch OJ's
I would
funeral.
like to see who's all there and what they going to say about him.
I'll just
Why not?
Because it just doesn't interest me.
Because I think that the best part about a funeral is when the pastor's honest.
Mm-hmm.
Like honest about the flaws.
He was a God-fearing man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was always good to his wife and
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
He was a Christian. He was a Christian man.
I went down the Norm Macdonald rabbit hole. Did you do that?
Yeah, he got fired for that. Because the NBC, the head of NBC was friends with OJ.
It's so funny.
Yeah, I saw that.
I almost put some of them on the doc, but I was like, I don't know how much OJ we're going to talk today. But my favorite cut, and I can't play the audio because I didn't download it on the doc, but he was on the news, doing the SNL News, obviously. And
Weekend Update with Norm Macdonald.
The Weekend Update, yeah. And he said, well, O.J. Simpson said today, you know how Norm Macdonald talk, that he would have taken a bullet or anything for Nicole Simpson. How ironic that the one guy that would take a bullet for you is the guy that killed you.
Yeah, they were pissed about that. OJ had some buddies. Mm-hmm. I watched Dark Side of Comedy with Norm Macdonald, and it was a big deal.
Brilliant guy.
They tried to tell him to get out of there. He had a gambling problem.
He's been in these studios.
You know he had a gambling problem.
I did not.
Yeah, he basically had a residency in Vegas, and he was basically just gambling.
I could see that happening.
Thousands. Mm-hmm. In his book, he actually describes the thrill of the gamble, talks about the dice. There's like some articulate
now you're talking
way
about
he describes it. But he says something about it's not about winning, it's about that brief moment where the dice are in the air.
It's the hope.
Like he's real articulate about basically being a degenerate gambler.
I think you just figured out why I like crap so much, and I've been playing it for 35 years. It's like fishing. Like, I've said this on the podcast, the Buy Me podcast, by the way, you can download now on Podbean. Anyway.
On what?
Podbean.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you can get every episode ever. But I said this on the podcast. The one thing about fishing, people say, why do you do it so much? Why do you go for hours and hours? Because every time you
get out of the house,
every time you cast that rod, that reel, there's hope. There's hope that's going to be the cast.
Really? I feel like sometimes you cast
I'm
and
wrong.
don't have, but sometimes you cast and don't have hope. Sometimes it's just.
He's amazing. He's been on a run this week.
Sometimes isn't it just kind of?
I got to admit,
it's just like
you've been on quite the run this week.
Sometimes it's just like muscle memory. You're just kind of there. Right?
Every time I cast my rod and reel, there's hope on the end of the line. Every single time. That's going to be a good fish. That's going to be the fish or whatever. I think you just figured it out and helped me figure out. Every time I throw those dice, there's hope, right?
So if you wasn't a fisherman, would you be gambling way more?
It's a good question. I don't know, but
keeps you out of trouble.
The thing about fishing that's awesome is just that you truly never know what's going to happen on that one cast. You could not catch a fish for 4 hours and then catch a 30-inch trout.
Coming up, the slime off. John Lopez likes breast milk, and J. Cole likes to apologize. Cole versus the OG next.
Got to talk about Lance Loken and Lance and
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
It is time for the slime.
It's time for the weekly slime.
Slime season.
The biggest displays of weekly slimery.
Man, you going to hell on scholarship.
As decided by your favorite H-Town hosts and the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
All right, John Lopez, contestant number one. We do this every Friday, 1:20. Slime comes in different forms. It can be loose slime. It can be serious slime. Multiple ways to win the slime off. Trust me, I know.
Loose slime.
Here is John Lopez. This is what brought John Lopez into contention for this week's slime off. I was talking about Kourtney Kardashian, how she drank her own breast milk. Mm-hmm. I think it's gross. John Lopez has other thoughts. Kourtney Kardashian got sick. Mm-hmm. She had the flu or something like that. Her medicine was chugging a glass of her own breast milk, and she said that this was the cure for her sickness. She then gave a thumbs up and said she felt better.
It would be for mine.
What a sicko he is. Hit the damn slime off. My gosh.
Are we not allowed to be funny anymore?
Is that funny? That's disgusting.
Or at least try to be funny? For the record, I'm not a fan of breast milk by any stretch. I don't know if I've ever even tried it. But what's wrong with that? We're supposed to have fun. We're supposed to entertain, give people something to talk about and laugh about. Figgy, are we not allowed to be funny anymore?
I mean, was it funny or was it a little bit creepy?
Well, I don't know if it was funny or not, but it was an attempt. Is that no longer allowed?
It's just a nomination, man. Don't take it too serious.
I'm not. Trust me, I'm not.
Nomination number 2. There was a rap beef. Kendrick Lamar versus J. Cole. Not serious. Nobody talked about catching bodies, anything like that. And J. Cole decided, after his part of the battle was completely scrutinized on the internet, he decided to go on stage with a microphone in his hand and apologize.
And I pray that God align me back up on my purpose and on my path. You know what I mean? I pray that my really didn't feel no way. And if he did, got my chin out. Take your best shot. I'm going to take that shit on the chin, dude. You know what I mean? Like, all good. Like, it's love. And I pray that, y'all are, like, forgiving for, like, the misstep, and then I can get back to my true path. Because I ain't going to lie to y'all. Past 2 days felt terrible. Like, it let me know how good I've been sleeping for the past 10 years. I want to now perform the song that's a reminder to me of getting back on the right path. The name of the song is called Love Yours.
All right, there you go. So, yeah, got to get his mental right.
I heard somebody in the crowd say, you ain't got to explain.
Yeah. Biggie, your thoughts?
It's sad, man. This is watching a dead body, man, just lay there. That was sad. That was probably the lowest point.
Why is that?
In hip-hop. You don't apologize like that 2 days later at the friendly diss song.
Yeah.
You just, that's not part of rap, man. That's going out sad.
But hasn't he, and you guys know more about any of this than I do, but hasn't he like kind of tried to change his persona?
Not really. This has always been his thing. With Jake, the one thing good about J. Cole, he don't really rap about like a lot of violence. His is more competitive. Mm-hmm. And he always considered himself as the best rapper. That everyone's sleeping on me, and somebody called him out on that. Mm-hmm. And he clapped back at it and then eventually apologized, man. We never seen anything like that before.
What do you think?
Seems kind of weird.
Like you and Figgy have got this much more than
I'm not. I've never really. He's always to me.
Yeah.
That's like if Lopez said, I got the best fishing podcast, and Captain Mickey said, hey, no, you don't. Like, your podcast ain't better than mine. And you say, yes, it is. And then eventually say, oh, I'm sorry, man. Your podcast is the best podcast in the world.
Yours is the best.
Yeah, I didn't feel it on my heart, man. So I got to apologize for disrespecting your podcast like that.
Okay.
All right. So, what's your vote, Figgy?
I got to go with J. Cole, man. I'm not even the biggest J. Cole fan, and it been affecting me all week, man.
Oh, wow.
I can't believe, for real, man.
Oh, wow.
I'm like Dwayne Wade waking up in that Gatorade commercial.
Oh, wow.
I can't believe he did this, man. It was a sad time for hip hop, man. If you're a hip hop fan and you like that type of stuff, it was a sad moment, man.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with one of my childhood heroes, Reggie Jackson. Unnominated, write-in vote.
Oh, you're going write-in vote.
Write-in vote.
Reggie Jackson for coming in and calling out Blake Snell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. When they were in the discussion, that was reportedly their deal as well. Then he talks about fiscally responsible. Then he talks about at least 8 to 10 people that are in on the decision. Absolutely one of my. I mean, I was the biggest Reggie Jackson fan you can imagine, but I gotta do a write-in vote on old Reggie, man. Got to do a write-in vote on Reggie.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's up to you.
I'm gonna go with J-Lo. So that's 3 different votes right there.
Yeah. Well, do you want to go to the calls?
713-572-4610. We'll decide the slime off, or you will, coming up. Plus, the Astros. Is it really as bad as we think it is? Discuss next.
Who does Seth think would be the best?
with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, slime off, 713-572-4610. Lopez breast milk, J. Cole apology, or Reggie Jackson. Who said this? This was Reggie Jackson talking about the Houston Astros. And I don't know if this can be connected to what we're currently watching on the field, but this was Reggie Jackson talking about the process of how the Astros acquire talent and how they decide what they put on the field.
We have a great leadership group with our GM. Also, we have a couple of other advisors in Craig Biggio, Jeff Bagwell, very much involved in our decision-making. I'm involved. Jim takes those decisions and puts them together, listens to our management and coaching staff, talks to our GM and his staff, and then, of course, some of the analytics come into the future of a player, and our decisions are made that way, along with being fiscally responsible. Being fiscally responsible, I think, is what kicked the Snell deal. He signed a 2-year deal, I want to say, for 62. That's too much for him. Between the 4 or 5 people that make the decisions with the Astros, we don't play that game.
All right. I did not know Reggie Jackson. I knew the Jeff Bagwell thing was a thing. I didn't know that Reggie Jackson was a factor. I didn't even know Craig Biggio was sitting around the table.
Biggio was
decisions.
a bigger surprise to me than Reggie. Reggie's been with Jim Crane a long time.
Yeah, they've been hanging out. I saw the documentary and stuff, but I didn't know that Craig. I think Craig Biggio was just kind of tried to stay away from that type of thing.
Yeah, Bagwell, clearly we've talked about him in the past. The thing that's going on right now with the Astros that bothers me the most, that bothers me, but it's not that important in the here and now. I mean, I thought they should have been in, and they were in, but they should have found a way to get Blake Snell. Didn't happen. The thing with the Astros that bothers me right now is I'm looking at this team, and it's an absolute train wreck right now. We all know that. I don't know, like, outside of miraculous pitching recovery, you're kind of getting about what you expected from most of the guys on this team, if you really think about it. Let me illustrate this for you.
The starting pitching before this week was actually one of the strengths of the team, crazy as it is.
Yeah. But, like unless you're counting on Verlander's back and he's the old Verlander, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, go through all those guys, or Hunter Brown's going to miraculous. So let me go through this and tell me if any of this is out of the norm of what we've experienced in recent years. Jose Abreu is cooked.
Yeah, he's done.
Batting average.
He's done.
227 OPS.
Yeah, finished.
It wasn't this bad, but it was bad last year.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown is not pitching very well. This just in. Well, last year he was 11-13 with a 5.05 ERA. You're kind of getting what you expected in those two fronts, but wait,
maybe even worse.
Well, it's like,
even worse.
No, I'm saying, but you if you expected something spectacular, there's evidence that why would you? Let me go a little deeper on this. Alex Bregman is having a slow start.
That always happens.
Exactly.
That's the reg.
Exactly. We're getting about what we expected.
Jordan's on fire-ish.
Let me go a little more. Chas McCormick and Jake Myers are doing exactly what they've always done. McCormick's numbers right now are pretty much just a tick below. Like, they are performing lower, just like Hunter Brown, but pretty much what his career numbers have been. And he's about to turn 28. His career batting average is 233. And a career OPS of 675. Chas McCormick is about to turn 29. His numbers and Jake Myers' numbers are just about what you get. And oh, by the way, Altuve, Jordan, Tucker to a degree are actually playing pretty well. That's about what you expect. And you're actually getting more from Yainer Diaz and Jeremy Pena last year. So when you say, well, they just got to get going, no, man, you're getting about what you expected from most of these guys, maybe a little below, but they weren't going to be all proven if you were hoping for that. I mean, I'm glad you were, but couldn't have been expected. So what I'm saying is, like, it's a train wreck, but they're doing about what they've done this time of year.
Ryan Presley being broken
that's another part
big.
of it.
Yeah. I think the two significant things for me are Fromber going down, regardless of what he is.
Yeah.
He's still your biggest inning eater, and Ryan Presley looking like he's kind of broken.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two things for me. We don't know what Justin Verlander is. He's 41.
Yeah.
We don't know what he's going to be. Urquidy, we'll see what happens there. And then McCullers and Garcia, I don't even know if that's something that you should rely on at this point. And when they do come back, what are they going to do for you?
Well,
it's unrealistic to expect too much. But the Fromber and the Presley thing, I think, are pretty big deal.
No, those are legit. But like if you're thinking, oh, they'll just got to turn it on, dude, this is about what they've done. I mean, Altuve's doing fine. Jordan's doing great. Tucker's got tied for the lead in RBI. Yanner is better than what you were getting out of Maldonado. Jeremy Pena's having a better start and a better year if it extends than he did last year. So you're actually kind of meeting or exceeding expectations everywhere. So why are you 4-10? And why are you saying it's going to be just a matter of time to turn it right around? Because of Fromber? Maybe that's a big factor, but these other pitchers, you can't say, oh, when they come back, boom, here we go.
Yeah, I just don't look at these guys that are out and say, oh, these guys are going to rescue everything.
Exactly. That's
how I feel. I feel that
way.
way.
The whole point, yeah.
And I heard the talk about, there's these guys are out. I don't know, like, what is Verlander at this point? The Mets gave him away.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically just said, we don't want this anymore.
Yeah.
And the Astros also, they let him go for a reason. They didn't. If the Astros had thought that Justin Verlander was going to be in his Cy Young form, they would have never let him walk in the first place.
Yeah.
I kind of thought they guessed that right.
Mm-hmm.
And then they brought him back here. They brought him back here hoping that Fromber was going to develop into an ace. That hasn't happened yet. And now it seems like because Fromber's gone down, you got this other stuff. You're looking at Justin Verlander and you're saying, oh, Justin Verlander's going to come save the day. And that's unfair.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just the fact that he's not even in the rotation right now, that's not a reflection of bad luck. That's a reflection of age.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's not a reflection of, oh, he hurt his arm, he felt some elbow soreness. No, it's a reflection that he's 41, 42 years old. He said so himself.
Yeah.
So he's already giving you warning signs that you should not expect him to come in here and just completely save the day.
Yes. And if you're saying all of a sudden, well, they need to hit better here, catcher, shortstop. No, man, they are. What about center field and left field with McCormick and Myers? No, you're getting about what you always get from them. So the answer is pitching, but what are you going to get when this pitching comes back? Could you possibly expect, to be that big of an improvement from what we're seeing on the field already?
I mean, I think it could be an improvement, but how long does it last?
Right.
Do you think Justin Verlander comes back and just eats up 240 innings or something?
Well, he done 240 innings in him.
Do you think Fromber's coming back?
I think Fromber's coming back,
when?
Yes. But I don't know what he's going to be.
Elbow tightness?
Yeah, elbow soreness, tightness, whatever they called it.
Okay.
I don't expect him within a month. That'd probably be about a month before, even though they did the 15-day IL, there's going to be a lot involved in him getting back, and it's an elbow. But I do expect him back. All I'm saying is...
Doesn't that always have the feel, though, of he comes back and then all of a sudden he leaves the mound? You see him leaving the mound and you get this, the worst-case scenario.
Yeah, you're always walking on eggshells.
Doesn't it always feel that way?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're always walking on eggshells kind of thing.
And Garcia, what is that?
I mean,
when's that supposed to happen?
Now, that I think is going to happen.
I know he's been throwing bullpens or whatever.
After the All-Star break?
I don't know. They threw a bullpen.
Early July, maybe. Late June.
What about McCullers? When's that happening?
It ain't. Yeah. I mean, he's probably going to try to come back too, but I have zero expectations for McCullers. And even if he does reach some of those expectations, how long?
I almost wonder, and I was thinking about this, and I don't even know who it would be, but would it almost be in the best interest for the Astros long term, unless you think they have some sort of World Series type of expectations when healthy, wouldn't it almost be better to kind of bottom out and be sellers at the deadline to where you can get some sort of resemblance of a farm system?
Man.
I don't know who you sell. Like, do you say goodbye to Alex Bregman in his contract year? Do you perhaps say, okay, maybe Ryan Presley or Josh Hader, we can trade guys to a team that just needs a reliever? Maybe one of these catchers or something. Maybe someone wants. You're not going to trade Alvarez. You're not going to trade Tucker or anything like that. But would it almost be better to kind of bottom out and get some sort of resemblance of a farm system? Because there's no way, unless the Adam Spillanes and all the people who know these types of things, unless there's like some sort of hidden prospect that we don't know about, there's no way that if the Astros, like, let's say this rotation looks like it does right now, there's no way we can go to the deadline and say these guys got to make a move. Where the hell is that going to come from?
Yeah.
We just saw their best prospect. The dude couldn't get through 3 innings.
Mm-hmm.
Or their best pitching prospect. Like, who the hell can they trade? Or would it be better on the other hand? And maybe this is something that the Astros fans who are nearly driving off the damn road when they hear me. Would it be nice to, like, see some sort of youth movement? Like, I'm hearing about all these prospects. It seems like now, and this is how you know a team is really flat.
Yeah.
Because you start seeing these updates. Oh, Pedro Leon the other day, he went 4 for 5 at out there in Sugar Land. Or, some first baseman. Oh, my God, could he replace Jose Abreu? Like, could they be in position to where maybe like some sort of youth movement or something like that, where you bring up a couple guys a little bit early, is the right thing to do?
Man, we're talking about trade deadline and youth movement.
Well, I'm just asking. I'm asking you, man.
No, I'm not saying it's unfair.
That might be if the season get out of control, man, you might have to take this season on the chin.
Mm-hmm. Like, is it better to be sitting here and trying to battle with getting back at 500 and the false hope, and let's say perhaps you even like trade for a starting pitcher who's like a number 3 or number 4 quality starting pitcher, but you're giving up your farm system and you're trying to go all in? Or can they take a step back and say, all right, let's get a look at these kids.
Let's regroup.
Let's maybe even get some young talent, some prospects. We went 2 years without a number 1 pick. The Texans, I mean, they took it on the chin for a few years. I'm not saying they're going to sit here and look like the damn Texans. They're going to be a more competitive ball club than that. And I hope that what we're watching right now is as bad as it gets. We do got to acknowledge that 2 of these 3 starts that we're complaining about were with guys making MLB debuts. So I want to be fair to that, and I want to see what Arrighetti does and how he responds. But the things that you needed that were like non-negotiable, as far as getting to where you wanted to get, where Fromber needed to develop into an ace of some sort.
Hadn't happened yet.
And we also have the elbow. The bullpen, the back end of the bullpen, it needed to look as good as it could possibly look. Ryan Presley looks broken right now.
Mm-hmm.
And Hunter Brown needed to resemble at least top half-ish pitcher, which is a number 1, a number 2, or number 3.
He's none of that.
And quite frankly, the look that he had in his eyes the other day, that looks like someone who might have a hard time mentally recovering from whatever the hell he threw out there. Furthermore, we've never really seen him at this level really perform. So based on that, like, do you just blindly sit here and say, okay, Justin Verlander is going to come here and turn into old Justin Verlander? Lance McCullers, wow, okay. Or would it be nice to maybe just see some sort of youth movement? The Rangers last year, they called up Evan Carter. Evan Carter was a big catalyst to what they did.
Yeah.
Like, if you're bringing up Pedro Leon, let's say Pedro Leon gives you like some sort of kick that Jake Myers can't give you and that Chas McCormick can't. Is it the worst thing to look at some of these kids at this point?
The interesting thing about your point there is the whole time you're talking, I'm thinking about Jim Crane, because ultimately this is his call. Like, big picture, philosophical, how are we going to get back there? Because they're not stupid. They know what a championship team looks like. But Jim Crane knows how they got that championship team. They got that championship team by absolutely stinking for 3 years. It's far too early, I think, to start working in the direction you're talking about. But I'm wondering if he's thinking about it. I'm wondering if he's thinking about, like, you know how we got here? We stunk for 3 years. We built up, draft picks. We brought up the prospects. I'm wondering if he's even allowing himself, or if he's still in championship mode, et cetera. Because yesterday I talked about there are some very severe and clear cracks in what this team was and what it is now. And we went through them all, from the contracts to the age to the pitching staff to, all that stuff. Well, they know that, informing them that there are some real cracks in what they were and what they are now.
And that naturally happens.
Yeah.
It's not like I think they've done everything they can do. Now, signing Jose Abreu and Montero and investing $30 million in those 2 guys for 3-year commitment or whatever the hell it was, that's probably not ideal.
Yeah.
But, I mean, for the most part, I think a lot of it happened naturally. It happens all the time. There's a reason that they've done what few, if any, teams have ever done. So I don't necessarily blame them for that. On the text line, we're getting the it's early type of thing. That's fine. If you think it's early, that's great. I'm not gonna tell you how to think. I just don't. I don't look at this and say it's early, and I just don't look at Justin Verlander as some sort of savior. What did he throw?
Well, he's not.
He threw 166, 168 innings last year.
Something like that.
I think that was like that was like the least in the last how many ever years outside of the year that he got hurt, which was the COVID year.
Yeah.
But I just it almost feels like he's now being looked at as someone to come in here and be some sort of savior. I don't see it. I just don't.
It's
not feeling it.
It's wild times right now with where the Astros are for sure. They're not in that mode. I mean, let's just be flat out. They're not in that mode.
I do think they could use a kickstart. Like if it means bringing up Pedro Leon. If it's unrealistic to expect them to be some sort of sellers, I do think this team could use some juice.
Of course.
Like some sort of juice or something like that. So, and I just don't see it coming. Like these arms that we're talking about, I don't see it coming from that. So we'll see. Look, it is early, but there's also some warning signs that what you needed, your non-negotiables, just haven't gone according to plan. Unless you think Ryan Presley's suddenly going to become elite, you think Framber's going to be an ace, and you think Hunter Brown's going to look like somebody who actually belongs in the damn big leagues, you're fighting an uphill battle regardless of who the hell comes back.
Yeah, and Ron and B. Scott are joining us. And I was kind of startled this morning looking at some Astros numbers. Like, you go across the board, and, well, they really stink. So who really needs to pick it up here? Who needs to play better outside of the starting pitching staff and the guys that are hurt? Guys, you're getting about what you always get from them. A little bit less. Like Jake Myers and Chas McCormick are exactly what they've always been. Altuve's having a good start. Gordon's having a great start. Tucker's leading the team in RBI.
You're getting much more out of your catching position.
Catcher and shortstop.
It all comes down to the pitching.
I told Landry this morning, I said, it almost makes you feel like it's worse than it really.
No, it's obviously the pitching. The issue with the lineup and the untimely hitting or lack of timely hitting, that's the type of thing that you expect to correct itself.
Yeah.
Or to like have some kind of overcorrection there. Maybe it's bad luck, whatever it is. This pitching thing is serious.
Even Jose Abreu's not a surprise.
Right, exactly.
I mean, that's what you got last.
Even that is predictable. Yeah.
And I know you guys aren't as high on saying like the Justin Verlander from 5 years ago was coming.
Mm-hmm.
But even the health, the injury coming back is a corrector.
Yeah,
right.
I agree with that.
Even if they're not, if it vintage Justin Verlander,
just get
Verlander
something.
over,
just get something
over old Henley, and Urquidy over like that. Well, to me is they just don't look like they believe they can get out of it like we've seen them in the past.
Yeah.
That's what it is to me, because they got the dudes are there, and I don't.
And they're playing about what you expected, like I said.
Besides Abreu, I don't think they're washed, but like the dudes are there. I don't know what's going on with Presley, but the dudes are there.
Mm-hmm.
It is just you look in their face. There's not a belief. They were 5-7 last year. There was a belief. They dealt with injuries. They dealt with guys playing poor, getting off to poor starts the past few years. What's different this year?
Yeah. Landry talked about it not being a savior, though. Verlander coming back not being a savior. I don't know if there is a savior for this team right now, but it is like a stabilizer.
Yeah.
It's something. And that's how desperate you are. That speaks to how bad it is.
Maybe
he ain't
even
no savior.
Their mind, he brings a level of confidence. Like, all right, there's our guy. He's back.
We just need that.
There's Henley and Arrighetti out there.
Savior is too much to ask at this point.
Here we go again.
You just need help.
I want to see what Arrighetti's got. I'm ready to give him another chance. Ready to give him a chance. It's all about that boot, baby. Go get that silver boot. Let's go.
Take that ponytail out. Just let it flow.
Oh man, what you got against a good man bun?
Nothing. I just feel like trying to change it up.
Long hair don't care.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. That's what I'm saying, man. Just throw a hat over it like yours. Just let that long hair go.
Yeah.
That bun, that didn't look comfortable to him.
But see, the hair on the neck don't feel good either, though. The hair on the neck, especially when you're trying to play a sport, when you're pitching.
You would know.
I understand not wanting the hair on the neck when you exert.
Brandon put his up.
He figured it out, though. He got rid of it.
Yeah.
He said, this ain't it. Got to get rid of this weave.
And unlike Framber, Jake Arrighetti's Arrighetti's hair was his actual hair. That was his.
Yeah.
Feels a little different.
All right, that is Brandon Scott. He's in the building. Clint is
Spencer. What did I call him? I
called him Jake.
I called him Jake. I combined him with some other dudes. Hey, you go out and pitch like that. You have a third inning like that a couple nights ago.
I screwed it up.
You, Jake, John, Paul, Peter, you everybody except whoever you really are.
You pitch like that. Is that true? Is that fair? If you pitch the way that he did, that Hunter Brown did, the way that Blair Hindley did, that you only have to get one of the names right? I think that's fair. I mean, you just got to get one of the names right.
For accountability purposes, I think it's still proper to get the names right. I'm just saying it's understandable when you don't get them right. It's not like you can blame dude. It's not like you can be like, hey, man, how you don't know Eric Getty's name? Well, you seen him. It was forgettable. Hunter Brown, lucky that we've known him for long enough to get his name right, and it's simple enough.
Yeah, Clint's under the weather, folks. Very detailed message.
I think I got to take a dump.
Yeah, that's a hint. Very detailed message.
Relatable.
I got to find a toilet.
Very detailed message, blaming it on his kids. But he is out today. And get well, man. Sit down on there, man. Do what you need to do to really, really get that going. Figure some things out. So Clint and his stomach. Giving him some problems, boy. That everybody's been there. On a Friday, that's really awful. On a Friday. All right, there's a lot of places we can go. A lot of places we can go today. But I want to start with what happened late last night in Salt Lake City, Utah.
I can't believe it. And maybe I should be able to believe it, but I still can't.
Tough L. Hey, you lose some. You're on the road. The Rockets lose by 3 to the Jazz. But really the story is 3 points, 1 for 7 in 18 minutes, and as many turnovers as he had points last night. Jaylen Green.
Almost as many fouls, too, by the way. Almost.
We got to 2 fouls, I believe.
2 fouls, 3 points.
18 minutes, 1 for 7, 3 points. And this is in a line, Brandon, of coming off of that long stretch where we saw the best of them, and rightfully so. Many of you were sending told you so's to me. Text line, told you so. I wouldn't. There's the Jaylen Green. That's why they keep it. And yeah, we had to acknowledge it, and still may. But since coming off of that streak, he has kind of reverted back to being, inefficient. Struggling. 6 for 15s in there, 6 for 17s in there. The best was a 10 for 22. Yesterday was just an absolute, what the hell was that? He looked like, we talk about it, Tyler. You know what he looked like? He looked like with 3 games remaining, he looked like 1, 2, 3 Cancun. Or wherever it is, he is going. 3 points, 7
on a beach
shots.
Somewhere.
Oh, his mind was somewhere else. And but to be honest with you, it has been a struggle probably the last 6 or 7 games. To be honest with you, as I said, man, low shooting percentage, back to what we've seen before. And the conversation I want to have, Brandon, because I know you've watched it very closely. We have had conversations in terms of what do you do with Jaylen Green? And when it got really bad, what do you do with Jaylen? We've heard that the Rockets were shopping him themselves. Yep. We've heard Mikal Bridges' conversations. We've heard different conversations. And he really played his way into nobody was talking about that no more. Rightfully so. I shut up about it. Nobody was talking about it. But now the theory is, to me, and it's not even the theory, this is the situation. Because of that stretch and how well he played, you got guys like Kevin Garnett saying he's got to get paid. Look at him. They got the young guy. I heard conversations of, do you need to get rid of Şengün?
Yeah.
Because of how well he's playing.
That was a prevalent conversation. A lot of people were asking that. Can they play together? And if not, then which one do you pick? And a lot of people saying that it should be Jaylen.
I know you watch this. You cover this. The H-Town Hoops podcast. You and Adam Spolane.
That's right.
And I've been thinking about this. I was thinking about this the entire way that he had that great stretch. Is Jaylen Green put himself in a situation where if you're the Rockets, you say, and not hell if you're the Rockets, you're a Rockets fan. Has Jaylen Green put himself in a position where you look at it and say, hey, he showed me enough in year 1 under Udoka, And that stretch is why, whoa, this dude could be cold. This dude could be one of the best in the world. He is a guy that we believe could be a 1 or a 2 on a championship contending team. He showed me enough. Or do you look at that stretch and say, boy, this Jaylen Green that we've been seeing the last 6-7 games, he always reverts back to that, but he put up such a good stretch that this is the highest his market would ever be in a trade. And now we strike while his market is at the highest, and we make a move to get the best we can get. Because now, with what he did, you would presume that you could get more than you could when he was playing bad, when you heard the Rockets were shopping him. So where is it? I'm really intrigued to hear what you got to say. I know Adam Spillane is listening. I hope he's writing this answers down, too.
Well, and I'm pretty sure I know where he stands.
Have you looked at this and said, I've seen enough, let's roll with him, he can be the guy on a contending team? Or now you saying, he's played well enough to really get something viable in a trade?
Yeah, for me, it's the former. It's the former. It's the first one that you said. Like, what he did over that stretch, to me, is more valuable than this idea of what you maybe could get for him. And without exactly knowing what the market would be, like, I'd have to know for sure that the market is exactly what you say, that people feel a certain way and they're more likely to give up things that they weren't willing to give up at the trade deadline.
You don't think the market is higher?
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I would have to know that for sure. Like, because if I'm asking this question and they're asking this question, right? So how do I know what side of the ledger the market fits on? And without knowing that, I can't, like, go with that. But to me, it comes down to more so Jaylen Green having shown you the star potential, the ability, okay, and just the simple fact that he doesn't necessarily have to be the guy. I think the question more so is he a guy on your team, and you get to decide exactly what the extension looks like. You can agree upon that. But yeah, maybe he's not the best player on a championship team. Maybe he's the second or third best player. But to me, he's shown you far too much to feel like, hey, you know what? I'd rather get rid of that and give that away than to have that on my team. Like, I'd much rather have what Jaylen Green has on my team than to trade it away with this idea that I'm going to get something more valuable for it. So I don't want to excuse the inconsistencies. I don't want to live with the inconsistencies. I want to hold him to a higher standard and demand more like player that he was during that stretch than the one that he has over the last five games plus.
Because the player he looked like in that stretch was, you're scared to death.
Yeah.
You are scared to death to move on from him, and he goes somewhere and figures it out.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, that's what you see. But then you see this guy, what are we doing? 1 for 7, 3 points? Or so now you drop to this inefficient guy, even in those games, 6 for 17. Whatever. Like, but he showed enough in that time frame to say, I am scared to death of what he is capable of being, and will he be a Jermaine O'Neal, and I've traded him, and he goes to another team and becomes a perennial, whatever.
I got you. No, I know what you mean.
I can't get that one.
I'm right there with
All-star.
you. Perennial All-Star. I'm with you.
Perennial All-Star.
We got
to focus that one.
Yeah, man.
All-Star.
Team
going
effort.
somewhere. It scares the hell out of you. But, man, as someone just said, sell high.
Yeah, you can sell high. You can say that. But to me, this speaks more to needing to have more than just Jaylen Green, or needing to have more than just one guy, or needing to have something that can offset some of his inconsistencies. Alperen Sengun is remarkably consistent, but I think the highs of Jaylen Green, the best of Jaylen Green, give you, they put you in a totally different dimension. So to me, I don't really see the need or the urgency to say, hey, I need to go get this for this guy. I don't know if whatever you're getting back for trading Jaylen Green is worth what you're giving up. Like, to me,
the thought is, if you could get a more consistent player. The Bridges trade was out there. A guy that's a 20-plus point scorer, is capable of that, and that's a really good defender, and has more consistency.
And then congratulations, you're the Nets.
But then you don't have him. But I mean, to start, like, obviously, but like, all right, man, we're not going to try to push this cat. We know what he is. But we know what we're going to get. And we feel, and it's not like, it ain't like, you're not getting Lance Stevenson. I mean, you're getting a guy that can put up points, that can score and defend, and you know what you're getting at is more consistent night in and night out. As opposed to understanding, though, his high is not going to be the guy who won the game in OKC and played the way Jaylen Green did in that game, which felt like the biggest win of the year. And as I said the next day, that's the first time I've looked at Jaylen Green different.
Yeah.
Right? Like he doesn't have those highs. But that's the thought of, if Jaylen's here, man, you want to unlock that high, but man, he just is so inconsistent.
Yeah, I just feel like it's just way too soon. It's way too soon. Once you see what the highs are and once you realize what the ceiling is and what it feels like, to me, you've got to start calculating, okay, the fact that he is still, 21, 20, however old, the third year. Year 4 to me is more critical. Like that makes it even more critical. Can he develop into that? We saw some progress. Like I don't think we can come away from this year, even with this, coming straight off of this game. I don't think we can come away from the season feeling like, hey, he didn't improve as a basketball player. That stretch that he had showed us that he had improved as a basketball player. What leap can he take in year 4? I would be more intrigued by that, figuring out if I can tap more into that talent, figure out what's there exactly in year 4 as opposed to giving up on it early. Wanting a more consistent but not as good player.
Yeah. Whew. Yeah, it's a tough one here, man, because you'll fool out. It's still too early. By the way,
I've said this too.
When is it not going to be too early? Like when's the moment? When is we got to make a move?
Yeah, I think it could be the trade deadline next year. It could be after the year. It could be after the end of the season. Like he's going into year 4. You have 4 or 5 years of these guys, so there's just not this urgency to do it. Like it's a thought and it's a conversation and a worthy conversation to have, but you just don't have. There's no pressure to do it. No reason to really do it unless there's an offer or a deal out there that just overwhelms you. I think year 4, second year in the system, is a real key time. I've also said this. Maybe it's just a matter of reimagining his role, and this is why it was an important conversation to have when Şengün got hurt. What does it look like when they come back? How do they run this offense exactly? How do those two guys play off of each other? Can we find a way for them to complement each other, make each other better? I think that part of it matters. I would much rather see him again with Alperen Şengün before I just punt on him and say that he's inconsistent or concede that his inconsistencies can't be corrected.
Yeah.
I want to try to continue to coach it out of him with a second year to do it and with another player that's on that level.
Yeah. Yeah, from the text line, I know the age. He would be a junior in college. He's still developing. I get the age, yeah.
Yeah, he's Caitlin Clark's age.
Yeah,
basically, and she's just now going into the WNBA.
Yeah, I understand it, and as I said, he is shown in that stretch that makes you scared to death to move because you can see what the hell he's capable of. But I mean, it is clear they have at least had not just thoughts but serious thoughts.
Oh, for sure.
Of moving on and doing what we're talking about. And if you've had serious thoughts, this is potentially the highest it's going to be when you factor in his age, when you factor in what people have been able to see, what he's done. That's the other part, boy. You stick him with Şengün. If he goes back to being what he was when he was with Şengün, damn, now that.
See, that to me, that's a coaching thing.
I know it dropped. I'm just saying.
Like, you got to figure that out. You have to figure that out.
Oh, I know you got to figure it out.
There's just not an excuse to be like, oh, can these guys play together? Nah, man. They're good basketball players. If you're a good basketball coach, if you got a good system around them with the right players, there is no excuse for them not to play unless it turns out that they're not the guys, right?
Yes.
But if they are, then there is not an excuse for you not to be able to tap into that.
And if it goes back when they do play together next year, which I think it is a smart move to wait. Let's see what they do together. Let's see if there's another jump in year 2 with Udoka. If he goes back and he starts playing the way he was before, And that value right now that I think his trade value is very, very high is going to drop some more. So it's an interesting thought. Like, this isn't just something that we are just drumming up.
Yeah.
He was on the trade block. Like,
but
they were shopping him.
Let's also highlight the peculiarity of this particular game here, where Jaylen Green only takes 7. He's 1 of 7. He takes 7 shots for the entire game. He's the best player on the team.
18 minutes.
And he takes the second fewest shots.
3-point game.
In a 3-point game, like you've got to figure that you would want to get him involved early and often. There's no reason why Fred VanVleet should be taking 3 times the shot. And shout out to Fred VanVleet for the way that he's played and the leadership that he's provided. But he should not be taking 3 times the amount of shots that Jaylen Green is. And it makes you wonder why that is. Why is it that in the starting 5, the 2 guys that took the fewest shots, 6 shots and 7, were Jabari Smith Jr. and Jaylen Green, your highest drafted guys? Like, and especially in a season, at the end of a season that, at this point is lost. So you should be feeding those guys. Those guys should be feeding off of opportunities. It should never be at this point where Jaylen Green's only taking 7 shots in a game, where he only has 3 points in a game. We asked earlier in the week, hey, do they have to finish at 500? Do they have to finish above 500 in these last few games that they have?
Deal.
And I told you, hey, no, that record itself is not necessarily a big deal. It's how they play. And what they can't do is have Jaylen Green out there scoring 3 points in a game. Have Jaylen Green out there going 1 for 7 in a game. That's what you can't. You can lose to the Jazz.
It's really he was cool with it. Like he appeared to be cool with it.
Maybe. But either way, even if he is cool, it's going to be like, damn it, you at work today. I don't care what you cool with. You getting these shots up, man. Like that's what it can't be. It can't be that. You can lose to the Jazz, a team that, by the way, is still inferior to you. It's not one of the 10 teams in the Western Conference that's better than you. You are allowed to lose to the Jazz at the end of the year.
Game, but
you are not allowed to not feed your best player and for him to only have 3 points in the game. That's not allowed.
Who the offense has been running through is 18 minutes, 3 turnovers, 3 points on 1 of 7 shooting.
And Jabari should have more than 6 shots. Like both. It is dumbfounded.
Yeah. All right. This one here about the Astros, I think if you are a hardcore sports fan, this one resonates with you more than most. We'll discuss that. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, no. We'll just discuss that next.
We'll talk to you soon.
I was ready. I'm telling you, game time app, I was ready.
Coming to your ears soon, though.
Pay them bills, baby.
I'll tell you. Saw that wrong. All right. The drive continues. It continues. The drive is live, baby.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
If Fromber is seriously injured, they can't replace him within the organization. They can't. For a team that crashed.
home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, this is ridiculous. This is incredible, Tyler. Brandon, we talked about it during the break a little bit. This is one of the most disrespectful things I've ever seen. Tyler, I don't think you've seen it yet. For you to comment, the disrespect of what they have done to an American icon. I would say one of the most influential sports figures in the last 30 years. Tyler, I want you to go look up. Go find the Philadelphia 76ers unveiled a new statue that they put up for Allen Iverson. And I want you to go look that up. And the people out there, if you are not driving in your vehicles, you're somewhere you can do it, go look this up. This is utterly ridiculous what they have done. I have seen statues my whole life. We just saw Kobe's statue put up. This is ridiculous. It looks like Little Bow Wow from Like Mike. That is the smallest statue I have ever seen in my entire life. That is so disrespectful.
If you're going to do a statue, watch her.
It's a kid. That is a little kid.
It's like they leaned into the brand of him being like this ultra powerful short guy in the NBA.
Yeah, underdog.
The
underdog.
They leaned into it a little bit too much to the point to where it feels disrespectful.
That looks like Nicholas.
Why would you do a statue if you're going to make a tiny one?
It looks like Nicholas. Nicholas is 4.
What the hell?
Hey, at what point does a statue become a trophy?
Come on, man.
Or is a trophy a statue? Like, is that a trophy or a statue?
Y'all have that fake Rocky one out there. Put a real
gosh.
one.
Dude.
Are we sure it's not a trophy?
All I know is they better have these. This better be everybody's. Because Julius Erving, Dr. J better have a miniature one. This would be
that's not
ridiculous.
the same. Dr. J's not a miniature player.
No, just because he's 6'1".
No, he's not 6'1".
That's what he's listed.
Well, that's incorrect.
He's over. It's not Muggsy Bogues. Muggsy Bogues shouldn't even get this.
Is he not the smallest MVP in NBA history?
Who gives a rip?
That's what I'm saying. They do clearly.
Come on, man.
Because that's why they gave you a little ass statue.
I swear to God, Houston.
They're leaning into it.
I swear to God, Jim Crane.
That thing's gonna get picked
up.
If
you do this to Jose Altuve.
Now that would make more sense.
If you do this, if they get out there, you see a statue, and most people run into it because it's hanging so low. Like, I have a problem. This is ridiculous to Allen.
It's so little.
He can't be happy with this. Was he not involved in the design?
Is this Iverson in junior high?
I would have walked away. Thing. It's not even. This is ridiculous.
I mean, they probably sell about a pound, right? Like, so it's like, hey man, we could only afford so many pounds. You 165 pounds. We went and got one that was 65 pounds.
I am floored by this. That is utterly ridiculous.
They are just trying to show you what a little man can do. It's not the size of the figure; it's the heart inside.
And you're in here sitting here going with this. He's got a softball in his hand that they're acting like is a basketball that he's doing a crossover with.
They couldn't be making no life-size Iversons.
It's like as if
in this economy.
It's like they're on a budget. This is ridiculous. Oh my God! I can't believe Iverson agreed with this.
Who was the cheapskate that was like, well, you know what? It costs this much to make a statue this big. Iverson was small anyway.
Let's do it. I can't
like whose cheap guy logic was that?
Wow. I mean, he's got statues bigger than that somewhere in Maryland. That is unbelievable. Wow.
Somebody from text line say it's Junior Iverson.
That's just.
I'm here for that dad joke. That's actually pretty good. That's a little bit better than a dad joke.
That's a bowling trophy. It is.
I'm just worried about this thing getting jacked now. Like some Ultra fan's going to drive up and grab it and throw it in the trunk.
Like, listen, this is like, I thought it was an embarrassment in L.A. that they had all those typos on Kobe's new his new statue, and they had to redo them.
Yeah, things happen.
They spelled decision wrong. They spelled a few things. But I'd
Decision
rather
got a few eyes in it.
I'd rather have a typo than this.
Would you?
Yes. Yes, I'd rather have the typos. This is embarrassing. He rubs the top of the head like it's a little kid. You're right. That's a trophy. It has to be.
Yeah, hey, Iris is probably, hey, man, let me just take this one home.
This is a heavy
Iris is probably like, hey, you know what?
Honest to God.
I can carry this.
Honest to God, the Heisman Trophy looks as big. The Heisman Trophy looks as big as this. It's utterly ridiculous.
That's actually what I thought of when I saw it. I was like, hey, man, is that Iverson doing the Heisman, the Naismith? Is that the Naismith Trophy?
I felt like Michael Jordan had a hand in this and had always been looking for his payback for that crossover embarrassment. And this is how he's finally done it.
Oh, he's petty enough to do that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a conspiracy theory that's not that outlandish.
And he took offense to that.
Hey, this is kind of silly, but I think fans think about this. I love Clint, and I think the perspective that Clint has as a former player kind of adds a bit of a difference between Tyler and I, who grew up as fans. But this one I think fans will think of. I think everybody who are Astros fans, like you two, and ones listening, want the Astros to get out of this and win. Want everyone to do well.
Yeah.
Any of y'all finding yourselves rooting against Jose Abreu when he's at the plate? You're not doing it on, you can't control
not against,
it.
But
Anybody sitting there, just kind of, just strike out, just get out. Anybody rooting against?
See, so, because for me, part of the issue is that, like, with Jose Abreu, there is such a glaring issue there's such an obvious issue without an obvious solution to where I can't help but to continue to root for him once he gets in the batter's box. I'll tell you what I root against. It's not once he's in his at-bat. It's when he's on the on-deck circle. It's when the lineup drops. It's after the game. I root against Jose Abreu basically at all times around his at-bat. His actual at-bat, once they stick his ass in there, I'm like, okay, dog, I need you to come through. I need this thing to pick up because you are an obvious problem that I don't have an obvious solution to, which is a problem in and of itself. Like, okay, you got a problem and you don't have no solution. But when he's up there, I want him to do well. When he's on the on-deck circle, I want, like, a miracle to happen. I want magic to take place.
Like, are you even happy when he gets a hit?
No,
the three of them he's got.
Yeah, no, I want him to get hit.
Like,
Tyler, do you not just want, like, wrestling style for a better first baseman, better hitting first baseman to just come down from the rafters and just pluck him out of the line?
What's your reaction like if he does get it? Because you're fully expected. You're disgusted the whole time you're watching that bat. And when he finally gets it, because I used to do this. When Kadarius Toney would actually come up with the catch, I'd be like, whatever. He got lucky on that.
Oh yeah, I'm not fooled by it. I'm not gonna get fooled by it. I just need him to do something. I need more, especially when you got all these other issues that's taking place. Like you're compounding the problem. I actually need you, Jose Abreu. I don't have no faith in you, okay, but I need you. So I'm not rooting against him in the batter's box. It's the on deck circle. It's after he swings and misses. When he swings at the pitch on the other towards the other batter's box. It's when he's not able to scoop a ball at first base. It's all the ways in which he's incompetent, and it's the results of it that bother me more than just actually watching him do it.
Like someone texted, of course, Ron would root against Abreu, negative ass. I'm not saying I root against him. And you've been a fan, you've had players on teams that you root for that just literally pisses you off.
Yeah.
All the time. The time.
But
when you watch them and when they get the ball in hands, like it's just or they're at the plate or they're whatever, you're just in frustration and you react and you don't react the proper way when they do something good because of your anger towards the player.
Yeah, for me, I never really have that for a player just based off of performance. I need a little extra sauce. A little extra, like how Tyler felt about Jake Odorizzi, or how he and I both feel about Garrett Cole.
That's a perfect
one.
Tyler didn't celebrate Jake Odorizzi strikeouts.
Good riddance.
Yeah.
It sucks to suck, bro.
He got lucky on that one.
To Jose Abreu's credit, all he is bad, but he's not insufferable. He's not a problem in and of himself out of the fact that he can't.
That's a good one. Someone is, I root for him so bad that he messes up so he can stop playing. Yes, when you root against him, that you hope he plays so bad that he plays himself out of the lineup. Well, I don't know how that holds here because I don't know the other option.
Yeah,
but
there's not another option. That's why it's hard to root against. I'm like, man, I need this to work. I need this to work because I don't know what they're gonna do without him.
Good Lord,
it's kind of a tough place to be.
All right, now that we've gotten here with the Texans getting close to the draft, which is wild here, as the draft used to be all we talked about. They got a couple of picks in the second round. What should they do with those moves, those picks in the second round? You got 2 of them in the second round, 1 in the third, 2 in the fourth. What should they do in particular with those first 2 picks they have in the second round? I think there is a move that Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, and company, the decision makers, could make that would make a lot of sense that potentially wouldn't be popular. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do, I'm going to do it this time now. I don't care what you're not stopping me this time, Tyler. And none of you should be stopped. I'm telling you right now, I've told you about the Game Time app because
do Skechers slip-ins work? Well, there's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide right into place. So just step in them and go. Find new hands-free Skechers slip-ins for the whole family at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Somebody said I have that feeling about Jaylen Green. Damn.
You know what? I feel like the non-Mills truthers probably had that feeling about Davis Mills at a point.
Oh, yeah.
Like, hey, man, don't do this comeback thing. Don't do this thing where we win the game at the end of the year and all of that against Indy. Don't do that.
Some of these cats out holier than thou. Shoot. Half y'all was hoping Dusty was wrong on every one of those decisions last year.
Hold on, so
Don't open they Dusty.
Lord,
wounds,
you know you did. Damn it, Maldonado got a hit.
Now that might have been one for me, and I actually love Maldonado. So I can't.
You knew that would keep him in the lineup more, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Give
man.
me more reason to lean in.
I love Maldonado and just wanted him to be some kind of bench coach.
He's killing it in Chicago. No, he's not.
No one is.
No one is. Corey Lee had a couple of hits the other day.
Oh, well, good for him.
In his own shoes.
He was able to do it without his gloves or without his equipment that was left behind in Sugar Land?
His old equipment.
His shoes didn't have a good night the other night.
Maybe that was the problem.
That's why he left them.
I was going to say, maybe that was the issue here in Houston / Sugar Land. It was the equipment.
I wonder what he was thinking when that got back to him. Hey, you hear that cat they brought up just use your shoes, Corey?
Man, I was looking for them shoes.
Nah, you wouldn't.
That's where them shoes went.
That's where them damn shoes was.
They did not have the effect the Bow Wows did.
Man, tell him to send me my damn shoes.
He had to tie them suckers tight.
Laced them up real tight.
I can't believe that trophy. Don't say Bow Wow.
It does look like Bow Wow from Like Mike.
It feels like the trophy needs those shoes. It needs the powers from those shoes and Like Mike.
When they introduced it, did AI pick it up and show the crowd?
No, he rubbed it.
Oh.
He rubbed
like
it.
a Buddha.
He looked like. Are y'all serious?
This is embarrassing.
It is. It is damn.
He's like, oh, so y'all got jokes.
Yeah, y'all want to have fun.
Y'all got short jokes now.
For y'all.
Y'all got
Everything
short
I
jokes.
did for y'all. I'm serious. Only way that is acceptable is if they're doing all of the statues like that. If the Moses Malone statue is miniature, all right, this is just the way they do their statues. Which is weird, but this is just the way they do their statues. If they got his statue in an area and Dr. J's and Moses Malone's statue is real big, I'd have a real problem.
Take that damn statue down. It'd be like a few years ago when they were taking all of the Confederate statues down, but for different reasons.
Yeah.
Like this statue must come down.
How many people you
It's
think
disrespectful.
How many people you think it take to get that statue down?
I mean, you can get it.
3 top,
two big guys, 3 maybe.
Man, you can go handle that statue, that trophy.
Throw it in the trunk. Now you got something real cool for your man cave.
You can do it with a Sonata. You can go there.
Throw it in the Prius. Hurry.
Here, grab that. Hey, hook it up to the tailgate.
Hey, just go.
That Sonata.
Just go
hook it up to the back.
Go catch some pallbearers out of a funeral procession.
Yeah, got it.
Like y'all got this here.
I know that casket weighed more than this statue.
It's got to.
Hey man, a big storm will move that puppet.
Last night in Philadelphia, a thunderstorm came through and promptly swept away Allen Iverson.
And Iverson, it's rolling. It's rolling down.
Last spotted on 76th and Main.
Oh my God!
If you see AI being flooded away, please let us know.
Hey, they got them statues of turtles at zoos to let you know you're going to the turtle. The turtle exhibit bigger than that damn thing.
Electricity has been restored, but the statue has not.
Hey, Hey, listen. The Texans have they got 2 picks in the second round. 713-572-4C on YouTube and Twitch. You've been thinking about it. What should they do with those 2 picks? And I'll kick this off, and I'll let anybody send in your thoughts. I'll kick this off as they are in a unique position where they can do a lot of different things. And a lot of the things that they've done in free agency allows them to be able to do a lot of different things. They can draft for need and draft for best of it. They could do a lot of things. And they don't have – listen, I don't love the defensive tackle situation.
You shouldn't.
I don't love the second cornerback situation.
Understandable.
The guard thing is weird. But, like, still within that, like, it isn't, they have massive holes. Like, they have massive holes that they desperately need to fill right now with one of those picks. So they can do a lot of different things. For you, they got 2 first-round picks. What do you think they should be doing with them picks?
Yeah, so my main priority positions were the first ones that you mentioned. Those are the ones that I would like for them to get. Like, if I can just – and it doesn't work like this, obviously. But if I could just write in, hey, this is what I want from this round. This is what I want you to come away with. I would like a defensive tackle, and I would like a cornerback. Now, obviously, this late in the draft, you don't necessarily get to dictate if that is available to you, right? If a that's graded around that spot at that position is going to be available to you. Maybe the next best defensive tackle ain't but a third-round pick.
I was going to say, and how good is that player going to be in terms of the impact you're looking to have?
Well, and if he's a second-round pick, you can reasonably expect him to be at least a rotational player, right? Like, maybe he doesn't immediately start over Fadakasi and what's my other guy, Settle. Maybe he doesn't immediately start over guys like that. Maybe Danico Autry is playing more snaps than that guy is in the beginning. But you want to feel like that's somebody that's at least contributing to the team and not necessarily like a practice squad type of guy or somebody that's inactive on, week in and week out. So I want an actual contributing defensive tackle and cornerback, some combination of the two with those 2 picks, if I can get it. If I can just say, these are the positions that I want. Now, what all am I open to? What all do I think is possible? What all do I think actually makes sense? I think it goes way beyond just defensive tackle, way beyond just cornerback, even though those are my preferences. That's what I'd like to come away with. But if they see a wide receiver there, even though they went out and got Stephon Diggs, that's far less of a priority. But if it fits, if it makes sense for where you're picking, the talent level of guy.
That could fall into best player available.
Yeah, I'm not mad at best player available. I actually prefer, to answer your question succinctly, I actually prefer best player available more generally, and then defensive tackle and cornerback more specifically if it's there.
They got 2 picks. And there are a lot of scenarios. As I said, they have set themselves up where they may be, fellas, in the best position of anybody in the league in terms of what they can draft and what options they can. Because
they have to be up there.
Some teams have to. There are just blatant needs. I mean, even the champs, like the Chiefs, don't have a left tackle. Like that is of importance right now for them, where they have to really kind of like the Texans don't have a situation.
But see, I'm glad for that, because I wouldn't want to be in that situation.
No, where
I feel forced to draft a position, even if perhaps I don't fully, wholeheartedly believe in the player at that spot. Like, hey, I need a left tackle, so I'm gonna draft a left tackle who I think is the best left tackle available, but not necessarily a left tackle that I would draft if I didn't need one. I don't want to be in that situation. No. I would rather be. And I'm glad that the Texans are in a position where, hey, if they can get Darius Robinson or Michael Hall Jr., the defensive tackles from Missouri and Ohio State, respectively, like if they can get cats like that, then by all means, if Tavondre Sweat makes sense for them, later in the second round or sometime in the third round, then yeah. But to not have to reach is to me is a good spot.
Because they're not in that spot, they can go beyond just the normal options of best player available versus need.
Yeah.
They get to kind of deal in the third option that some teams get to. That is,
load up.
We can start to look to do things for the future a year out. And you have 2 second-round picks. To me, I think it would be really, really smart. And there are 2 positions that really jump out to me that would go to the future thinking. It'd be really interesting if they, with one of those second-round picks, went offensive tackle or safety.
I wouldn't be mad. Safety especially. But I hear you on the offensive tackle.
But because when I look at those things, and I said they could go best player available, like you talked about receiver. They could go need the D tackle. What's the best one there, or corner? But they are good enough with enough ammo, because they got two of them, right? They're good enough with enough ammo where they can do those things and draft for the future. And the tackle thing is, both of your tackles, you're going to, after this season ends, easily be able to get out of either one of their deals, right? It will be the third year of their contract. You have the ability to get out of their deals, and you can and you can do that. And with that, the thought is, hey, we have a tackle that we could draft here. We've got a tackle. We're saying, all right, we've got a tackle that we can have for the future down the line.
Yeah.
And we have him ready, and he's in our system, and he is ready. What is going on at this door? And he is ready. It really is. And he is ready to go when we either say, all right, we're going to move on from Laramie Tunsil or Titus Howard, because I think either one of those guys to me can play left tackle, and then bam, you're ready to go, and you have had him in the system. He's been in your system, and he's ready to go. And now you're not in a situation where you're like, oh, God, what do we do? Do we pay? Do we want? Now you can make decisions. I think, and you could do that at safety with Jimmy Ward, too.
Right.
It's somebody to come behind that. So
see, I'm with it in theory. I like it more for a safety, but I'm partial to, at the tackle position, drafting that at the highest point. So if I had a first round pick, I'd be much more into that. The tackle in the second round, I don't know. I feel
it could be a right tackle, and you got Titus to move over to the left. Like
I like your chances better of finding a contributor at one of them other spots, but I wouldn't be opposed to that as a philosophy, like as an ideological strategy. Like, hey, I need to be planning for the future. I'm with that. I feel less likely of finding that guy
because of the unique situation you have. You had 2 seconds, 2/4, a third, and you filled a lot of holes on your team.
Yeah. Maybe I need to look up the tackles. Maybe I should do that. That's
just if there's somebody you look at, you say, I mean, there are a lot of below second round right tackles starting in the league.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna give this some thought. I like it. I like where your head's at.
All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for, which feels like for April 12th, a really big game tonight, as the Astros are going to come home and host the Rangers. One they really need. We'll discuss that, and we'll get you an update with the Masters. Windy day, and the scores are kind of down, and let you know what everybody, especially Tiger, is doing. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
The best baseball conversation in Houston on the go lives where?
Thanks to SportsRadio 610, I can get my Astros fix anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture Unbeatable Prices Traffic Center, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing delays on I-45, the North Freeway, southbound of Rankin, where an accident has a right lane blocked. I'm Laura Brennell, Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. So this should come as a surprise to absolutely nobody, but Tom Brady said on a podcast that if somebody were to call him up and ask him if he wanted to play again, the answer might be yes. However, even he himself said there are certain things that might complicate that possibility. I'm Jim Rome.
This is Seth Payne here with Jen McCumber, the general manager at Bayway Ram down on 225 in Pasadena. Jen, I was doing some hardcore research this morning for my sports show, and it was me watching 3 professional wrestlers trying to win a tug of war versus a lion. And the wrestlers lost, and I immediately thought, if I'm ever going to pull this off, I need a Ram truck. Can I reasonably expect to beat a lion in a tug of war match with a Ram pickup truck.
You can do a lot. So I'd say so. I'd say you're safe.
Okay, but I don't want ridiculously high interest rates to get it done. So what can you do for me?
Well, the good news is it's Ram Truck Month, and we have 0% for 72 months on Ram Crew Cab Lone Stars.
Oh, crew cab, so my whole crew can come along. Finally, we can triumph over the lion with 0% financing for 72 months, and you also have the Bayway guarantee.
You know it. We will match or beat any written price out there or pay you $1,000.
Go visit Jen at Bayway Ram on 225 in Pasadena. Check it out online at baywayram.com and tell them Seth Payne sent you.
John Lopez here. The Auto Awards are in, and Cars.com named D&M Auto Leasing the top leasing company in the U.S. for the 10th year in a row. But there's more. Cars.com also ranked D&M the top dealership in the Southwest region of the United States. Regardless of vehicle make, for the client experience, they are the best. They earn the top marks over all mainstream brands, luxury, new and used cars, all of it. Call today or visit online, dmautoleasing.com, and start saving.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term.
Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
With the biggest stories of the day.
It's the Big 3 at 3.
Number 1.
All right, first story is Clint is out today, feeling a bit under the stomach. And our guy, Brandon Scott, he is in for him. You know, you hear him. He was in earlier this week. You can catch him with us on Wednesdays at 4:40. You can catch him on Thursdays in the 11 o'clock hour within the loop. And you can catch all his work as he covers it all on SportsRadio610.com. So we're in good hands with B. Scott and Brandon. I don't want to say on April 12th it's a must-win situation because that's ridiculous. But if this makes sense, it feels like a need-win situation. It feels like they need a win. They need to win this game. They come home and play the Rangers with J.P. France getting the ball tonight, and the Astros coming off of that sweep against the Royals in Kansas City, and then the last two games just not being close at all in those games. And just the feel of everything. They're 4-10 right now. Again, yes, it is early. We've seen teams come back and go on runs from this. We've seen the Astros come back, go on runs. But this is one they really, really need, it feels like, tonight, just to get themselves going and feeling better and to just stop this snowball downhill negative bad play effect.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're 6 games under 500. They're 4-10, so you can only but for so long talk about how early it is or dismiss the significance of 1 of 62. Like, they need to win not just this game. They need to win multiple games. They need to string together some
serious
wins.
wins.
Yeah, they could stand a winning streak. You know what I mean? Like, you know how the Rockets went on that 11-game winning streak or whatever it was?
I could use one of them.
The Astros could use something similar to that. So it's not just that this feels like a need to win. They feel like they're on a need to win stretch. If I were to just isolate what needs to happen tonight, beyond just needing to win the game, can I get a quality start? Can I get something?
Get that greedy.
Can I get something close to timely hitting? Can we knock in runners that are in scoring position or just on base at all? Like, small victories I would even take on top of the obvious of needing a win for a 4-10 team. Yeah, they need a win, but they just need some positive signs. Like, especially after how yesterday afternoon went for them.
I don't think the lineup is out yet today. What do you want to see in the lineup? What is the lineup for you today? What's the lineup?
No, I mean, I need it to be what it's been when it's at its best, right? So Altuve, Tucker, Bregman, and then Yanir Diaz, and then after that it really starts to get kind of dicey. But Jeremy Pena, you know, and then from there you're just kind of trying to figure it out between McCormick and, of course, Abreu. You want to continue to be 8th or 9th, and possibly out of the lineup.
Or him and John, yeah.
Yeah, maybe even out of the lineup. Maybe that's the win for me, is an Abreu-less lineup and this slow concession of, you know, realizing this Jose Abreu thing is just not working.
Or maybe he gets it going tonight. I think you want that.
When he's in the batter's box, like I said before, I am rooting for him to do well.
Oh, he going to play.
But when the lineup comes out and when he steps up on deck, I'm dreading it.
Abreu in the lineup today, fellas? Guesses?
Yeah, man, make damn near $20 million.
Got to be, right?
He'll be in there.
Yeah, he'll be in there. John, I don't know. John had 2 walks and a double yesterday. Maybe they run John back out there.
At this point,
Jose has already spoken of confidence as an issue.
At this point, I'd be fine if Jeff Bagwell himself went in there and just stood in the batter's box and showed him what to do. Like, I don't think he could actually get contact. But can we figure out how to have at least a quality at bat, please?
That's funny. Fellas,
just let
713-572-4610. Text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Do you think right now, no batting practice, nothing, that Jeff Bagwell gives the Astros a better chance at the plate?
Hard not to.
Than Jose Abreu.
Hard not to.
1-3-572-4610. Right now, how old is Jeff? Do you think
he's in his 50s. I'm just saying there's no way, even at this big
I'm
age.
serious. I want to see it.
Even at this
Jeff
big
Bagwell
age.
give you a better shot at the plate.
Let me tell
right
you
now.
this.
No warm-up.
There is no way in hell that Jeff Bagwell, even at this big age, is a worse first baseman than he is a general manager or personnel guy. All right, so if he the one that got you, Jose Abreu, he should damn it be the one to come out there and have to answer for it and get in the batter's box and get us some quality at bats.
I wonder if Jeff can still get in that stance.
That's going to be the tough. That's what's going to be the disappointing part. Probably not.
That's a tough stance to
Probably not.
I think his knees are still overall kind of good, but his shoulders just shot.
That's it. That's where we are. So people are texting, absolutely. Someone said, "No, Jeff's shoulders is cooked. That dude can barely dip his."
No, I just want him there and just take some pitches.
And he can catch at first base.
Yeah, just take some pitches.
Don't throw it.
People are. I don't think people are joking when they're texting in 1,000%.
Somebody say, where Lance Berkman at?
Well, now Lance is not fair. Now, Lance absolutely can. I saw him at the Houston Sports Awards. I think Lance.
And that was your takeaway?
Lance would work a walk. Well, I didn't know Abreu was going to be in this worst.
Yeah.
I mean, he's chopping at the ball. He's chopping at it.
Yeah, it feels like
They gotta have him get
softball
going.
out there.
Have him get it going tonight. No, man, I'm sorry, man. I just they have got to stop this. Like, stop this losing this. That yesterday was a bit of an eye opener to me, just in body language and how they look. I can look at it as they don't. Hey, it's just one man. You're getting your ass kicked. But it just, there was a look of, man, I don't think we got it. That was, and I've never really seen that look. Like, I don't know we got it. And they've got to spin this thing around.
It does feel like we're at a point now where we can, if not straight up admit, at least start to question if we highly overrated Hunter Brown and what he was supposed to be. Because, like, I don't even know if that's a dude that belongs in the rotation at all, much less is going to be like an heir apparent to anything. And that speaks to the flaw in the strategy of building a team. Like, hey, we think Hunter Brown is this, therefore we don't need that. And then it turns out maybe he ain't. That is something to think about and be concerned about, if more than anything for me.
Yeah, that is a potential real problem. Like Abreu potentially may be in the bullpen, like Presley as well. So, yeah, we'll see here. But they got to get this thing spun around and hopefully do something that they haven't been doing great here lately, and that's win at home. But they could really, really use a big series against the Rangers.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right, Masters update. Tiger, did he finish with plus one?
Plus one.
Is that going to get him in the? Is that going to make the cut?
As of right now, it would. Right now, the cut line they are predicting is sitting at +4.
Oh, well. All right. Well, yeah, he will make it.
Well, this damn Bryson D thought he was going to fall apart.
No, he's up to -8.
-8 right now.
It was
down to -8 again.
It was Scheffler who really was the one who was making me nervous about this cut line. Like, he may go off. But no, yeah, just get Tiger. Tiger looked like he was moving just fine for day 2 for Friday.
Good. Yeah,
like whatever he's shooting up is working.
Yeah, yes and no. Because you know what he doesn't look like? The rest of these dudes. The rest of as good as Tiger looks for his age,
What do you mean?
For what all he's been through. Like,
wow, dude.
He doesn't.
Tyler, I mean, there's a couple of black guys out there.
I meant Asians.
I think there's one other black.
I meant the Asians. No, I just mean like healthy.
Oh God, that's what the whites used to do.
Yeah.
All right.
No, this isn't a segment from 1997.
97, you mean?
That's what the whites used to do.
2017.
Well, what I'm saying is by then we were used to at least having one of them.
I know, I'm sorry.
And that one being Tiger.
When I thought this one, you meant healthy. I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he doesn't look.
He's squatting to look at the ball. We wasn't seeing that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying he's whatever he's using to shoot up, whatever those pills or whatever he's taking has really helped out. Hopefully he is walking.
You know what would help with my perception of him?
Does he really want to make the cut?
I think he's got to just cut the hair. Because he's looking weak out there with the hair.
He's just got to leave the hat on.
Yeah, or that.
He looks like himself until the round is over.
Yeah, that's what it is. Every time he takes the hat off, I'm like, oh, no, he's washed. Because I already know what's health-wise and everything that he's been through and all of that. So I'm compounding that with the hairline and how rough it looks when he takes that cap off. I'm like, nah, that's not exuding confidence. That's not the Tiger that I know. That ain't it.
I don't know, man. That hair's been looking like that for we're about 5 years right now. And like right there, that looks that.
And he's
Tiger
been
right
and he's
there,
been
that
rough
looks
for a
good.
long time, except for that one Masters
Look
win.
at that, look at that, Tyler. He's in a squat.
It relates. It coincides.
See right here, that walk down that bridge.
Oh,
that,
he's
that
smooth
looks like,
with it.
That looks like that might hurt. God, dog, he's got that hat off.
No, his walk looks good.
His
Hair
walk looks
still
good.
sucks.
That's fine. His walk looks good.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
It looks like Saturday he might be able to get through it because usually by this point he looks like he needs that cart that what's his name, Casey, the golfer that they wouldn't allow to get that cart to drive around when he had that bad leg.
Yeah.
I can't remember, but he'll be looking like he needs that cart. But now, man, he looks like he's walking fine to be on Saturday.
Doesn't seem to be having much of an impact though. Plus one.
Well, yeah.
Plus one.
Yeah.
Pick it up, Tiger.
It's
early. It's early.
Tough conditions. Tough conditions. They can bring this thing down a little bit. They might.
Yeah, like age.
A bit better. Yeah. It's all right though. I just want to be there for the weekend. Be there for the weekend and
fix your wig, man.
just have a good. What's tomorrow? Moving day. Get a little move.
Yeah.
Get a little hot.
That'd be fun.
That'd be fun. I feel like he's got like 2 or 3 birdies on the championship right now.
Tiger's big enough. He can wear a wave cap, right? He can wear a wave cap under that.
For what?
I mean, that'd look a lot better than that hair. We need do-rag dog Tiger Woods out there.
There ain't never been that person has never lived.
We need him to be birthed.
He's never turning that
this weekend.
Never turning that corner.
Today.
I would love to see him get him some Dax wave grease and lay it down and put a do-rag over. That would be nice. At least one of the NFL ones where they hold it over. That would be
I could see him buying one and asking questions about it. Like, so how do you put it on? How do you tie it up?
That is good. Do you think who do you think's got a better shot of putting on a do-rag properly? Tiger or Tyler?
Well, I've put one on before, so I can answer that for you.
Why? Why did you put on the dude? Like, I'm talking
Story
about
for another time.
I'm talking about the one that
Yeah, the strings. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I actually want to know that story right now. I mean,
it's not that great of a story.
I mean,
sounds like a Halloween costume, but maybe we don't want to know that story either.
No, it wasn't a Halloween costume.
Okay.
Just
Casey Martin. That's who it was. Thanks, text line.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, Shohei Ohtani's ex-interpreter, Ipe Mazahara, he is actually now in custody. He is, and to be honest, the way that the feds are coming with the information they're delivering, it sounds like the story that Ohtani has been telling is the right one. 16, not $4.5 we thought $1 million, $16 million.
Tall Asian guy.
They've got text messages between Mazahara and the bookie, in which the bookie says to Mazahara, "Oh man, I know it's a cover up, man. I know you didn't steal any money." And Mazahara says, "No, actually, technically, I did steal money from him, to the tune of $16 million." So it looks like Ohtani's going to get out of this. Or at least get out of this with nothing going towards him, and that he is, it appears, a victim.
Right.
I got a hard time with this one still, folks. Maybe he is. Again, $4.5 million is tough. $16 million. I don't give a rip and he wasn't worth $700 million, all of that $16 million. I don't care how much money you have. $16 million?
Yeah.
You stole $16 million and you didn't know it.
It's one thing to be a coworker.
Nobody knew it.
It's one thing to be a friend. It's one thing for me to leave my Facebook page open or my Twitter open right here next to you, Ron, and trust that you're not going to go in there and say something crazy that's going to ruin my life and my career.
Will Keith used to do that stuff to me.
Yeah, but that's one thing. It's a whole nother thing when you got access to my bank information, and we're the type, we'll spend money on each other. Drinks on me, drinks on you, drinks on whoever. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that type of thing. Oh, you down and out? You need something? Like, we're close enough to, hey, I'll loan you. I'll do this. But my bank ability to, like, what would it take? I could even imagine, Ron, if you and I went to go work in another country, you and I the only brothers out there to speak English. As close as we are, we ain't gonna be sharing the bank statements, the bank information. We might break bread, might break plenty of bread, but it's not gonna go that far. That's the part that's really tough to wrap my mind around.
I'm just saying, the man.
How close we got to be?
But the man that had the ability to change his phone numbers with the bank, change where everything was going from Shohei to him, to have to get all that control. That guy who was able to keep for years $16 million that he stole from Shohei, that all of a sudden he's so careless that he gives himself away on a text message with the bookie.
Yeah.
That seems odd.
People be stupid though.
But he got that stupid then. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's not impossible.
Never underestimate. Hold on, Ron. You're gonna be 40 years old soon, my dog. You know this. You can never underestimate stupidity. I know your 40 years of living didn't taught you that.
I'm not saying it's impossible.
Never underestimate that, dog.
It is interesting. The guy who was smart to hold all of this away all at once, and now when it's time to make sure the guy we don't want to get in trouble,
where did it crack?
To not get in trouble, hell, the dam falls.
Yeah. He have his levies up.
The damn falls. He's left, right. And now he's turning himself in. He ain't gonna do no 30 years of what they're saying.
Man, I'd give up. I'd give up gambling to be friends with Ohtani. I'd never gamble again.
Yeah, I was listening to an attorney.
I'm just gonna be Ohtani's boy.
I was listening to an attorney earlier said he may do a year and a half.
That's wild.
Coming up, I think there is something that Dana Espada needs to do tonight. And I did not mistake that name. Dana Espada, I think there is something that they need to do tonight. They need to do tonight to really help this team. We'll discuss that next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about advanced hair. Look, I know there's folks out there that get up every morning, you look in the mirror, and you don't like what's staring back at you because there's some kind of hair loss problem that you're dealing with, and damn it, you're tired of it. I don't blame you. I would be too. It's
tools for every job. That's why we sell the largest in-store selection of Klein tools anywhere. Find new items like the self-leveling green laser level for just $159.98. Plus, shop the Connect Pass-Through Socket Set for $49.98, which you can only find at Lowe's. Shop Klein Tools in-store and online today, because Lowe's knows tools. Lowe's knows pros.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This week, Sports Radio 610 is teaming up with Gulf Coast Regional Blood Center
to save lives in our community.
And we need your help.
Over 1,000 blood donations are needed each day to keep up with the needs of local hospitals.
And your donation could make a massive difference. For more information, text DONATE to 20357
or go online to get
to one of their model homes, man, and it's first class, y'all. I mean, it just doesn't get any better. I've flipped a few homes myself, so I've been in and around the construction game a little bit. I'm telling you, this is next level. This is big time. And so if you've been thinking about building your dream home, building a custom home, whether you want to build on your own land or you're looking to build, you need somebody to help you find the spot to build. Our Vision Homes is where it's at. Again, whether you're ready to pull the trigger or you're just thinking about it, Our Vision Homes is where it's at. And here's what I recommend that you do. I recommend that you attend one of their Build on Your Own Land workshops. It's a free 1-hour workshop where the folks at Our Vision Homes, they'll walk you through the process of building on your own land. The next workshop, April the 20th. You can get all the details at ourvisionhomes.com. April the 20th, ourvisionhomes.com. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
In the Loop.
Do we have any idea what the identity is of Nick Caserio?
I think the identity is willing to adjust, willing to change his approach. I think that's his strength, his ability to have had this vision. I've said it here, and actually do the things to build toward that and get it done.
Your lunch break is better with Landry and John. 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture Unbeatable Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by RonCraftChevrolet.com. Find new roads. Taking a look at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams, there's delays on I-45, the Gulf Freeway, northbound at El Dorado, where an accident has a right lane blocked. Tired of big car payments? RonCraft Chevrolet solves that problem with lease payments at only $277 a month for 36 months on a 24 Equinox LT. RonCraft Chevrolet in Baytown, I-10 next to Buc-ee's. Together, let's drive to Roncraft Chevrolet. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Tired of waiting in long lines just to get hands on your hard-earned money? Well, starting April 1st, A1 Check Cashing pays you forward with free money orders in every store. Need to send money to a loved one? Pay a bill? Now you can do it without any extra cost. And if you're still waiting to cash your tax refund, A1 Check Cashing is here for you too with the guaranteed lowest rates. Hey, if we can't cash your check, no one can. A1 Check Cashing at a1checkcashing.com. Visit us today. Terms and conditions apply. Offer valid from April 1st. See website for details.
You figured out your hybrid work schedule. In office Tuesdays, Thursdays, and every third Friday for catered lunch. Duh. But parking? Ugh. With Spot Hero, it's already figured out. Visit SpotHero.com or download the free app and search your office, then choose your parking spot and pay to reserve. Get 10% off your first park with code EASY10. Parking for hybrid work schedules and anywhere you need a spot. Spot Hero. Where'd you park?
When you get in an auto accident, the first word out of your mouth is probably at Crash Champions. We answer the call today with trusted collision repair. With 100 locations in Texas, find your local Crash Champions at CrashChampions.com.
Crash Champions.
Well, I'm 67 years old. I lost 71 pounds. That was a size 46 pants 2 years ago, and I've been taking it, and I'm a size 36 pants now.
Congratulations, Pat, on losing 71 pounds and 10 inches off your waistline. Now listen to Brian's results.
My sleeping is better. My joint pains are much better, and the weight loss is coming along. I'm about 13, 14 pounds lighter. It has reduced my sugar cravings big time. Sugar cravings and reduced joint pains, and those two are big time.
Outstanding results, Brian. Guys, since 2004, men have chosen Andro 400 for one reason: results. Andro 400 can help you safely lose belly fat, reduce joint pain, gain energy, and boost your testosterone. We guarantee it. Start today and get free shipping on any order. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. eBay
Motors has everything you need to keep your ride or die alive. From superchargers, brakes, exhaust kits, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors levels your baby up to its peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. With all the parts you need at the prices you want, it's easy to bring home the win. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Psst. Hey, Mark, remember, getting help from Progressive is so easy. You can use the mobile app, chat with us online, or call us.
And you pick now to tell me.
I couldn't miss Little Grace's ballet recital. Oh, thanks for inviting me, by the way.
Did I?
Because you know I'm always here for you.
Yeah. I can use the mobile app if I need help. Sorry, you're in my wife's seat, though?
Oh, yeah, I gotta go.
with that little baseball talk. Come on, y'all. I hope Dubon's in that center field spot. Sit Jake's ass down. I'd rather Dubon get them 4 at-bats.
Doesn't feel like it can get worse, right?
I know.
I'll give you that.
I know it can.
Try damn near anything at this point.
I know it can. All right, more of The Drive as we continue moving here on a Friday. The Drive is live.
Tall boy wolf killer, silver bullet, the one that's made to chill. I mean, it is the most beautiful packaging in the beer business, y'all. If you're out there right now, it's almost it is the weekend, man. It's Thursday. If you're already drinking Coors Light, you're drinking the world's most refreshing beer, and you look good while you're doing it. If you're not, take that exit. Hit that C-store. Get down to Kroger, go over to H-E-B, get over to that beer aisle.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, welcome in. It is Dirty's Daily.
It's all of that. It's all.
As it is, Dirty's Daily every day. Dirty's Daily right here 4 o'clock. But unfortunately, Dirty ain't here. That's all right. We'll hold it down for you. Some Astros news real quick that's just rolling out. One, good news. Justin Verlander will start tomorrow for AA Corpus. Frisco, Joe Espada said, and as well, the lineup is not out yet. Normally on a Friday, 7 o'clock, 7:10 game, the lineup is out. It is not out, and this is according to Chandler Rome. There is no Astros lineup yet because the team is evaluating a few players with nagging injuries and at least one with an illness. Chas McCormick is one of them. He has a sore hamstring, according to Chandler Rome, said by manager Joe Espada. So, looks like Dubon going to be in for somebody.
Yeah. You'll come at me about white boy Chas.
Yeah,
Jake.
He going to play. Hey, it look like unless Jake is one of these dudes with the nagging injuries as well.
He could be.
And hopefully Dubon is not. Oh, my God. God forbid that be the case.
He said players. You got a guess? Obviously, we know Chas is one of them.
Oh, well, if there's an illness, and I'm a betting man, I'd go Jordan. So
Shut up, you idiots.
No, dead serious. That's exactly where my brain went.
And think about it. The one name we got is not
I thought he fit the nagging or the illness.
Well, we know Chas is not the illness because he's got the hamstring.
He's got the hammy.
So you can check him off.
Listen, I feel like it's two more. Yeah, I mean, Jordan's probably one of them. I mean, that's...
Maybe a Brady got a cold.
He ought to be feeling great physically.
I was going to say,
mentally.
I didn't want to make joke of mental illness, but some kind of, whatever is the lighthearted version of that, I could see him dealing with that. Sports psychology, performance anxiety.
I'm trying to find that lighthearted version of it.
Performance anxiety. I didn't want to make fun of mental illness right here on the radio in front of everybody. That's not what I was going for. But you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm getting at without trying to be insensitive. Yeah, man. But this speaks to the issue, and I said it in the last segment. Jake Myers only has 3 more at-bats than Mauricio Dubon, which means, and this is in part because they don't have nobody on their bench but Mauricio Dubon. This means that even if you were to swap them, okay, it would only be a marginal difference, or you're just getting a whole lot more Mauricio Dubon than you're getting a Jake Myers, which I would be okay with if there was somebody else on the bench that could play. That's the problem, and I get not wanting the better player to sit on the bench.
And maybe there's a place because I don't think it's just marginal. If Dubon was getting everyday at bats and was there getting everyday at bats versus his splits, his 2 starts to Jake's 3. Like I do like.
I think everybody has just kind of dismissed the idea that you don't need, or have taken on the idea that you just don't need a bench.
I'm not going to go. We will finish this another point because we have done about 2.5 segments on it. I'm not dismissing that. I'm just telling you what is more important. Jake getting all right. I'm gonna stop.
I hear you.
No, because we'll get right.
I hear you. It's I say let's do it. We just still suck.
It's Dirty's Daily, right here. Dirty's Daily right now. Things. I've been trying to figure this thought out. Y'all think Buffalo is still a legit AFC contender? Do you put Buffalo in the contender to get to the AFC Championship game? Do you think Buffalo is still that? They've lost Diggs. They've lost Poyer. They've lost their safeties. Travarius White, now he was injured. Anyway, They lost Gabe Davis. Now we'll see what they do in the draft. They've got they brought in Curtis Samuel, the receiver who was with Washington. Do you still consider Buffalo an AFC contender?
So the easy answer would be yes, because they have the quarterback. I feel like that's the easiest answer to give.
So you do think Josh
No.
Josh is that to they have a quarterback like Josh? I still consider him a contender.
No. I think that's an easy answer to give. I think a harder answer to give, and it takes a little bit more thinking, but not a whole lot, is no because of. It's because of the field. Like, what is a contender? Top 3, 4 team in the conference? Like, if you're past that, then do you really feel like a contender?
No, it's a top,
if you think 3 or 4 teams are better?
Like, realistically, they could get to the AFC Championship game.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's the thing. Those are two different questions. Because realistically, sure, they could get to the AFC Championship game, realistically. But there are still 3 or 4 teams that you like realistically better than them. So they're not better than Baltimore. They're not better than Kansas City. I don't think that they're better than the Texans.
Like, I don't think Cleveland realistically to the AFC Championship game.
I don't think that they can.
You know what I mean? I don't see them as that. I think the Chargers are going to be improved, but I don't see them yet as a team.
Are the Bills better than the Browns? They got the better quarterback, I get it, but are they better than the Browns? So and that's where I would go with it. If you don't think that the Browns could get to an AFC Championship game, the only reason why you would think that the Bills could get there is because they've got the quarterback. But if you look at the team overall, they are both somewhere behind those main teams, the Chiefs, Baltimore's, Cincinnati's, Texans of the world. So I would like all 4 of those teams ahead of any of the other 2 that we mentioned, Cleveland or and I know this is about Buffalo, but yeah, those teams sit somewhere in the middle class to me, upper middle class, but still not quite the high class. Could they do it? Sure, but no, they're.
I think it will matter. We'll see what they do in the draft.
Yeah,
and really, I mean, they're pretty far back right now in the first round, so that's going to be tough. You know, they're going to try to get a receiver. I'll say this: I think the Stephon Diggs move for them will result in positive.
Oh, you're not one of those. Don't say that. Get out of here.
Yeah, I do. I think I am one of them. I'm saying it.
Come on now.
I do. I think.
Come on now.
I think the result of him leaving will be positive for them and Josh, because I mean, late. I mean, you scroll through, you go look at when they started winning, what Gabe Davis and Stephon Diggs did. When they went on that win streak into the playoffs, what they did, Gabe was hurt a lot of the time, and Stephon Diggs, that's when his stuff really plummeted. I do think the drama that was there, I think will improve and make it better for Josh. I'm not saying any receiver on their roster is better than Stephon Diggs. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I do think that could potentially result in a positive thing. I do want to see what they get in the draft, but I am a believer in Josh Allen. I think Josh Allen is a great player. We'll see what pieces they put around him. I think he's a great player. I wouldn't be shocked if they win that division.
I would.
You'd be shocked if they won the division?
I'd be pretty surprised.
I think they got the best quarterback.
Yeah, I think they got the best quarterback. Oh no, I wouldn't say that. I think they got the best quarterback and the 3rd best team. I would go with.
You think Mike McDaniel is the best coach in that division?
I'd take him over McDermott. Yeah, for sure. 8 days out of the week, I'd take Mike McDaniel over McDermott for sure.
I think he's the best offensive coach.
That's the game these days. So that fits.
But yeah, Buffalo is interesting because, again, if Josh is who we think he is, and I think he is, and you can't just do it with nobody. But you look at it, I love their tight ends. I like Cook and what they were able to do with him, and you get some weapons there. I don't know, man. I think Buffalo is a team I think a lot of people are going to drop, which you understand when they lose like Diggs and some of the stuff in the back end. But I'm really intrigued to see what they bring back because I don't sense a huge just drop off the map.
Yeah, they got 2020 Texans vibes to me. Elite quarterback, not a great team.
You were the year when they won 4 games?
Yeah, which is a rarity, by the way. Normally, a franchise quarterback of that type doesn't win 4 games. I understand Justin Herbert's Chargers won like 5 or something last year. So it does happen, but it's pretty rare. They feel more like that. Like they feel like the third best team in the division. The only team I feel confident that they're better than is the Patriots in that division. Like I'm looking at Miami. I'm looking at the Jets.
Yeah.
And I like both of those squads better.
I like some of the stuff the Jets have done. They old.
Yeah, they are that.
They got some I don't know, there's some weird stuff, and I don't think their coach will at all.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, from the text line, Ron, this take of the Bills being better without Diggs is sounding awful similar to your take of the Texans being better without Hopkins.
I don't remember you saying that, but I did feel that way. Like, and that's why I was saying you're not one of those, because that's those that I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think there is. Well, with Hopkins, I don't know that there was a legit point of he was falling down. I think there is a fair thing. We have seen, Josh, without high level of production from Stephon Diggs or Gabe Davis, the 2 guys he lost, and then they won all those games. They won 7 in a row until they ran to the Chiefs in the playoffs. That's when their team started winning. Was when his production, those 2 productions dropped off at that point. I don't know. We'll see. The Bills, I want to see what they do in the draft, what kind of receiver help they're able to get the rest of the way. But I could see the drama, the drama leaving there, whatever was going on there, and it did seem like his play wasn't to the level that it had been before that. At least late the way their offense went. That'll be one day.
I might be too basic in some ways to just view it as, you take away good players and don't replace them with either just as good or better players, then you're going to be a better team, addition by subtraction in that way. I get the drama part of it. I do think that that's going to help them, but they just don't seem to have enough talent. And then everything that they lost on the defensive side of the ball too, like they're having to pay the bill. They're having to pay, no pun intended, they're having to sort of pay the piper here of having the expensive quarterback and maybe not taking full advantage of having the young quarterback.
The back end part, the safety part, because they get Milano back. He'll be back for them, which was a big piece they had missing defensively. But the safety part, to me, is more than the issue than I think Gabe Davis and Stephon Diggs. All right, hey, I was in the gym today. And I'm watching Washington. They had a replay of the game. This J.J. McCarthy thing is just
kind of wild, isn't it?
This is wild. I'm serious. Help me out, fellas. Who was the last time a quarterback in the NFL, I don't care where he's been drafted, but a quarterback that in the NFL that was, I'd say, above average to elite, a good quarterback that didn't have the offense revolve around them in college?
Ooh, see, I thought you were going to ask a different question, and the way you asked it, I can't answer it with what I had.
I like, you know what I mean? Like, I find it so weird. I watched that game, and I would see Washington, right? And the whole, like, everything you could tell is revolved around Penix Jr. The passing game, everything is him. Then I watch Michigan, as clear as all roped and all around Blake Corum and the running game. You have one. I'm not saying that. It's a hard thought of.
The question is who was good, right? Like, so not just anybody.
An actual good quarterback. That was a good quarterback that in college the offense wasn't.
I mean, you know where my mind goes.
Where?
Manziel's 2 years at A&M.
No.
A good
NFL quarterback. Manziel was never good in the NFL.
I thought you just meant a good college
that didn't work. The complete offense revolved around Manziel. I'm saying somebody in college that then went to the NFL and became good, like just serviceable, like average to great. That when they were in college, the offense didn't revolve around them, because that's what it is with J.J. McCarthy.
The answer's Tom Brady.
Is it Tom? Tom. So the great
who split time with Drew Henson and all of that.
That is it.
That's the best I got. Oh, Kirk Cousins is maybe a good, but
no, but I still think the offense at Michigan State.
Yeah, go back and look at Michigan State.
Michigan State. They were a passing. Kurt Snyder, but they were still a passing offense. But like you said, when
though.
you say the last white guy from Alabama, that would mean that player wasn't above average. I don't know. You're talking about McCarron. You're talking
about Mac Jones, I guess, but
still, the offense revolved around Mac Jones.
Yeah.
And him throwing the football.
A good quarterback.
And even that, a good one. You know what I'm saying? Like anybody we're thinking. The thing revolved around CJ, right? The thing revolved around Mahomes. It revolved in the draft. It revolved around Caleb Williams. Like it wasn't all right, man. We got a great back, and that's who it is. Like even guys, that part just blows me away. That J.J. McCarthy is being thought of this highly, and when in college. Like he was the secondary option.
Yeah, Tom Brady's all I got for you. Even the worst, one of the worst NFL quarterbacks that I've ever seen, which was Tim Tebow.
Everything revolved around him.
Everything revolved around him in college.
Everything revolved around him at Washington.
Yeah.
Burrow, everything revolved around him at LSU. Kyler, everything revolved around him.
Even Josh Allen.
It's just wild.
Who was not necessarily good in college.
It was clear when I watched the replay of the game of one person. Everything it revolves around them, and they are making all the decisions. Everything goes through them. The other one is making throws off play action.
I be wanting to ask Harbaugh so bad. All right, you talk this great about McCarthy all the time and how much you believe in him and how great he's going to be and how he's the best quarterback in this class. If you think he's so good, if you think he was that damn great, why you didn't let him throw the ball more? Why didn't your offense center more around him? And I'm not saying it was a problem. They won the national championship. It worked for him.
Like he is.
But if he was like that, why you didn't treat him like it?
I'm not even.
713 says Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts.
Go watch him at Oklahoma.
That offense at Oklahoma revolved around him. Now, maybe you can say Alabama, but that offense at Oklahoma was him.
And he was him there.
Yeah, he was a Heisman. He's a Heisman. I've never seen it. It blows me away. Like
Deshaun, everybody.
Everybody. They were the focal point of their offense. JJ, fourth overall. It's just wild.
Yeah. That is going to be whoever drafts J.J. McCarthy, I feel like is
and it may work. It may be very hidden, like he just didn't have the chance.
Yeah.
Like to see him shoot so far up the draft board and a guy like Michael Penix Jr. being a second round in case I tried to rack my brain to think of a quarterback that the offense wasn't centered around them in college. I've never seen it. All right, coming up. I think the lineup construction talk and conversation with the Astros is overblown. I personally think it's overblown, but after forcing myself to think about it, I think there could be one reason why I could get behind maybe the Astros changing it up like some people really want them to. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Ron Craft Chevrolet, y'all. And they got big-time deals. It's truck month in
thank us later.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And I want to talk about lineup construction, and I not really having a major issue with the lineup construction, but we'll have to get to, well, I guess we'll get to that here in a bit right now. But we talked about the report that was out that there were some players, lineup wasn't out yet because they were still kind of checking on some players that may have some injury. The only one we actually heard about before was Chaz McCormick with a hamstring issue. But now we're hearing that the player that is suffering from some illness is Mr. Alex Bregman. Mr. Alex Bregman. So Lance right there. Alex Bregman, he is suffering from illness, so he is out of the lineup today. This is an interesting lineup to me, to say the least. Here is the lineup. Altuve at second base. Yordan Alvarez is the DH. Kyle Tucker's in right field. Yainer Diaz moves up to the cleanup spot. And then here we go. John Singleton is batting fifth.
They must like the matchup. Who's pitching over there? Who's pitching for Texas? They must love that matchup.
Dunning.
Does he have an arm, and will he be on the mound? Because I can't think of a matchup where I'd want Singleton.
Well, I mean, maybe you got to play him. I just didn't see him in the 5-hole. Jeremy Pena hitting .315 with 2 homers. John doesn't have a homer, an RBI, and he's hitting .211, and that really sparked off that double yesterday in his last at bat. But Pena, who's hitting .315 with 2 homers, is in the 6th spot. Dubon is playing in left field with Chaz and his hamstring issue. Dubon, who has 3 RBIs, is hitting .261. He is in left field batting 7th, behind John Singleton, once again, folks, who's batting 5th. Jake Myers, this is getting rough. Jake Myers hitting .192, 2 homers. He's batting 8th. And the closer is going to come in and play third base today, and that is Greg Kessinger, who's able to shut down the Royals in his 1 inning yesterday of relief. He is actually going to play third base tonight. Boy, we came in talking about it today.
Versatility, boy.
This is a game that they need against the Rangers tonight. Not a must-win or anything like that early, but a game that they really kind of need for confidence in their psyche. John Singleton's batting 5th. Listen, I understand, fellas, and maybe I'm off on this, and maybe it's just a deal of they suck, so it doesn't matter. I understand that you've got guys like Bregman and Chaz out, and then also Abreu again, who's not starting. So he's just sucking. I don't think he's injured. I understand that. But what I don't understand is how John Singleton gets into the 5th hole. Like, that one I don't get. Like, this isn't even like the Abreu thing from last year where he had hit in the middle of the lineup his whole life and the back of the baseball card thing. There's none of that.
Oh, you notice they don't talk about the back of his baseball card.
Who?
John Singleton.
No. Well,
they talk about matchups, which they can have. They might have their own made up data, and they can use that.
At the very
but they
least,
can't give you his base.
At
his
the very
baseball card.
least, how is he in this lineup ahead of Pena and Dubon?
Yeah.
Like
I can't argue with this.
Now maybe he goes off and goes nuts. I hope John does tonight, because Lord knows they need a win. I'd love to come in here Monday talking about they won the series against the Rangers and it's back on track. That one, Joe, I own Dana Espada, Joe Brown.
Yeah, I'm judging this.
I don't get that one. I don't know how we sat together and did that one.
Yeah, he should be behind Pena and Dubon. So unless they are, and I shouldn't even say unless, because I don't agree with it if this is what it is, but if they're trying to squeeze in another left-handed bat, I can't with that. I can't with that because he's not even a good enough left-handed bat. So it's like it doesn't really matter to me which side of the plate he bat with, like which batter's box he's doing it out of, because he's not that good to begin with. He doesn't, like Tyler said, he doesn't have a matchup really that I like. So to me, you're not even really doing that. Just put him down there at the bottom if you feel like you got to play him.
Yeah, right down there with Gray. And he should be batting eighth.
Tell you what, if one of these guys, say it's 2 outs, and one of these guys ahead of Singleton has gotten on base, and you get to that 5th spot in whatever inning, and you get to Singleton, and these guys who you do have confidence in, right out, somebody either like Altuve, Alvarez, Tucker, Yanni, or Diaz, somebody like that has gotten on base, and now it's up to Singleton to bring them in. How do you feel about the Astros improving their record with runners in scoring position, their numbers with runners in scoring position, or with runners on base?
If it
not leaving runners on base.
If it happens, it will be only because of luck or good fortune.
What's what I'm saying? You're not going to feel good about it going in. I'm talking about going in before it happens.
Like if I'm Dunning, like I'm Tucker and Yiner, y'all not getting nothing. Y'all hitting balls. I'm not throwing strikes. Like I'm not coming to get you. Not with John coming up.
Yeah, say it's like I get Altuve out, Jordan gets on, I get Tucker out, and then Yanni gets on, and it's up to Singleton to bring somebody in. Again, and I got 2 outs. I'm gonna concede the inning.
And again, if you didn't catch the lineup, Altuve, Alvarez, Tucker, Yiner, Diaz, Singleton, Pena, Dubon, Myers, Kessinger. Chas McCormick has a hamstring issue. He is out of the lineup today, and Bregman is out of the lineup with an illness issue. And I would assume that Abreu is out just because they feel like John gives him a better shot today.
How about this as a way to look at it?
I mean, he's being consistent. He pinch hits Singleton for Dubon and Myers regularly.
I feel like in this lineup, which is absent of Jose Abreu, as you mentioned, you've got 3 borderline major league players, and one of them is playing for maybe the worst major league player that there is in Jose Abreu. So between Singleton, Myers, and Kessinger, you got 3, to me, borderline major league players, if they're major league players at all, and they're replacing, one of them is replacing a guy who almost everybody wants to get sent home.
This is my favorite.
Which brings that number to 4.
This is my favorite, Tyler, and we get this a lot of the, hey, guys, man, hey, they know what they're doing. They know baseball more than you do. Like,
sure.
How do you come up with John Singleton?
Yeah, that makes it worse.
Of Pena and Dubon.
That makes it worse.
I don't.
They do know more than we do. They're supposed to.
How do you,
and they can't. And this is what they came up with.
It can't be left,
That's the
right.
problem.
It can't be left, right, left, right. You've already told us with Alvarez and Tucker that is not something.
But see, they almost don't count. It could be left, right if he wasn't so damn bad. Having Alvarez and Tucker go back to back is because they're not your typical lefties. They can hit anybody. But Singleton is only lefty by technicality. He ain't a good matchup against nobody.
I believe it. I can't.
And I want him to be. I love his story, but come on, guys.
Stop it.
Let's get real.
I can't believe that.
I would love for him to be the dude. I would love for him to come out there, especially with Abreu being bad. Oh, it's okay. We got another has-been that has risen from the ashes. And look at John Singleton, this great story. He's coming in there and saving the day. But he ain't.
More from the drive coming up as we'll continue rolling here. Something happened last night that just can't. That's what Brandon said. We were at lunch today. He said, this just can't happen. It just cannot happen at all. We'll discuss that next.
All right, let's talk about protecting your family, man. Let's talk about having a peace of mind, huh? Look, around here, whether it's a hurricane or a winter
Pass It On from PassItOn.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Somebody text in. You guys going to be getting ready for the NHL playoffs.
You want to take this one?
Coming up.
Y'all want me to take this one?
It's
Nope.
It is coming up. That's right. Hey, thanks for reminding me.
I mean, if we get a team in the future, sure, but right now, nope.
You hadn't thought of. Did you know it was coming?
Negative.
That's messed up, man. The Stanley Cup playoffs. Nothing.
No, and I'd love to get into that sport.
Me too. I'd like to have a connection to it. I hate that I don't, but I don't.
I definitely don't.
Yeah, I can't force it.
Nope, nothing personal. More power to all those out there that love hockey and love the NHL. I just nope.
We got some NHL fans. You know what? Let's do no.
And I love that for them.
I'm more likely to get into the Dynamo before I do that.
How many?
Because at least that's local.
And they're here, yeah.
How many? Tyler doesn't get to participate in this because he may just subconsciously he may be able to guess more. How many? If Tyler pulled up the top 10, what is it? Points or goals? Points.
Again,
yeah, points.
no idea.
This is going great.
That's assists and goals. If Tyler would have pulled up the top 10 leaders in points in NHL right now, how many of the teams you think we can name? If he read off the names between me and Brandon, top 10, set the line at 4. You think we can get over 4?
Oh, you would have to carry us. Can you get over 4? Because
you look like a space partner. You got.
Yeah,
how many you got?
Exactly.
We're going forward.
Yeah.
How many you think we got? Do you have them up? Like pick the teams. The
I'd
top
be a
10
weak link.
in
I got it for you.
And we had to pick the teams.
Y'all can get 4.
You think we can get 4? You look at the list. You think we can get 4? We got to. You read off the name, and we got to get the teams.
Oh,
you read off like the top 10 names of
players.
Yeah. Who do they play for?
Players and points. Players and points, because points is assist and goals. And we gotta figure out what team they're on.
This is also going to go poorly because I got about 8 teams to me.
You just keep guessing them.
Yeah, so those are going to be the ones that I'm going to guess.
So y'all are wanting NHL players who are leading in goals.
Yes.
Points.
Or points. Yeah,
goals or whatever.
Yeah. Okay, I got them. First one.
Go from 10 and up.
10 and up?
Yeah.
All right, number 10, Krill Kaprizov. It couldn't have picked a better name to start this thing.
That's his name.
His name is, it starts with a K, Krill Kaprizov.
Oh,
Columbus Blue Jackets.
Oh, no, he plays for the Kraken. Is that
if you got the Seattle Kraken, you got did he get us?
Nope. Yeah, y'all did not get this one right.
Damn it.
He plays for Minnesota.
Oh,
that's the Wild.
That's
huh?
right. I know the Wild. I would have had that one. I could have given you that.
You act like you knew that. All right, here we go.
The Minnesota Wild.
Okay,
I got the Wild.
All right, we got 9. We got to get.
Yeah, I got the Wild.
All right. Number 9, Philip, spelt with an F, by the way. Philip, or maybe it's Philippe Forsberg.
Is that Peter Forsberg's son?
Are the Red Wings in Philadelphia?
No, they're in Detroit.
No, Detroit.
Damn it!
You going Detroit? I'll try Philadelphia.
I was gonna say I'll go with
the Flyers.
Can I get both of them?
The Flyers.
Can I get the Flyers and the Red Wings?
Damn it!
All wrong.
Okay, all right.
Philippe plays for the Nashville Predators.
Ooh, how mad are we making this NHL person right now? The text line.
There's probably somebody screaming them. All right, go ahead.
All right, the next two are on the same team.
Okay.
God, these names.
Here we go. You shouldn't have told us that.
Oh yeah, what? We had a better chance of getting it.
Oh, come on now, you can use that hint.
Okay, all right.
Okay, Nikita Kucherov and Braden Point. Nikita Kucherov, Braden Point, teammates for
New York Rangers.
The Boston Bruins.
Tampa Bay Lightning.
All right, how many does that leave us?
We are now entering the top 5.
Okay, so we got to get 4 out of 5 of these.
All right. David Pasmek.
Sounds like a Chicago Blackhawk to me.
That's good. That's good. I'm going to go Canada. Ottawa Senator.
All wrong again. Boston Bruins.
Oh, man, I was close.
We're going to get one.
Come on, guys. Next one. Artemi. I don't know if I pronounced that right. These names are wild. Artemi.
The best is him, Artemi.
Panarin.
Kraken.
No. B. Scott, get your wrong answer out of the way.
All right. The Kings still in the NHL?
They're around, but wrong.
That's a good one. That would have been a good one.
New York Rangers.
Oh, that was going to be my second choice.
All right, y'all running out of time.
All right,
Next
we got to run the table here.
Now I can handle this name. Nathan McKinnon.
Oh, Nathan's in Dallas. Nathan's with the Dallas Stars.
Colorado Avalanche.
Nailed it!
Yeah!
Let's go!
I'm on a roll now, damn it.
I knew you were going to get one.
I knew him. I got him.
All right, let's finish this out. Zach Hyman.
Oh,
try it again.
That's kind of uncomfortable.
Hyman?
Yeah, that Hyman.
All right.
Zach Hyman.
Ooh.
Wow. It's tough.
Who's in Denver?
New York Rangers.
Wrong.
What's the Denver team? I forget their name.
It's Colorado. It can't be back-to-back Avalanche. You got to go in a different direction.
All right.
You're holding this together.
All right. Well,
text line says sounds like a Two America segment.
Very much a Two America segment.
Well,
he's with the Minnesota Wild too. Then
and Tyler.
I was about to say
and the Minnesota Wild.
No, wrong. Right. Zach Hyman's with the Edmonton Oilers.
Oh, I wouldn't have.
Damn
him.
it.
I wouldn't.
All right, I'm going to give you the top guy in the NHL.
Give me we got three more. We got three more, right?
We got two more.
Two more.
You want to get both of them or go for number one?
Give me both of them.
All right. Number 2 in the NHL in goals scored. His name is Sam Reinhart.
Washington Capitals.
Boy. Detroit Red Wings.
Both wrong once again. God, guys. Got one of these right, Ron. Come on now. Sam Reinhart plays for the Florida Panthers.
Oh, I don't know them.
Thought they were extinct.
Yeah.
I thought they left with the Coyotes.
Yeah, I didn't know the Panthers moved from Carolina.
The moment you've all been waiting for, the top goal scorer in the NHL right now. His name is Austin, spelt with an O there at the end, by the way, not an I. Austin Matthews.
Oh, I got this one.
But let me let
Toronto Maple Leafs.
Nailed it. Good job. 2.
Oh,
That's 2, baby.
All
We'll
right.
take that.
There you go. There you go.
Where was
I got 0. I didn't have any of them.
I feel bad. I thought I had better. I thought I had better than that.
But hey, I did tell you on the front end.
I bet there's one here you'd have, B. Scott.
I don't.
Sidney Crosby.
Oh yeah, he's the
Penguins.
Yeah, I was going to say the Ducks, but it's the Penguins.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Penguins.
Pittsburgh Penguins.
He's 11th.
I thought I was better than that. I really am. Some of those I just didn't
got
get.
Sidney Crosby.
I didn't get any of those. I feel like maybe some of the pronunciations were off.
Oh, 100% they were. Those Russian-looking names, they get me every time.
As if to say that was going to help us.
Well,
if you would have pronounced them right,
if you'd had better pronunciation.
I had the Red Wings in Philadelphia. So that happened during the segment.
I was proud of the teams you named. Are the Columbus Blue Jackets still a team?
Yes. Yeah, the Blue Jackets are around. Yeah.
I hate that the Wild came out before I could flex that because I had the Wild in
You
there
had the
too.
Wild in
I
there?
did have that.
You have that.
Yep.
You know, our guy Patrick Creighton's a big Islanders fan.
Is he? I can see that. Yeah.
He is a hockey guy.
That team didn't jump in my mind. Forgot about the Islanders.
Big Islanders guy, Creighton is.
Learn something new every day.
Stanley Cup playoffs, see? Who knew we'd have a hockey segment?
I knew it was around the same time as the NBA playoffs. I've always known that. So I was like, yeah, you know what? You damn sure right.
If Tillman will just bring us a team, man, we'll know all those by heart.
Yeah, I'll lean in. I will lean in. I'll be up there.
I for real would too.
For sure. I take my son. I'll lean in.
I wouldn't.
I'd lean in.
I wouldn't.
That's right. You don't like the fighting. I'd explain that to my son. I would explain it to my son. This is barbaric. Don't do it.
Like, I don't. No, I mean, I would go. Hockey live is
that's what I'm saying.
It's fun. I used to go to the Predators games in Nashville. Hockey live is fun.
I went to some club games when I was at A&M, and even those were fun.
I don't know if I'd lean in. Yeah. Tough one to go. Damn, I feel better than that. I thought I was better. How many we get? 2?
2. We didn't get nothing. Ron got 2.
Yeah, you got 2. Proud of you, man.
Like Brandon said, yeah, then Detroit Red Wings and Philly.
When you said Austin, I had Austin Matthews. There's another person. Who was it that played for Edmonton? McDavid. Was he not on there? That's the name I was waiting on.
McDavid is number 32 in goals scored.
Bum.
Yep.
No idea.
I had him. He's with Edmonton, isn't he?
McDavid, yeah, he's an Edmonton Oiler.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah, he's a center, obviously.
281 says that the hockey playoffs are the best playoffs in sports. I wouldn't know.
And we're not friend that just said that. Like B. Scott said, we just don't know. We're not hating.
You could be right.
It's all good.
You could totally be right, dog. I just don't know.
Just in Houston, Texas, and we don't got no hockey, bro.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah, I used to be in it a little bit. I had a run there. Big Colorado Avalanche fan.
Do you think the city would lean in? I know you said you wouldn't. I said that I would, but it probably would come down to how much I felt like the city itself was embracing it.
They would be into it at first, and then if they lose, they won't care as much.
I can see that happening, but I do think which
is not uncommon for most cities.
Yeah,
but I think with the initial arrival, there would be a lot of hype.
Oh, initially, yes, it would, and it become the cool thing to do. It would become the place to go, the place to be, the new thing.
Mm-hmm.
Tillman would probably have a hell of an arena.
Yeah.
I'll say this too.
Probably be Toyota Center.
If you've ever seen an NHL broadcast, it probably would be Toyota. These lady fans of the NHL, I'm in on that.
Yeah. Well, if they're anything like the Astros fans.
Someone said McDavid is up there. They don't think you're right on your rankings.
It's ESPN. Goals scored, number 32, Connor McDavid of the Edmonton Oilers has 31 goals on the year. And he's ranked 32nd.
Yeah, I try to lean in.
Tune in and check out some games this year. You'll fall in love. I don't think I'll fall in love.
I just need something.
I'll be entertained. It is. Hockey is when you feel like it. I'm telling you, I was. There was a time in the late '90s with Peter Forsberg and Joe Sakic and Claude Lemieux and Patrick Waugh. That was my squad. I was invested.
281, one of them.
281. Give me.
You didn't have any of those players I named.
No.
You don't have Joe Sakic, the captain.
I've never heard that name in my life.
1-9.
Nope.
Peter Forsberg, who I'm certain before. I think that's that guy's father.
I got Sidney Crosby, Alex Ovechkin, and all the Mighty Ducks from the movie.
I thought Alex might be in there.
Yeah, because I know the Washington Capitals. I got them.
I got Crosby, Ovechkin, and the Mighty Ducks movie guys. That's it. Those are the hockey players I know of.
We talked about peak. Is that Emilio Estevez's peak? Gordon Bombay?
Yeah,
Gordon Bombay? Emilio
Estevez.
By the way, 713, we're going to go to break. I want to hear this. 713-572-4610.
Wait, but who did he marry?
YouTube and Twitch. Is that peak, the best of Emilio Estevez ever in work? Gordon Bombay. Is that his peak?
Quack.
Easily.
You think so? Was he in Tombstone?
I don't think so. I've seen that movie about 200 times. If he is,
he's in one of those movies, like one of those westerns, I think.
Paula Abdul is his best work.
That's his peak, Paula Abdul.
Yeah, that's his best work.
Coming up, JP France gets the ball. This lineup is odd, so JP might have to throw a no-hitter. We'll get you caught up with that. The Masters update as well, and Kentucky has named their replacement. All of that as we continue rolling here live on the drive.
Clint Stoerner here for Lewis, Flory, and Ability Tree Experts. Look, spring is here. It's
Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents
The Drive with Sterngley.
It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Dirty's not in. Clint is out, a little under the stomach. Hopefully he is feeling better and be back soon and get through the weekend and get himself back to 100%. But in his place, O.B. Scott is in the building. Obviously, you know me, the Dilf.
The big Dilf.
And Psycho T/T Mill. We've got the latest. The latest is 5 o'clock fires brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And as I look at the text line and YouTube and Twitch, we clearly are going to have to circle back around to peak Emilio Estevez. There are some real dynamite people jumping in. It was Young Guns. That was it.
Yeah, that feels like the consensus on the text line.
Well, the consensus is another one, which I don't know how we forgot. I think I still stand by it. For me personally, his best work is the great Gordon Bombay. But we may have to go and look at that here in a bit. But down to
Breakfast Club, that came up.
Down to business. Before we get to the game, Joe Espada, he spoke to the media today and had some updates on pretty important people, like the two aces for the team, the number 1 and 2 starters for this team, Justin Verlander and Framber Valdez. Let's start with Justin Verlander, who has been out, has not started with big team yet, has made one start with the minor league club, Sugarland. Here is Joe Espada talking about Justin Verlander.
Tomorrow, he'll pitch Corpus. I think they're in Frisco tomorrow. Hopefully 75, 80 pitches. Looking for him to feel, well the next day and hopefully get him back on pitching for us here pretty soon.
All right, let's hold there. 75, 80 pitches, 85 pitches. We sat here, the three of us, when we first got an update about Justin Verlander, when he said where he wants to be before he is able to get back and pitch with the big club, he said 85 pitches.
Yeah.
That's what he said. I remember the three of us were here when he said that. This is Joe Espada saying he wants to get there. If he can get there, it sounds like potentially a high potential that they could have him back after that. They said at least 2 starts. He's already made one. Now he's going to Double-A Corpus to get to 85 pitches. That was the mark Verlander said himself. Hopefully that means he can get back to the big team. I don't care how old he is. Right now, this team could use him. Dude. He is a front of the rotation starter for this team. So
even if he's a back of the rotation starter, they could use just anything. Like I don't see a scenario, put it to you like this: absent of a setback, he's got to be back after this. Like, there's just no way around it. I would even argue, I think there have been some that have argued this, like you have to wonder, based on the that you have and the underperformance that you have in other places, you've got to wonder if even right now you're not better off with him with just a little bitty version of him that you can get.
85 pitches he may be able to
throw. And maybe it ain't even that. Like, maybe it's not the 85 pitches that he wants it to be yet. But Verlander, even a diminished version of him that can only give you 45, 55, 65, 70 is better than what you've got. So I would say, again, you could even make the argument that you could use him right now, today. Like, I know he's not on schedule today, but you could have him up right now. So much less after his next start. I'd be shocked if he's not back. I know I thought that it would be early to mid-May by the time he got back, but they just flat out can't afford not to have him.
Yeah, there was a point where I think I've said before, hey, take your time with him. I thought that the rest of the rotation and the bats would be able to hold you through so he can take his time. Now, when you see Framber go to the IL and we see the injury situation they had with the rotation and
Urquidy's hurt,
just their issues with being able to score runs, I'm not saying you're rushing if he's not completely, ready to go, but at this point, maybe there's a little bit more of a nudge.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a little bit more push. Maybe you're not just handling it with the utmost line of caution. Maybe it's like, all right, we're good, let's go.
Well, and again, the key for me is to still manage his workload the same way. He's just playing against a higher caliber of opponent. Yeah. So you go out there with generally the same approach that you would in a minor league game. Now, he's not going to be working on stuff the same kind of way. Like, he's out there trying to be competitive in a different way than he would be if it was AAA or if it was Corpus. But the workload should be relatively the same, whatever he can handle.
Any concern?
And you go from there.
He has another six-run, 7-hit outing.
I feel like he's working on stuff.
I hope so.
Yeah, I feel like he's working on stuff.
This was Joe Espada on his other front-of-the-rotation pitcher, Framber Valdez, who just went to the IL.
Yeah, he's good. I saw him in the weight room a minute ago. He should start playing catch here in the next day or two, but he's doing well.
Well, I mean, that's good to hear that they're even talking about him playing catch in the next day or so.
And he's on a 15-day IL, and he's going to start retroactive to the 6th, and he's going to start playing catch in a couple of days.
He's going to be on
for a little while.
15 days. Yeah. I tried to tell that to Clint the other day, and he was like, I just want to think the best. Said, all right.
Well, that was what they wanted to do the day when they told you that they didn't feel like they was going to have to put him on the IL. Remember that? They're like, oh, it's a good sign that we didn't immediately put him on the IL. And then you did.
24 hours later.
Yeah, so, I mean, give me all of the warm and fuzzies that you can.
But this is an elbow. I don't care what side of the elbow is, the top, the side, the bottom. I don't care. Like, that's something you don't want to mess around with. Want to make sure he is right with that thing. And
we'll especially him. He's got money on the line.
Yeah, and we'll see how long out. But he's going to play catch, so at least he's throwing.
Ain't that how he got hurt?
By the way.
Ain't that how he got hurt? Damn.
Yeah, that is how he got hurt. By the way, hey, y'all, where is Jose Urquidy?
He be out there.
Not sure.
Like, when's the last update? I'm serious. When's the last update there's been on Jose Urquidy?
Urquidy.
Is he playing catch?
Out of sight, out of mind, baby. Is he playing catch?
No, I just like us.
What a desperate feeling question.
We're hearing.
Is Jose Urquidy playing catch too?
Feels like we just had. I didn't think Jose Urquidy's was going to be long term, but it just haven't had an update on him in a minute on what he's doing and where he is and how close he is to a rehab start or anything.
Yeah, because he's on the 15 too.
There was a report yesterday from Roto Major League Baseball that Jose Urquidy is, quote, really close to throwing off of a mound.
Oh, hell.
So.
Yikes.
Wow, okay.
So that means
Scotty
he's at least...
Scheffler almost tore his ACL, by the way, trying to jump over things. That took me out. But, wow, I thought we were a little bit further along with that. See, that just makes me...
He's at least playing catch probably, though.
But but then I'm thinking to myself, all right, so how long is it going to take for Framber? If, like, that's the... running this thing, he's going off the mound. Because what is it? Now we've learned from Lance, Framber's got to play catch on flat ground, off a mound.
Yeah.
BP, then BP... and then hopefully another BP session, and then
rehab start
or two.
Meanwhile, brothers ain't hitting with runners in scoring position. We got a hodgepodge situation between center field and the bench. What a just glorious time to be alive.
All right, there it is. So that's the latest with your top two starters. Joe Espada speaking to the media.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we talked about this earlier. I'm not gonna go crazy and the Astros are in must-win mode. No, it's April 12th. It's not must-win. They are 4-10. However, it is not must-win. But it feels like they are in a we need a win. We need to get this one. There's some games in the season where it's like we need a win, and you just got swept, and really there's no other way to put it. You just got mollywopped the last two games in Kansas City, and it feels like just confidence-wise, the look, the belief they need to kind of just stop this slide of negative play and bad games and get back on the winning winning train, especially against a team like the Rangers in their division. I mean, it just doesn't ever feel comfortable. I don't care how many games into the season you are that you are below the Oakland Athletics, who are not trying to win.
Dude, I'm going to push back on something that is not a must-win. Only if you take
not one of those guys.
Well, no, only if you take must-win in the absolute literal sense. Like, it's obviously not win or go home. The season doesn't end tomorrow. So, yeah, if you take must-win in the actual literal sense, then no, it's not that. But I look at it like you can't really afford to get too far below 500. You can't afford to continue to play below 500 baseball or trade wins for losses. To me, until they get to 500, until they rattle off some kind of streak here, every game is a must-win to me until you are a 500 team. So, no, you're not going to be eliminated. No, the season is not over, but you're digging yourself a hole, and the more of a sample size you get, the more that becomes who you are, a losing baseball team.
That's what I'm saying.
So, yeah, I feel like it's a must get out of below 500 baseball situation.
I think it's that's what I said. They need to change this because, as you all know, man, they play every day. This weekend will be over, and next thing you know, you're gonna turn around and they're gonna be 20, 25 games played in the season. And then obviously still a lot of games to go. But I mean, you look up, it happens quick. It jumps up on you quick. Where are you? Are you still 6 games under? You 5? You 7? Is it worse? They need to kind of stop this negative roll that they're on right now and turn this thing around.
Agreed. Now you want to know why I don't want to call it a must-win? Because if it was, I would feel great about John Singleton batting 5th and Gray Kessinger being in the game.
Yeah, here is the lineup tonight, and there's some unfortunate issues here with some of the players here coming from Kansas City. It looks like there is sickness with Alex Bregman. He is out of the lineup today, and sore hamstring. So we'll see what that means. We'll keep our eye on how long that could mean for Chas McCormick. He has a sore hamstring. He is out of the lineup as well. And here is your lineup in a game in which B. Scott just said feels must-winish.
Yes.
As I said, need to win to change this thing.
Mustish, winish.
Altuve leading off. Alvarez batting second, and he's DHing. Right field, Tucker. Yainer Diaz moves up into the 4 spot. John Singleton is batting 5th.
That felt worse than when you announced Abreu in the lineups.
By the way, Tyler, don't even do it. I'm not doing a lineup today. Not with these names in here.
I respect that, actually.
I'm not. Just think about it. If you have no idea, maybe this may be the first time you're getting off work, you have no idea what the lineup is, and I'm telling you, all right, man, we got Altuve, we got Jordan, Tucker, Diaz, and John Singleton's 5th. Are you scared to death what comes after him? Right? If John Singleton is 5th, what in the hell comes after Singleton?
Well, no, because now I know that they, for some reason, like his matchups. I don't feel like it's indicative of anything other than they just like his matchup, right, Tyler? Whatever his matchup is.
But first here, I'm like, who else is hurt? Who else is out?
And you're like, Pena can go?
Because if John's batting 5th, I mean, it's got to be rough after this.
Yeah.
There's a pitcher in the lineup. But no, it's Jeremy Pena batting 6th, Dubon in left field batting 7th, Jake Myers in center field, and then...
Oh, so there is a pitcher batting. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that.
You should have. Greg Kessinger, he's hitting 192.
That was
Greg Kessinger, he is batting 3rd. He is a pitcher. He got out of the inning, ended the game, last pitcher to get through it. He got recorded 3 outs yesterday. Hunter Brown recorded 2. So Greg Kessinger is a pitcher. He is batting 9th. That's a tough lineup. And you desperately need your big guys up front. There are a lot of spots in this lineup, if you're Dunning, who is pitching for the Rangers, that you feel like you can maybe dash and move around and avoid in this lineup, and watch these jokers score 12 runs. Why don't you hit the over for this, Tyler?
No, I'm not going to touch this one today.
This?
Yeah.
You don't have that feeling?
But
I feel like I feel like Henry Kissinger's going to go off on here tonight.
I was going to call him Don.
I know it's Kissinger, but I feel like he's going to be the one. 2 hits tonight from Kissinger.
I just found out something exciting, though. I'm going to be at the game on Sunday.
You going to the game? Did you use the Game Time app?
My first game of the year. I got on Game App and found prices that were 40% lower than most places.
Man, that gets me frisky.
Made me horny. I mean, my first Astros game this year, man.
What does it say that I'm credentialed, which means I can go to all the games and I've only been to 2?
What it says to me is you still should use the Game Time app. Take those kids with you. Got a chance.
Yeah, that's actually a fair point. My son, at the very least, my daughters would be very bored with it. But yeah,
good luck to these guys tonight, man. They need a win. This could be, if they are able to pull this one out, though, fellas. If they are able to pull out a W with this lineup and JP France, this would be a huge win. I think.
How you feel about JP on the mound? That's where we are now, where he feels one of your more reliable guys.
I'll be honest, I feel good.
That's what I'm saying.
I feel. I
don't feel good about feeling good though.
I feel like JP's going to give me 5.
Yeah,
with the chance.
Look at the curve you're grading on now.
I don't know, boy. That them Rangers over there, they can go nuts. They can go.
Well, they're good.
Yeah, they can go off.
That's why.
All right, we continue here more as we continue live on The Drive. This Emilio Estevez peak conversation is there for us. We might have to get into Jaylen Green as well. All of that coming up next live on The Drive.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Ron Craft Chevrolet, y'all. And they got big-time deals. It's truck month in Texas, and it's truck month at Ron Craft Chevrolet. And
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I don't know, fellas. I still, for me, I guess it is your own. I still believe Emilio Estevez's peak is Gordon Bombay. The Mighty Ducks wanted to, and someone and many people jumped in and said his peak is Breakfast Club, and that is strong.
That's probably it.
It's a great movie.
It's a great movie, but like when you think of Breakfast Club, is he the one that jumps out as the one that was the one? Like, I think that may be Judd Nelson's peak.
Oh, so he has to be the one that jumps out for it to be his peak?
I'm talking about his best, his best. That may be the best movie he was in, but I'm talking about him at his best.
That's an interesting concept. Because, like, Chris Tucker's peak is Rush Hour, but I felt like him at his best was still Smokey.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, like,
yes.
But that's not his peak.
Chris Tucker. I'm talking the best that Chris Tucker was. Like, the best Chris Tucker you ever got, I think, is Smokey.
Yeah.
I think that's his peak. He was successful in other places.
But see, there's the semantics of what is peak.
That's why I think it's Gordon Bombay. That was Emilio at his best. That was the best movie. I think it was supposed to be him, but it was others.
What your peak is in this conversation, then what is the best movie that you were in?
Yeah. The peak is you.
Right. I feel that.
Right, the peak is you. Yeah,
somebody said Repo Man. I didn't see Repo Man.
I don't know.
I saw a couple of those. But I could see a movie called Repo Man being entertaining.
Yeah, no, that Young Guns was a good one. Breakfast Club was a good one. I've seen St. Elmo's Fire. Was he it's hands down, man. It's Gordon Bombay. He made me watch hockey, like real stuff.
This is almost poll worthy.
It is. I like your Chris Tucker. The Chris Tucker one really brings out what it means the most. Rush Hour is his most, but there was never Chris Tucker. Someone Tyler went and saw, I believe. Chris Tucker, his best.
I saw him in Vegas. Good stuff.
His best was Smokey. That is his peak. It is crazy how many times in art, in music, or in film, whatever, a person's peak is the first thing they did.
Oh yeah, I mean it happens. How do you?
Or early in your career,
we were having this conversation earlier about Nas and Illmatic.
Yeah, that's his peak, clearly.
You know, like, and he's had some fantastic records since then.
We've had two in a row roll through here about Chris Tucker, Fifth Element being his peak.
Oh, please!
We're just gonna have to. We're just gonna. No,
I'm
not.
Give me money talks. Give me money talks over that.
I'm telling you.
Give me money talks over that. I have to feel like you could argue that was his peak, because that's between our Friday. Dead Presidents is in there,
Friday.
Even though that's not rewatchable. It's because it's very sad.
It is sad.
I can't watch him OD on heroin like that.
Yeah, it's
I can't do that.
That one's run into that one in the barbershop several times.
I can't. I don't. Man, that is a buzzkill, bro.
Yeah, it is.
That movie is a buzzkill.
Really get
well, Lorenz, I'll kill you, Juanita. Man, aggressive.
Yeah, Breakfast Club's maybe the best movie he was in, but I don't think that was his peak pole position. It's Gordon Bombay, man. Quack, 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 Mr. Ducksworth. Quack, 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 Mr. Ducksworth. You may have that jersey in your office, but you didn't earn it. Damn Emilio Estevez. My man. All right, last night, man, what the hell happened with Jaylen Green?
Man, I'm telling you.
1 for 7.
The old Jaylen Green showed back up.
3 points. The old Jaylen Green, if you really been looking at his game, he's kind of going back to the inefficient guy the last 6 or 7 games, the inefficient, not as much of filling the rest of the stat sheet like he was before. Yesterday felt like we're at the end of the season, I'm checking out. Because he took 7 shots, man. They lost the game by 3. He played 18 minutes. Unless there was an injury that we missed. Udoka just set his ass down. And that was what's happening earlier in the year when he was struggling. And I just look at this situation, and Jaylen Green had really come on. He had a stretch, and we were talking about it week after week during the Rockets Report, which seemed, Brandon, as if maybe the most consistent and best stretch of his career with the Rockets, and more importantly, maybe the stretch where you're like, yo, I believe more than I've ever believed before that he's potentially turned the corner and that the light switch flipped on. Because I remember after that performance against OKC, I thought, boy, that's the first time I looked at him differently.
Yeah.
That was something else. That overtime game, that was something else. But then really here the last 6 or 7 weeks, he's gone back to the inefficient player. So my thought is either one, being that the Rockets, we know, had at least shopped him around, gone past just having conversations of maybe moving him and going in a different direction with him, to actually seeking out what that would look like and what kind of deals they could get. So we know that was at least on the table. My thought is this stretch that he had, the most believable stretch that we've seen of Jaylen Green, is that a deal in which you say, I believe so much that I want to continue moving forward to seeing if this is what I hope it can be? Because that dude in that stretch had people like Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce saying, you got to pay this dude.
Yep.
This dude looks like he's the truth.
Yeah, he would have been the player if Luka Doncic didn't exist.
Yes. But, man, they have going off. 16-2 after they won that last.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're talking about, man, hey, maybe they need to move Alfred Şengün because he plays in such a way that he looks like the dude when he's not there. That has been a conversation.
Which was ridiculous, by the way. I
agree with you.
Should point out
that
was a conversation.
But that was
but it was an absurd conversation. I want to point that out.
It was more Paul Pierce saying that than Kevin Garnett. Kevin Garnett was like, no, keep all them dudes together. But that was the conversation. So have you seen enough in that stretch where you're like, yo, let's keep moving forward with this cat and see if he can be what we were hoping and believing him to be, if he can be on the plane of the Jamal Murrays or the Anthony Edwards and those guys.
Yeah.
Or are you thinking, guys, he's just going to be this inconsistent player, and now his value and stock can't get any higher, and this is the time to get the most we can to make a move and trade him? Which route are you at? Were you so impressed by that stretch where you want to let's go? Or are you like, oh, yes, he did. He played well enough to make his trade value better.
Is there a way to hold him accountable for his inconsistencies without giving up on him? Because I feel like there should be. I feel like there should be a way to coach him up. I feel like there should be a way this offseason and going into next season, study like hell the month of March. Study that month of March like hell. What was going right? What were you doing right? And then figure this thing. I wouldn't want to punt on this thing until I get at least another year of Ime Udoka's coaching and a healthy collection of my core. So Jaylen Green and Alfred Şengün together out there, like, let's debunk this theory that they can't play together. I would like a chance to do that some more in year 2 of this coaching. I'd like a chance to do it with a fully healthy Tari Eason coming off the bench. I'd like a chance to do it with Amen Thompson and Cam Whitmore in year 2 after having some NBA experience. Like, I would like to watch it develop first before I just give up on it, because I just don't feel like it's time yet. Now, could we be having this same damn conversation a year from now? Absolutely. Or at next year's trade deadline? Absolutely. I think that that's in play. But I need to see more of it before I give up on it, because you just have you have time. You got another year of him under contract, and then he's the restricted free agent where you can match whatever deal somebody else throws out there. So I feel like you just want to let it play out and see if you can get that March version of Jaylen Green, if not every night, something closer than every other night or 3-week spurts.
Curious to see what they're thinking, because clearly you can come. This isn't me drumming it up. They were literally looking at trading him.
No, they were.
He was on the block. He was there. He was there.
Well, and if he had continued to be had been to that point, like the player just isolated this season that he had been up until that point, then this conversation is different. It is, hey, yeah, let's see what you can get for him, if you can get anything at all worthwhile for him.
Yeah, and that's what.
But then he did have that.
And really, they weren't finding what they felt like they wanted in value because, really, as you would say, man, his play has been down. His play has been down. And
the same reason why you would want to trade him would be the same reason why folks would not want to give you a lot.
But now what he's shown, that stretch, as I said, that was the most believable that we've seen of him. And it was a stretch in which you would be scared to death to make the trade, and he goes somewhere and become the great player and completely figure it out.
Let me ask you this right now as a thought exercise before we get out of here.
Well, look, you save it. Ask me on the other side. Let's go to break. Ask me on the other side. We'll discuss that. Also, Tyler works very hard. It is Friday, the best of the week. All of that coming up next on The Drive.
Mo Karam Law Firm, y'all. If you or a loved one's been injured in an accident, you know who to call. It's Mo Karam Law, baby. You got the right to hold the negligent party accountable, and you got the right to get the compensation that you deserve. And with Mo Karam Law, you can let them do all the dirty work. You can let them handle insurance companies. You can let them handle other attorneys. You can let them handle all the intimidation methods that these – you just let them handle it, man. Give them a call, 281-222-2222. It's a free chat. They got your back. If they don't win, you don't pay. It's as simple as that. So here's the deal. Any accident, auto accident, slip and fall, accident at work, Mo Karam Law is who you need to call. I'm talking about one of the nation's premier personal injury law firms, and they're right here in our backyard, y'all, right here in Houston. I've hung with these guys, these gals. I've been to Texans games with them, been to their offices, been to conference calls, yada, yada, yada. Hell, I think back in COVID.
project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, despite the beliefs of folks like Victor, I don't think he was ever on the trade block. Can't believe everything you hear, Victor. Okay. You don't have to believe it.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
He was.
Yeah.
But with that thinking, and that's what we were talking about just to get to before Brandon poses the question. Last night was probably the worst game of the season that he played. You can also, you can look at that and say, all right, man, it's the end of the season, man. Maybe he's ready to roll. Whatever. A 3-point loss to the Jazz. He's 1 for 7 for 3 points with 3 turnovers. This wasn't even in it. And for anybody texting in about double team, stop. But to me, he had the most believable run that we've seen from him. The most believable run to where you are petrified of trading him in the thoughts of him figuring out to be one of the really top guards moving forward. People have texted in before, Devin Booker.
Yeah.
The fear that he becomes that, because he has that type of talent. And that stretch we saw proved it, and it was the longest, and it looked like, man, he had really grown up. He's been inefficient. He has had those moments where it came down the last 6 or 7 games. 6 for 17, 6 for 15, those things. And the question was, with the Rockets already this year, thinking about and then talking to teams about potential trades with him, did that stretch do enough for you as a fan and for the Rockets to say, no, we're going to roll with this? Or now his value is at it's at height. It won't get any higher than this. 21 years old, however old he is, and what he's done. This is time to strike while the iron's hot to get the most we can absolutely get for him. Let's trade him. Like, which route are you in? And that's a conversation we had. You said you had a question to match my question.
So we know that based off of the reporting, and I know the reporters, I know the figures involved, so I can vouch for this piece of media information, that it was out there. There was a trade discussion, trade proposal with Jaylen Green being the centerpiece of it for the Rockets and Mikal Bridges being the centerpiece of it for the Nets. That was out there. And ultimately, it did not happen because the Nets didn't want to do it, or they didn't like the price of it. Now, after that, Jaylen Green eventually has the March that he had, right, the month of March that he had, and it looked ridiculous that you might trade that player for Mikal Bridges. It was like, man, what? So much to the point that I saw people, and I think this was a credible take, saying that, hey, you could make an argument that both of them GMs deserve to get fired. That Houston management deserves to be fired for offering for
Brooklyn deserves it
for not accepting it. That both of them, both managements, front offices, are bad for how that thing played out. One for offering for Mikal Bridges, the other one for not jumping on it. My question is, who would you rather be today? Would you rather be a team that tried to trade for Jaylen Green but didn't? And this is based off of what we've seen in recent weeks. Would you rather be the team that tried to trade for Jaylen Green but didn't, or the team that tried to trade Jaylen Green but ended up keeping him? Like, would you rather be the team with or without him at this point?
I'd rather be the team that has the overwhelming high talented player.
Which would be Jaylen Green.
Yeah. I'd rather be the Rockets right now.
So I feel like that kind of tells you all you need to know. Now, maybe that's not the answer to that question is not the same come
Just
trade deadline,
I'd rather
come next year.
Yeah.
But as we sit today, despite the way he's played in recent games and the fact that he's cooled down from the type of month that he had in March, I still think that based off of what you saw in March, you would still rather have that player at that age in-house with at the very least another year. That's why year 4 is going to be critical. I can't wait till that season comes and we're able to have these discussions, and I'm doing the Rockets report every week, and we're talking about it. Because if we thought this year was pivotal, right, and it was for the team transitioning from, hey, we're kind of tanking, we're trying to accumulate assets and talent, to, okay, this is our first serious year, really. We got a new coach. Losing is not incentivized. We need to go out there and make something happen. Well, now you're year 4 Jaylen Green, and you need to see it come together with him and Alperen Sengun. It's more important than it's ever been because the contract decisions are right around the corner. To me, you need to let that play out, need to let that develop, and you need to develop dudes. Like, you need to coach, figure out. And if they're not those guys, you do have time to figure that out.
We do it every Friday, the best of the week now.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Drive is live, baby. Clint in the building.
The eclipse is coming on, boys.
Damn it.
The eclipse is coming on. Cloudy out there.
Look
Missed
cloudy.
it.
Yeah,
Cloudy out there.
There it is. Yeah. Tyler Miller, you hear him? Can you see him?
They can see me. If you squint, tilt your head to the right just a few inches, and work through that fogginess.
Talked about it.
I'm
man.
right here. What's up?
I bet Tyler get real handsy in a place like that, boy.
Whoa.
I bet Tyler get real handsy in a place.
What does that even mean?
Look around in Tyler's army crawling in the dance floor. I mean, I can see Tyler.
I'd chase a good time, but I'm not a creeper.
Well, that's debatable. That is debatable. Let's be honest.
He's not a hand.
No, I'm up getting it in the phone.
He's a typewriter creeper. Arkansas is just one of those unusual spots that just has a lot of money that you would think would be competing like that.
Pig, suey.
Jerry Jones, Tyson, Walmart.
Pig, suey.
We're not going to do this all the way through.
Pig, suey. Razorbacks. Come on, baby.
What'd you say? What a time to be a Razor.
What a time to be a hog, baby.
God, we don't drop down from, all right, man, hell, you forgot your shoes and your cleats, so you're going to wear these Corey Lee cleats that we got. How y'all even know it's Corey Lee's cleats? Why is his shoes still there? I'm just blown away. Are we Eclipse people here?
No.
I'm
not.
Are you tired? I don't get it. I don't get it. There were people losing their mind, overcome by this eclipse.
Timing of this is absolutely amazing. Do you see the corona? No! Sparkling light.
Maybe I'm an a-hole. Maybe some of you feel I don't get it. How lucky are we?
The sun's corona lies above the chromosphere.
Did you see the coronas? Mark Schlereth talking about his thoughts on Stephon Diggs. Here he is.
It takes one or two guys that are turds to come into your organization, and the gravitational pull that those turds have for whatever reason is absolutely incredible. If everywhere you go it smells like shit, it's probably you. It's him.
Tyler, he was inspired by you, Tyler, and I won't take any other answer for that. Turds are tomorrow.
Tyler's turds tomorrow.
Hey, what about 122 pounds? Start the change of your life. Soda is, say it with me now. Say it with me now. State of the art. We'll never know what you find on the interwebs or on Twitter/X.
Be careful out there, man.
I don't know if I'm more impressed that Lenny Kravitz is doing this in the weight room or he's doing it in leather pants.
Ron in some old high-waisted leather breeches.
Terrell Suggs reportedly pulled a gun out and threatened to kill a man while at a Starbucks.
Because sometimes you got to F around and find out.
The former baller allegedly then called the man a P-ass saltine, except he didn't say saltine, before adding, "I'll kill your B-ass." That's right.
We called him a Ritz.
Yeah, call him a Ritz.
I got you guys.
Gonna help us out, Tyler?
Yeah, I got you. Cracker.
That's right. Called him that. He called him a P
cracker
ass. Is what he said. If you'd have told me this happened at a Popeyes, this could make a little bit more sense.
Hell, even Luby's.
Luby's.
Hart's Chicken.
Shout out to Ocho who goes there a lot.
You ever had an ingrown hair around one of your nipples, Tyler? Like shaving you do?
Why do you dismount like that?
I'm not sure why I dismount like that.
You know you wanna.
You know you want to watch us on YouTube, Houston.
What he said.
Welcome into the drive.
I had caps and everything. Toned up.
All caps.
I let it flow, baby. That's another homer.
The world is on its ass.
What in the hell is going on?
Yeah.
What's the equivalent of that in football?
That would be like
That's leaving Alabama.
Saban going to UCF.
No, it ain't that bad. Arkansas won a national championship, but
it almost
Boise State.
When it comes to the business of sports,
you're coming low. You keep coming unnecessarily low. They're at least a Power 5 conference.
Stupid pigs.
This is the test. Tyler, you confident or concerned with the Cincinnati Bengals?
Concerned.
Okay.
100%.
Sure. Good for you, man.
Yeah. Tigers don't change their stripes.
Neither do Bengals.
Yeah, they've been wearing the same damn thing for as long as I can remember.
You get it? That was good. God, you're such an ass to me.
It's good. You just love these. You live for these.
I am a fan of dad jokes.
I think you write them. Puppy dad jokes is what you're a fan of. Tyler's uncomfortably winking at the camera and looking, now doing mouth and lip things, and I apologize to you all on YouTube and Twitch. Stop shooting the gun and the wink.
We said we appreciate you, and then Tyler started doing all those.
That's how I show my appreciation, you dig?
Please don't say you dig.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, that is the best of the week. It gets better and better every single week, boy.
So good.
Sometimes I forget the Coronas. Oh, Kristen Johnson. God, what is her husband embarrassed or really excited? I'd imagine that her husband is as into it as she is. I mean, someone like, I bet he was somewhere. I bet he was somewhere and lost it. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access Hall of Famer Andre Johnson will be there tonight.